It's the weekend. It's a fine morning over here in the eastern part of the world, and of course, I'm pretty sure it's very early for a majority of you guys watching this particular stream right now. But welcome everyone to day 4 of the Perfect World Asia League 2020. We had a lot of action in the past 3 days. We have more action lined up for you guys over the weekend. Before that, we have a short little recap for yesterday.
Bring it back to basics. Bring it back.
And now Sakai, he's going to be under pressure. He's playing from default on this A-bomb site. Oh, the Sakai, 3 kills picked up. Fantastic round.
Bring it back. Bring it back to basics. Bring it back. Bring it back to basics. Bring it back. Bring it back. Bring it back to basics. Bring it back. Bring it back to basics. Bring it back. Bring it back to basics. Bring it back.
And Rolex, he's pulling it off. The defuse has to start coming through, but he gets off of it. Clutch! 3 kills, shuts down everybody.
They're going to line up for him. 1, 2, 3, 4 kills for Marek. It's Sakai. He's going to strike 1, 2, 3 over to the bomb set all alone.
Oh, Marek. He's trying to take matters into his own hands, play. He's trying to do everything.
Against Mac-10s, can't expect a lot from him. Rue coming on through with a quick kill to NCL, but it looks like that's going to be the end of this one. That might work out. Urka's full blind. He's got. Oh my God, Urkas! He's taking down Kaz through the wall. It might be a window.
Viva going down, Bottle as well, and Flying doing good work on the Deagle. A second kill, picking up 2 kills on the Deagle to end the round. Invictus yet again with the Deagle delivered death.
What an uncomfortable position for KDZ to be in. He's gonna find a shot though, but he is in a world of pain. He's burning alive, Dinko, but in the flame he stands and delivers 2 kills. Bottle leading the way, finds nothing, and they get shut down. The season pures out the timing from Meryl's perfection.
What? Was that a Flying Deagle headshot? They open Viva with the first and the second. Big hold coming in from Viva, and that's 3.
Caught on SDK from above, though, delivering pain, and he's gonna find 3. I hope you guys enjoyed that recap. Again, shout out to PGL for making the recaps look entertaining, cinematic, because it was indeed. It was a crazy day of Counter-Strike we witnessed yesterday, and we have an even more crazier day of CS, Asian CS in particular, lineup for you guys today here on this fine Saturday. Joining me, as usual, it's going to be Tom, it's going to be Dinko, and it's going to be Mitch, who might be on his last legs. It's pretty early for him. It's 5 a.m. He cries in a team speak, but Mitch, you seem all right. He looked much better than yesterday.
Thank you, boy. I actually got to bed early, so I'm rested. I'm relaxed. I got my beauty sleep in. It didn't do much for me, but a little bit at least.
Few more weeks, you'll be all right.
Yeah, just a couple more weeks. You'll be fine. You get used to it. You're just going to embrace the madness. Tom, you're looking fine. I didn't even notice you had the background up yesterday in the final game, but it looks like all of us are kind of synced, apart from the fact that the colors on my background are all over the place. It's so much more darker for some weird reason. But how are you doing?
I'm all right. I'm kind of getting used to it now. It's still very early in the morning, but I'm ready. I'm ready for some Checkmate versus Bren, my two favorite teams in the whole entire world, and it's going to be a fantastic match. Basically, the major final.
Basically, the major final, and for Dinko, well, man, like you've gone Super Saiyan 1 today. The hair is erect. Yeah. Is erect. You are channeling your inner Wang. If you're confused, what I'm implying the player from Off the Gaming. I'm not implying anything else. You dirty person, you. But yeah, Dinko, are you excited for today? Because we have some pretty cool games, some matchups coming up. We should have it on your screen right now. And Dinko, if you can maybe just like take us through it and talk about any particular games which you are looking forward to.
Sure. I mean, the first game could actually potentially be an interesting one. I think Checkmate have shown us that they're actually quite a good team. Yesterday, beating Tiger, not expected. They're currently 2-0. So if they win this next match, they're going to be staying at the top of the table, which is pretty impressive considering we didn't know who they were coming into this event. And it just kind of shows how deep the Mongolian talent goes. So that should be a good game. I think Bran have looked a little bit better since the previous PAL, but still a few mistakes to try and fix. Tyloo versus Beyond. Now, this is another test for Beyond. They couldn't quite get it over the line against Invictus yesterday. It looked like they were going to be able to do it. It looked like they were going to get it over the line finally and beat one of these top Chinese teams. They didn't get it done, blah. So for me, I'm a little worried for Beyond. I don't think they'll be able to take on Tyloo, but we'll see if they can at least bring it to a close series again, because they definitely were looking better back in PAL Summer. And then with Vici versus Invictus Gaming, the classic second best team in China versus the third. Invictus have been steadily getting better over the past couple of months, and Vici have always kind of had their number in terms of the group stages, right? Coming into it, they've always dismantled them. But going into the playoffs, they absolutely got destroyed in PAL the last time around. Invictus absolutely destroyed them. But recently, again, Vici have been beating them. So hopefully we'll get to see that Vici today, because they looked a little bit rough going into the first matchup of this tournament.
Speaking of looking a little rough yesterday, Mitch, we had a few interesting results from yesterday. We had all the three series go all the three maps, a number of overtimes coming out as well. It was actually just one overtime. In my head, it felt like 5 overtimes, Mitch.
Yeah, I think this whole day felt like overtime, as it ran so damn long. And in some of the games, honestly, there was no Counter-Strike being played. After Gaming versus Sigma, it was a wild and wacky show. I mean, the first map I really enjoyed. I felt like Sigma played a decent game after, made a massive comeback. Then the second and third, it was really just a sloppy show from both teams. Checkmate Tiger. Tiger cooled down like crazy, but I enjoyed that series. I felt like it was a pretty decent one. And then Beyond versus Invictus, I was sad for my Beyond boys. I'll be honest. When I saw Inferno start to slip out of their grasp, I shed a tear.
And considering, I mean, they did win in total more rounds than Invictus did at the end of that series. It's kind of unfortunate. They look so good at Nuke, Tom. But let's talk a bit about the prize pool that these teams are going to be battling out for. Of course, the RMR points as well. We can take a look at the money on the line. That's a hefty chunk of money, Tom. That's $100,000 on the line there.
Yeah, big boy dosh. And even for teams like After, there's still a chance to make $3,000. So it's good for everyone. Like there are opportunities. Is it a chance, or is
it like guaranteed 3K?
I don't know. Let's just say that there's a chance, because I don't know what's going to happen. That roster might not make it to the end if it continues in this sort of manner. So, yeah, maybe not. Maybe some of them will have to drop out of that. But for the guys who come within the top 4, they're making some big bucks. Obviously, a lot of games to be played. And potentially, if somebody can maybe upset Tyloo along the way, we could see a change in the RMR points. Of course, everything's still a little bit up in the air with how things are going with the RMR and whether or not we'll have another couple of them coming up over the end of this year or maybe next year. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if this will play a part. Obviously, if Tyloo win it, then they're going to be even further in front, which seems to be the case at the moment, similarly to what we see over with Renegades. But yeah, we'll see if someone can challenge them, because Tyloo haven't looked that great so far.
They haven't indeed, and we're going to be seeing them play later on. But coming up first today, it's going to be this matchup which we touched upon earlier. It's going to be Checkmate facing off against Bren. Now, Dinko, both the teams have impressed, right? Bren, they were off to a pretty solid start initially. Yeah, Micro struggled. The second game, it was the best of Bren. It was the worst of Bren. It seems that way for this Filipino team, right? They seem to be getting there. They seem to be improving, but at times when they need to really step up, they seem to kind of choke. I guess that's the right word I'm looking for.
They don't really have the stamina, right? They can come into things with the game plan and realizing how they're meant to play, and that only lasts for so long. We get to the point where we go to a different map where they feel a little bit more uncomfortable. They drop a map or they start to look a little weaker, and that's when the players start to get pressured again. They start making mistakes. They start thinking they have to be the playmaker. I think this team needs to just relax and be confident in themselves, because they've shown they can definitely bring the fight to these better teams. I mean, in their opening matchup, they really looked quite solid. I think we started to see a couple of weaknesses and cracks show again towards the end of their latter series. So hopefully they can step it up, come into today after fixing a couple of mistakes. But this team just need to be a bit more confident in themselves across the series and just try and work on that stamina and focus.
At least we do have our man, what's his face? Derek to look forward to.
Yeah.
Fantastic so far.
What's his face?
It's still early for me.
In Asia, that's probably actually a viable name to go with. You know, there's probably a player out there called that somewhere.
There's Hansel Ferdinand. Bented's name is Hansel Ferdinand, so I guess you wouldn't be surprised the names. We had a map videos ready as well. We can probably talk about this. I'm going to give this one your way, Mitch. Like looking at Checkmate, they seem to have a surprisingly decently deep map pool. But which way do you think this one's going to go? I don't want to see Train. I'll put it there. I don't want to see Bren play Train.
Yeah, I feel like Bren will probably go for a Train. Let me get the palms out again. Hold on. I think I can see one of their palms in the thing. I'm probably Inferno. I feel like Inferno out there. Hold on. I'm channeling the spirits. Speak to me. Speak to me. Mirage. Mirage is a decider. Train, Inferno, Mirage. That's what
a god.
Spirits are telling me. Now, I don't know if that's what's actually going to happen. Maybe, I don't know if we have the veto ready to go to. And wow.
I was kind of hoping PGL just changed it just to mess with your head a little bit.
Yeah. I would like it if they gave the wrong maps to your spirits, aka hltv.org. So
whoa, accusation! Don't anger the spirits, Black. Don't anger the spirits. That's all. I'm saying.
That's true. The forums, the spirit forums can't get nasty. The men's can come for you in the middle of the night. You don't want to be dealing with that. Now, looking at the maps here, all right, Checkmate's Inferno is pretty cool. I like what they show on this map. Tom, you look at Mirage, it's a map which I feel is going to favor both the sides. This Train from Bren, though, I mean, the inner bomb side, we kept touching upon this again and again. Now, them picking into this is them feeling confident about, Train going their way against Checkmate.
I don't know why.
But okay, there we go. Don't know why. Can you answer? Maybe give me some reason?
Potentially Micro just had 2 incredibly bad maps of Train. I don't know. I don't like this team on this map. Like on the other maps we've seen them on, they've not been bad. They've at least shown some promise. But on Train, like, he was a train wreck, to excuse the pun. But it's not been a good performance from him whatsoever. Obviously, the new man on the block, who has been very hit and miss. Had the worst performance I think we've seen this whole tournament across the series, in the first series they played. And I'm not going to say he was the reason they lost, but he was the reason they lost. For Bren, obviously we're talking about this like, oh yeah, no, they've been playing all right. Right now they're bottom of the board. They haven't won a game. They've won 1 map versus Tiger, who have already then dropped a series to someone else. So Tiger aren't in the best of form. If they then lose this one, we are pretty much looking at Bren to be that bottom of the board team.
Which would be kind of unfortunate, considering for Tom, he is rooting for After to be the bottom of the board.
Yes.
But you know what? We're going to be getting the hell out of here, Dinko. I need my cup of coffee. I don't think you do. I think you might even need a caffeine pill. You can probably snort them, inject them, whatever you do with that. I'm just going to grab a cup of coffee. I'm going to sip that. But Tom, Mitch, have fun with this one. This should be a banger.
Well, while Dinko takes his rectal caffeine, we're gonna move on into this matchup, and you know, I feel like Checkmate are gonna win this one. I think relatively convincingly. You notice that Dinko and Blah have kind of just dipped out of there, right? They've just gone without giving a prediction. Typical, typical. They don't want to be thrown under the bus, but Train. Oh, checkmate 2-1's coming in the backgrounds. Okay, I appreciate it, boys. They're going to take the risk in the end. Yeah, I kind of agree. Like, the reality is, Train doesn't look great for them. I think Bren have got a chance there, sort of. But yeah, they did definitely play terribly when we previously saw them. And then when you look over towards the next two maps, I think checkmate dominates. So I'm on the checkmate train as well. What about you, Tom?
Well, yeah, they're one of the, I guess, surprises that we've seen so far. I think Techno has been someone that we've basically looked at and gone, oh, we don't know anything about this kid. And then he's probably been my favorite player so far this tournament. So that's fair enough. Rue as well has been really good. And when we saw them on Inferno yesterday, Blitz had a standout performance. So, yeah, I think this team has a solid base. And from what we've seen from the other side, as said, like Micro, other than like we saw him have a couple of good maps in their previous series, they still lost. And I wasn't overly impressed with him when it comes to train. And that's the map that they've picked into. Pro also was kind of underwhelming. And they have had tough opponents, but it's really like when we look within Asia, I think the whole tough opponent thing, unless it's Tai Lu, I'm not really giving that many teams a pass anymore because I think Vici looked kind of questionable in their first game. Even Tai Lu did to an extent, but I think they were pissing around, so I don't really count that. And then some of the other teams as well, like Invictus, it wasn't clean. Beyond, again, like ended up losing from a winning position. And Tiger, I don't really want to talk about Tiger. Like they've been so disappointing, and they came into this tournament basically telling us in an interview that their goal was to win, and they can't even be the best team within their region. So, I'm looking at now everybody and going like, okay, well, I don't think Checkmate are the best team in the tournament, but do I think they can beat Bren? Sure. Do Bren have a lot more to prove, even though they've played two tougher opponents? Yes, especially after the last RMR not quite going as well as maybe they would have liked. And yeah, I'm interested to see if they can pull something off. I think they're going to need the likes of Derek to perform very well, but realistically, we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, well, here we go on to train. The CT side is where Checkmate are going to reside. And this is a big challenge for Bren. You know, it's a map that they haven't played historically well on. They've got a terrible win rate. And when we saw them, it was atrocious. Micro really felt uncomfortable on this map, as we sort of predicted, although he looked much better when it came to Puggy maps. Honestly, if I'm looking at pound for pound, I'd probably want to go for a Mirage or a Dust 2 and really give Micro somewhere where he can thrive, as we saw him, drop like 20-something kills. He was nuts compared to his performance on these kind of maps. But this is definitely a pick which I'm scratching my head in. I think they probably wanted to bring it to somewhere where Checkmate aren't too comfortable themselves. I mean, we saw that game versus Watsai, right? 16-13, it definitely wasn't clean. I don't know if this is a wise choice overall. Not one that I'll side with. I still think Checkmate should win this map, but we'll see how things go down, as already a couple of kills have gone in. Blitz looking for more, and he's got himself a 3K. The first was very early in the round, but oh, that's a nice little position for Micro. He only gets one, a Micro impact.
Yeah, Checkmate going to take themselves the pistol. The thing as well, like even if you just look at the stats for the side of Bren, it's like they lost to Tiger on this map, they lost to Vici on this map. I can forgive those. They only just beat Sigma, and I'm going to be honest. Sigma managed to lose to the team that I think are the worst team in the whole tournament. So my expectation for Sigma could not be lower at this point. Like, yeah, you managed to lose to a team which I don't even think know how to play fundamental Counter-Strike. So that is that's one of those games where I'm like, okay, yeah, you only just beat a team that I think are dreadful on your best map. So or on your map choice, maybe not best map. That's a bit of an overstatement. But yeah, so I'm not feeling comfortable on this for Bren. That was a ridiculously aggressive attempt from Rue. I don't know why he did that, but you know, free MP9.
Well, oh my word. Techno's just swung on in and found a lot of damage, farming up the money. A nice little 3k. And although they'll manage to recover that MP9 that they were so graciously given, it is now in a 1v3. Not a very winnable position, in all honesty. Nice little farming technique by Techno. They still did lose quite a lot here, though, Tom. I mean, the sets of armor, the weapons they've lost. No, I mean, in a way, it's almost fortunate because reinvesting into longer range weapons when it comes to playing against AKs is always going to be the ideal way when you've bought that many SMGs. In all honesty, if I had to categorize the second round buy of Checkmate on a map like Train, I think that would just be brain dead. Like, that's... I hate 4 SMGs in general, but on Train, really?
Unless you've got some very specific idea, which evidently they don't. Yeah, I agree. And wow, this is already over, basically. This round is looking done. Very quick entries. Pros managed to do the damage. Oh, okay. Kaz has managed to find one. They're actually both here. There's a small opportunity. How's Hawk managed to get 2? This has become awkward, and I really don't like this. This round should have been over a long time ago. The thing is, though, Kaz basically has to win this for their money not to be screwed. So, all in all, it really doesn't matter as long as Bram win the round. But yeah, those were just clinical entries. Nothing more, nothing less. Very simple stuff. And now Kaz has to clutch.
Was versus the rifles as well that they managed to find those openings, and that's a pretty bad sign for Checkmate. Upgraded weapons falling by the wayside. Nice swing by Kaz. He's good for another. Can he get it down to the 3k though? Smoke in play. Molly up deep for pop, but the player's not in pop. Oh, this is a nice play. I did like it. He's inside the smoke, drops a flash. Oh. This could be it. Sticking it. The spray is good though. That's a shame because look at the HP of Pappy. If he could have actually forced the fight out, he could have done serious damage.
You could say that Pappy's HP was too low.
Oh, this... I don't know what I hate more. Some of these games are you. Still need to make my mind up.
How did we not think of that over the last couple of days? Such a crap on.
Well, you know, if I was to leave it to anybody to think of, it would be you.
Oh, God. I've made my morning a little bit better, at least. Well, they have forced into this one. An AWP, a rifle, and they're going to get the opening pick. How has Pro got there without anybody noticing? This is a weird one. Kaz has got an AWP. What? Oh, how did it take Pro so long to kill him? Oh, God. I thought he was going to get that second kill for a moment. Turns out that force buy is not going to work. A brute force A push is enough for Bren to take themselves a second round, but this has to be an eco, Mitch. So, Checkmate. I'm not going to be able to do anything else. I sure I'm from Micro as well, and this is what I want to see from him because they continuously pick into this map as him being like that solo B hold that doesn't seem to work at all. So, there has to be a reason, and as of yet, I haven't seen it.
Well, at least look at the 3-2 start, so if there is no reason, if there's nothing hidden, nothing surprising coming up, at least they're making it a little bit easier on themselves. When I look at Bren in these last couple of rounds, they've been punishing every mistake that Checkmate have made. So at the moment, it's definitely a good sign. Yeah. Oh, has he managed to sneak in the corner? No, he hasn't. Or peeking him, but Wits has just killed Derek. He's headshotting with the op. Well, you know, sometimes you do say peek together. They took that one a little bit too literally.
He's literally running his crosshair over his head again right now. Oh, that's his own fault. That's his own fault. Hashtag blame Derek. And now Wits has got 0 kills. What a scumbag. How dare you run into his bullet like that. Well, we've got a buy. It's not a particularly good one for the CT side. No utility, really. Just a few smokes. No kit. Why?
Well, that was the deepest shoulder peek I've ever seen in my life. He peeked both shoulders around that
He
corner.
could see the right side from there.
Yeah, literally. I don't know what the hell that was. Hawks, well, he's had his wings clipped. IV open. You have to commit another player to there. What a terrible start for Checkmate. I really don't know what the intention was on that one, especially in a round where you know they've got everything to work with. You already know Witz has got an AWP as well, right? I don't know what that was.
The thing is, what he just did, we sort of say his name like our good friend Alex Hawk.
You'll have the pleasure of casting some Asian Counter-Strike with Hulka later on.
Oh yeah.
Introduce. I can't wait to hear his breakdowns. Oh, this could be big. Could be massive by Kaz.
He's no.
Oh, never mind. Witz is just swung. Woo! All right, well, could have been big by Kaz, but it wasn't.
I want to see that. This is a nice round from Witz. Oh, we must do. We must do. I don't doubt them at this point. It's the last kill. It's his 4K.
Oh, look at. Oh my God, he's so smart. He just thinks behind me. It's like a horror movie.
Oh dear. Well, that's made some noise. Somebody should have heard that. And they did.
How aren't playing, Tom?
Ha 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 ha. What, another one? Derek got revenge. Except I don't think it was the same player.
No, it was Pappy instead of Witz.
That was too close. Like, Derek actually gets an ace in this round, but unfortunately one of them were on his team.
If they lost that after a team kill, I would have cried. I'll be honest. Laughing, definitely, but I would have cried.
Part of the plan.
Let's see.
Why do they keep running in front of each other while they're shooting? What is he doing?
Just brand things.
I'm shooting here.
So that is 2 rounds in which players have just went, I don't care about you, I want the kill, and ran in front of each other. Been an interesting turn of affairs, but somehow Bren are ahead 5-2, playing very sloppy Counter-Strike. A double op setup comes out for Checkmate. The desperation play, one that makes sense when it comes to train, is very prevalent on this map. So many long-range angles. And it's funny that Checkmate know that there's so many long-range angles on this map, so they take a double op setup, and yet they 4-bought SMGs in the second round. So it's like, you guys know what you're doing here?
Do you have to say, though, only the SMGs got kills.
Well, you know, you're not wrong. Well, then Kaz with a rifle.
They should have bought 4.
About 5, you mean?
No, because 4 is the magic number, remember?
Oh, going back to this. God damn it. So, Bran had early intention of moving to B, but they're moving back down towards Team A, and I'm presuming this is going to be a fake out and then a pull back to Pop Dog. I'm never sure, though, with these players. It looks like, yes, they are doing that. Hawk down in Pop Dog, waiting for a victim, for an opportunity to come. This is going to be a totem pole drop. It has to be. He's looked away at just the wrong moment. He's been spotted now. He's coming up, though. He sees the feed and gets them on the way down. A double for Hawk. A shutdown. Blitz him with 1. And on the back of that, Bren, 20 seconds and a 2v4. Ooh.
Yeah, they're not going for the bomb. They need to get that. Oh, dear. Are they going to hold Ivy? Oh, Pappy, that is so good. And now only 2 players remaining, both coming in on the flank. Don't clip that soundbite. It sounds bad out of context. With only 2 players remaining. Hawk, 2 HP. Gonna try and sneak in, but I don't think he's going to be able to get away with this. This is meant to be a round for Checkmate. Everything's slipping away, and he's not going to spot them down the side of the train. It's left all onto Rue, and Witz is just feeling it at the moment. He's peeking into angles. And Pappy, fantastic play.
I just love the idea that your girlfriend's just sat in another room and randomly hears like thinks that you're integrating that into your commentary now. Just oh, papi. It's like
Well, I did shout the phrase "Pappy, that's so good," which yeah. She just comes in like, "Oh, have you been cast today?" I'm like, "No, I've had the morning off."
I discovered a new website. So anyways, yeah. If someone out there would like to clip that that soundbite of Tom saying, "Oh, papi," that would be great, and just send it to me on Twitter. Would appreciate that. Could be useful for
Set
my
me up
folder.
a dating profile.
Ugh.
Now all we need is Pappy versus Wang, and we can get the greatest sound bites of all time.
The PP overdose on one of those teams is a stand-in as well.
Yeah, this has been rough. Like, this is one of those where I want to firstly say that the fake that Bren threw out might be one of the worst fakes I've ever seen. It was one guy threw out a smoke down the ramp, then they threw one flash, and then 5 seconds later threw another smoke. Like, and there were still 3 players on the B side. Like, it's one of those things where I'm kind of looking like that, and I'm like, that's really obviously a fake. Like, they push nothing off it. There's no Molotovs. Like, they're trying not to use the more important utility. But it worked, so I can't really say too much against it. And Checkmate, thus far on Train, they looked awful. Like, in that last round to lose that, it's just poor. And they're being picked apart here. Sure, there's been a few rounds where you've seen a couple of players get some like multi-frags and a few individual plays. Rue, someone I highlighted before, is currently 008, which, yeah, take that as you will. Not performing well at all. And they're just struggling. Like, it's not even good on an individual standpoint. I don't think Bren are doing anything out of the ordinary. Not anything in particularly impressive. Like, sure, you got a few smokes, a few Molotovs as they look to entry into this site, but they're just taking Angels and they're winning them. That's the match so far.
The only thing out of the ordinary that they're doing is they're trying actual strategies in a bad way. Like,
I thought you were going to say killing their own teammates, but
well, that too. But it's like oh, this is a nice bit of aggression. I like, but Blitz has gone out. He's left the control over. Doesn't want to poke too far in. Yeah, I feel like Bren typically, like, they're fake. It's much slower than normal. Their pushes out. They're not quite playing together. They're team killing. They're giving out opportunities. But Checkmate cannot capitalize on absolutely anything. Can't punish any of the mistakes. Blitz grabs one. Derek straight in for the trade. They've spotted Rue as well. He's going to jump over to the bomb site, knowing there's players down below him. But he's pretty much surrounded at this point. Wits with a pick. Micro's able to swing for free. And this is just a disaster. Checkmate. Look, Bren picked this map thing and Checkmate would be uncomfortable, and they have. It wasn't even a flick by Hawk there. He just started shooting exactly where he was aiming. Didn't worry about where his enemy was. Yeah, Bren came in. They picked this map to try and put Checkmate on ground where they didn't feel comfortable. Now, I said I didn't think it was a great idea because Bren have looked atrocious on Train. But when you've got Checkmate having a player 0 for 9 and the entirety of the team essentially unable to punish anything since that second round, who cares?
it's like even that. Like, and I like that they flashed someone in. But I think that you need to try and have a little bit more team play when you're having these aggressive pushes. Like, if there's more than one player there, you basically have to hope that the flash blinds everybody. And I think that you're kind of hoping for a little bit much. Like, go with a couple of players. Like, take some real risks. At the moment, it just seems to be trying to set up 1 or 2 people to gain something, and then, well, then we just fall back into these rounds where, considering this is basically a miniature buy, like a micro buy, there you go, a small amount of investment, you should do something a little bit different instead of just basically going, I'm going to hold in the same spot slightly more aggressively and with a worse gun and hope that that works. Like, well, it's not going to work. Also, can we point out that Bren have basically just walked into A every round? That's been the game. It's just like, hey guys, I got an idea. Is it go A? Hey, give me a minute. Yeah, go A. Just go A again. Go A. They can't stop us, so why not?
They are looking like a vastly superior team at the moment when it comes down to just results-based, at least. This is going to be a faster play to the B side. They've changed up the strategy, Tom. I didn't like you making fun of them going A every single round, and what's happening here all the way out before Techno eventually checks it? They're on the site for free, nobody can spot them. The ops are here a little bit too late. Blitz is able to at least catch one, but a double op retake. This all comes down to Rue. He's got to get on the board here. This is the time to get a kill, Rue. You can see he's hesitant. He's going to start moving as his teammates make some frags happen, and he doesn't get a thing done. With that, it's close range ops to try and make this work. A shot not connected by Blitz as the round falls away. Micro in with a double. He's last alive.
Oh.
But the flick doesn't work, and Micro 4Ks this round, saving it for Bren.
Well then. And it seems like nothing's going the way of checkmate. That's now the second round where they've had a big advantage and just let it slip away by taking individual fights. Like, that was 3 kills in the space of a few seconds, but each of them was a solo duel for Micro. And yeah, I feel like most of these positions that we're looking at right now, there is no possibility for a trade. Like pushing through a smoke. Okay, that one's just a sick shot. I can't really take any. I don't think I'm going to be looking at Hawk going, well, you should have been more aware of the headshot through the smoke. Like, can't really complain about that. But it's like that first push. Like, why are you running through a smoke with an AWP? What are you doing? Like, I get that things are going bad, but you had a good position there. Hawk managed to get a couple of kills, and that's the thing. I think he's had a few moments where it's like got them into a good position in rounds, and then somebody else has just made a silly mistake. Obviously, Rue continuing on his run of nothing. So 10 rounds T side. Now, I have seen games of Asian CS where this isn't enough. But in this case, if Bren have picked Train and they get 10 rounds T side and lose, I might have to just peace out at that point, because that would be, well, one of the worst things I've ever seen. And we're getting there with the matches that we had on day one, especially. Here we go, though. Derek, just cleaning things up. Nice and easy. There is another player here. If he manages to kill Techno without his teammate dying, I am going to laugh a little bit. Oh, no. Seems like they've spotted him together. There we go, Techno. Nice shot. I feel a bit bad for him. I don't think he's been playing particularly bad. Obviously, he's been put into the tougher position, but so far, I think he's just been playing retake. Like, it just didn't leave the server before he started this match. Just like, okay, guys, I'm playing retake A with a Deagle. I don't think this is fair. The spawns seem to have given the opposition full utility, an AWP and a load of rifles, and also there's only 2 of us. I think the server might be bugged. Also, we've got a dude who's only got 1 kill. Oh, wait, Rue got a kill. I didn't even notice. He's 1 and 12, Mitch. Moving on up.
Yep, about the same impact as if he had 0, let's be honest.
Be fair, isn't that similar to Dinko's performance in the show match?
It is almost identical to Dinko's professional career. On a good day. You said 10 rounds in, must be enough. Well, they've got 11. So I feel like that's that's even more so. Time to just end this map. Let's just move on to the next. You know, I feel bad for Checkmate. We did say 2-1 because Train obviously looks better for Bren, even though they have been weak. It's a map that we've seen Checkmate struggle versus Huatsai on. But this is ridiculous. This is beyond a struggle. This is beyond not knowing how to play the map. I mean, they are just getting rushed out of A main and wrecked. And it's not even fast rushes either. It's like 20 seconds in the round. The mollies are gone. They actually smoked down on top of the Molotov this time. Out they go, looking for a fight. Blitz needs to do something. His teammates are smoked off down towards Ivy. He can't really do a whole lot. I think Kaz might have a small angle to play off of. And indeed he does as he catches Poppy off guard, but Derek is here to trade it back. Only good for 1, though. This is a good start finally, but it's pulling all the way back for Bren. A flurry of frags and a round win with Rue having to get 4 times the kills that he's already got.
See, you set that up like you don't believe Mitch, and I think that's a bit unfair. Like, I think Rue's got this 1v3, 30 seconds. He's like, I'll be real, right? I get Satan and AWP, but 11-2, there go. You'd be like, what have you got to lose at this point? It's not like, when was the last time they won a round? Let's just have a little
Round
gander.
2, wasn't it?
Round 2, round 2. They won the pistol. Oh God, I knew it was bad, but I didn't realize it was that bad. I guess it's one of those things, you know, like there's a thing where like when people go sort of into shock and they just wipe something from their memory. Like in my mind, I was just like, oh, I know they must have won a round like a few rounds ago, right? It wasn't that long ago. Nope. It is it's 12 in a row. 12 in a row.
Ooh. Not much else to say, really, is there? This is going to be a very short post-game segment.
Yeah, like, well, Blair's going to have to do some pretty quick breakdowns of all of these rounds. Like, what went wrong for Checkmate. He's going to get out his Weatherman segment. I would love it if one day PGO actually added one of those in and just didn't tell him.
Blair, you're not going to break down this round and you just see Blair start crying. Oh.
Ow.
Two players towards the back of the site. No one's able to do anything about it. Techno gets up on a flank, and he's actually managed to drop the bomb. Smoke that. Oh, he's in danger. Oh, no. He's panicking like crazy. Trying to get out of that position. I've never seen a more awkward disengage. He's shut down. Bombs picked back up. No one was there to support him. They come around the corner right into Papi Chulo's bullets. And Tom, you jumped the gun. You said they were going to get around, but
I still believe. Rue's got this.
You have too much faith in Checkmate, I believe.
I'm not going to get rused here. Come on, boys. You got this. I believe in Checkmate. For this round. Not for the match. They're screwed. But for this round. 12-3 half. Easy. No problems. Papi Chulo? Nah. Pro? Nah. Kaz? Well, they're going to see your AWP.
Papi's got another. He's looking for 4, and this is just depressing at this point. Rue at least able to come through with 1. Can he get himself up to 4 kills on the end of the half? No! Of course he can. 13-2. Checkmate. This is the worst game of Train I've ever seen. What has happened to a team that we came in? They're top of the scoreboard right now. Top of the entire tournament. Obviously, very few teams have played 2 games, but still, they beat Tiger. And you can come in and tell me they're not comfortable on this map. I absolutely agree. That's why we said 2-1 in favor of Checkmate in the end. But this is abysmal.
Yeah. I do also love the fact that Kaz, when he was hiding in pot, did it with the AWP facing, so they could 100% see it. Like, oh my god, Papi's been insane this game.
I mean, the game's already over, right? I don't care about the pistol round. I don't care about anything anymore. The game is over. It's 13-2. You're on the CT side now, the map you picked. If Bren loses this, we kick him from the tournament.
Oh, micro! Ooh, he didn't get shot. Still hasn't been shot. He's taken 0 damage. Hey, he took damage. Wow, I'm celebrating. Wow, that's depressing. I'm celebrating him taking what, 36 damage when he wide peaked the whole team.
Yep, that's where we're at right now, Tom. I think, you know, massive props to Brent. I think they've come in. They're firing on all cylinders. These players are dominating these fights. But Jesus, that ADR is sad. That is actually sad.
That's the smallest bar I've ever seen. He needs to purchase some PP overdrive, and then maybe he'll start playing a little bit better. Of course, the player for the roster, not anything else. If you thought of anything else, you're the sick one, not me.
You want him to buy a player from the roster?
Yes.
You sick bastard.
Oh,
Well, I mean, yeah, this is GG's in chat, boys. Let's get on to the next map. Hawk's not able to do much, and well, you know, I can't just highlight Rue. We can't just say he's been terrible. He has been terrible, but we can't just say he's been terrible. The whole team of Checkmate have been atrocious. I don't know what the decision making is coming into this. The reason I say that I don't care that they're uncomfortable on this map is because we've seen them in 4v2s push 1 by 1.
hurrah, hurrah.
Exactly. That has nothing to do with the map. That's not, oh, I don't know how to hold A. No, if you push into them, into T-spawn, one at a time, that's on you, bro. On any map. They can make a brand new map right now. You do that, that's nothing to do with the map. That's your team and your decision making.
Well, yeah, no, a lot of it, I'll be honest. Wait, what?
He ran down ramp, and he just managed to make it out to sight while there was a play aggressively in upper. Interesting.
Okay. Yeah. I still don't think they're going to win this round, but hey, that's a small consolation prize. They're going back to A. They had B, and they're going back to A. They got to face off against Big Pappy, who's, wow, he's just been destroying them this entire game. They are going to be getting the bomb down, and they've actually got quite a lot of positions to retake here. Rifle also picked up for Blitz, who, well, he's not had his game today, but he's definitely been, I would say, the best of a bad bunch. Well, retake begins. Quite a lot of time already gone on the clock. We're down to just 20 seconds left. Blitz is going to open things up onto Pappy. However, the trade's already starting to come back in. Oh, the peak from Hawk is too much. It's left onto Kaz. They need to get someone on this bomb, and it is over. Done. Easy peasy. I don't know. That was like someone just walked in and just threw the board on the floor at the beginning of the game. There was no chance for Checkmate to even get into this one. Yeah, I'm honestly, I'm looking forward to Dinko giving us a deep analytical breakdown of everything that he think went right for Checkmate.
Nothing. And well, it was just a terrible round. Yeah. Map, should I say? But yeah, Checkmate coming into that clearly just got outmatched completely. I really don't know what has happened to this team, because they surely have enough individuals that they could have been able to win a couple of more rounds. They should have done that at least. But Bren, he showed up to another level, and I have to say, Wits was the most fun to watch this entire map so far. He only got a couple of rounds, but this round was just filthy. I was sitting on the sofa watching this, just seeing this flick, and it's ridiculous. What a round from Wits. What a big performance. And Micro, it's a good little confidence builder as well, right? Because we talk about him being so quiet, having some abysmal performances here on train, and not really getting going for Brad. He had a couple of moments yesterday, but this is the perfect confidence building series. If this can continue into the second map, which I don't believe it will to the same extent, but they're looking really good right now, Bren. And I can't see a world in which they lose this series if they perform like this in the second map, and if Checkmate perform like this going into the second map, because they look so rough.
This might be the first time in the Perfect World Asia League summer and fall where a team have won 16 rounds in a row to close the series out. It was 2-0 for Checkmate to start things off, and Bren just speed running the map. I don't know who to pick from the side of Bren. Look at a kill spread. Look at a kill spread. 17
MVP is Bren
as a top fragger and 15 as a bottom frag. MVP, I don't know. I don't know
Bren.
which way he does.
Yeah, can we just bring up a picture of their whole roster?
Yeah, that's exactly it. Exactly. Wits also had the other team kill. This one round we got the 4K, but they were actually looking a little rough, but Derek pulled it off. I mean, that was one of the scary rounds where Checkmate actually nearly won with the lower tier buy, just the pistols. But Derek shows up, gets that 4K, and also kills his own teammate in the process. But yeah, I think honestly, I'll probably give the MVP to Wits. Personally, I just feel like he had so many important rounds to set the pace early on and set the tone of the game. I think that was incredibly important. And while he does get the MVP.
Especially the shot of the player towards teammate. That was just pure filth.
Disgusting.
Well, Look, here's the thing, right? Bren answered back in style. They didn't say anything in public, nothing. They just like replied. They're like, hey, you know what? We're gonna show you why we picked Train. Well, that was just a complete stop, not much to break down. But heading into, and also for Checkmate, I feel like individually everyone seemed to be seemed to have had a very slow start to the day here today. But going into Inferno, that's a map pick coming in from the side of Checkmate, a map where they beat Tiger yesterday, 16-12, Tom. So, I don't know. Okay, Mitch, I won't give this one to you. You just went full raspberry mode on me.
Yeah, I don't care. Like, there's no way you can be the best team on Inferno that we've seen so far. Checkmate are trash today. Like, that was terrible. Every decision they made was just ridiculous. Like,
Maybe they
turned
just
off.
don't like playing Train at all.
No. I'm not taking that as an excuse. They 4v2 pushed into T-spawn one at a time. No, it doesn't matter if you don't like Train. You don't do that. That was stupid. If they come in playing like that, any sort of look, the upside is Wits is going to be on a bit of a handicap with it being Inferno. The problem is Checkmate seemed to have come into the day with a bit of a handicap, being just completely turned off. So I don't really know what I can say positively for them. I said they'd win this 2-1. I think we all did. We all agreed that this was Checkmate, but they just lost 16 rounds in a row. The most convincing map of the tournament so far, and yeah, just nah, they've let me down.
As if you've just said that.
we're just a map in, Mitch. We're just one map in. We still have a lot of maps remaining. That was the fastest map we've had all tournament long, and probably even taking into account PAL Summer. Like, that's how brutal that was, brutal of a beatdown that was. Will this be the fastest series ever, though? We're going to be finding that out after a very quick break.
You know what? It is early in the morning, and normally I'd be in bed, but maybe you might as well be if Checkmate come into this map with the same prowess and power as they did in the previous, which would be 0. Just set it all to 0 because they were flat as a pancake. 16 rounds in a row, Tom, they lost. We have not seen that so far in this tournament. This is the most one-sided. Thinking back, I think the most one-sided map we've had was 16-7 up until now. And if they didn't win that pistol, it would have been 16-0.
I'll be honest, I think Tyloo should bang out some teams better than that. But yeah, realistically, this is that was abysmal. Like, that just looked like a team who I think even saying not knowing how to play Train is an understatement. They didn't look like they knew how to play Counter-Strike. Like, that was even just bare basic fundamentals were not there. Like, I think it got to a point where, as well as we had, they had just given up. So I'm hoping we'll see them come in. Like, obviously, first map of the day. I'm trying to think of an excuse that works, but there really isn't one. And going into Inferno, at least it's their map choice now. So, and unless it really is just one of those days where we're not going to see anything from them, and maybe we overestimated them. The only thing that's kind of weird is like how bad a Tiger then. if they lost to this. Like, what's going on with Tiger? The other thing, though, is didn't Tiger then beat Bren? So how bad a Bren? It's just it's the circle of bad Counter-Strike from these three teams where you can't tell anything about who's going to win the next map because, well, one team's beat the other who's about to beat the other, and it makes no sense.
So, here's the thing. Yes, Tiger lost to this team. They did not lose to what we just saw, though. Checkmate have come in with the brain switched off. They're playing a completely different brand of Counter-Strike, and it is not one you want to buy. It's like when you go down to the cheap shop and they don't have the actual brands, but they have ones that kind of look similar, and I have no idea what that is, but
Google it. Google Crossfire, and you'll know what I mean.
Oh yeah, okay. Don't say that in this region. I know what you're talking about now. But yeah, we have you have a brand that looks eerily similar to the one that you normally buy. Like, so much so you're kind of like, that should be a lawsuit. And then you like bring it home, you try it, and it just tastes terrible. That's what Checkmate just was. Yes, the players were called the same thing. Their names were the same as what we'd seen before, but they were off brand. That's for damn sure.
Do you ever get those adverts for like Counter-Strike Mobile that's just made by some guy in like his basement, and you can like they've even stolen like the skins. Like they've taken the skins from the game. Like you can get like the M4 Howl and stuff, but it's like it's Counter-Strike, but it's not Counter-Strike, and I imagine it runs like absolute arse. I get those adverts every once in a while. I'm just like, no, I don't want to play this game. And it happens. I think a lot of games have that. Like, didn't PUBG get ripped off by PUBG? Oh wait, no, that is actually PUBG.
That's a better version of PUBG. Actually, the best thing that I've ever done, honestly, while we're just waiting for the game to start, there's a VR game called Pavlov. Whoa, what's going on here? These guys are Saiyans. They're floating in the air. What's this about? We're gonna get some Hadoukens out in a minute. So it's unreal. But yeah, there's a game called Pavlov. So it's a VR game, and it's basically like it's similar to Counter-Strike in a way. And there's actually there's emulators of all these maps: Inferno, Mirage, Nuke, every single map up to date that you can play competitively 5v5. And it's unreal to actually walk around Mirage or around Inferno and see everything and have to actually shoot people. It's a lot of fun. If you guys have VR, give that a try.
It makes me feel dizzy. I get really bad motion sickness when I put on a VR headset.
Yeah.
Like, I think I tried like Harry has one, and I tried it at his, and I was the worst at it ever because I was like, oh my god, I feel awful. And I still remember also once when like VR was first becoming a thing, me and him were in Poland, and they had one with that roller coaster game, and he goes, yeah, give it a go, laughs at me as I almost fall over because obviously you're going down a roller coaster while standing up, which is stupid. And then I go, oh, you have a go, and he's like, no, I don't want to look like an idiot. Like, I see how it is. I see how it is. Laugh at me looking like an idiot, and then just chicken out. So Yeah, I'm watching you, Harry, even though you're not awake right now. But still.
Well, I think it also depends on the headset. Is the other thing, whether you're going to feel motion sick or not. I think the older ones definitely do make you.
I don't want to
much
spend
more
that much
queasy.
money to find out.
Yeah, well, exactly. If you're ever in Ireland, you can give the Index a shot. It's brilliant. But
Be like Fearoth and come to an Irish Lion. I don't want to be absorbed as Irish, so you know.
It'll become Irish.
The 8th Irish I have is enough.
Oh, look, we've got a push coming in towards the B site. Checkmate, giving it a good old country try, and at least one kill going to be found for them as Wits came on through the smoke. Not able to get a whole lot done. A retake now set to be mounted by Brian.
Oh, we'll see if it's going to be a different story. No, that's actually ridiculous from Blitz. He just peeked out with a CZ and just absolutely ruined 2 players on Banana. Not the easiest thing in the world to do. And, well, that pistol was very easy for Checkmate. Great start from them. Good to see a little bit of a resurgence. Of course, you do have to bear in mind that they did win 2 rounds in the last map, and they were the first 2, so I'm not going to get too carried away. And Brent are going to force back into this one. Look to try and do the damage here. I want to see those CZ shots, because I feel like the second one was somewhat filthy. Yeah, it was a nice shot.
A decent connection for him. You know, the thing is, when I look at the Checkmate side, as you said, you know, they did win previously just the first 2 rounds, and then it all kind of fell apart from there. So I'm not going to come in with a lot of faith that this is the resurgence of the lineup just yet. You're going to have to see a lot more from them before that happens. And, you know, starting us out immediately, already the Deagles are answering back for 1 kill. There's the force buy for Brennan, and it's understandable. You know, a lot of teams are going to go in for that force buy in this kind of situation because you just get a lot of value on Inferno for those weaker weapons. There's so many close-range duels to take. And, I mean, already the payoff is there. The question is, how much more can they get done?
Well, you'd always make it a 16-1, Blair. Always make it a 16-1. They've got to be careful not to let this slip away. This is all rifles as well. It's not even like they invested into some SMGs and things have got a little bit wrong. This is all rifles, and it is falling apart. Who has the rifles here? This is a few pistols. Pros now found another one with the 1D. Gets left all onto Hawk. A 1v4 turn 3. They don't need to peek him, but they will. And that looked so easy. They've retrieved 2 AKs and a Galil, Mitch.
Well, I will say I'm very glad that I didn't come in here with the faith that this would be a different checkmate, because they've immediately let me down, if that's how I was approaching this one. What a terrible second round, and just an overall atrocious performance by this team to start things off. They're leaving a lot to be desired. That's for damn sure. Like, how you give so much space to the Deagles, like, I get it, right? You lose the opening duel, that's fine. But from there, gotta be playing together. You gotta be trying to trade. Okay. Hello. Nice push by Techno. I like it, but no one was there to support them. Molly's cut them off.
They've still got to be careful not to let this round slip away. It can go one way, it can go straight back the other. As trying to lurk around. Happy waiting patiently. Ambitious. He hit the shot, and I'd be incredibly impressed, but, you know. We're going to see the smoke actually going deep into Banana. This might be just to give Micro a little bit of extra space. Or maybe that was to bait them into thinking they're about to try and retake Banana after already technically having it. Flashbang going to be coming through. This is a good chance for Micro to just farm up. Nice shot from Kaz. Hasn't even realized he's actually picked up a Galil already. So they are going to have a couple of rifles going into this scenario. The rotation is actually coming from behind. Pappy actually shooting off some shots, so they're going to know he's here. I'm not sure what that was about, but it has somewhat given an individual due to Pro instead, as Rue decided he was going to try and be the hero, and Pro, why? Why?
They just want to give the opportunities away, evidently. This is an odd scenario. back and forth we go. It seems like there is just not going to be a clear-cut winner. At least starting things out. No one able to convert those second rounds. The Deagles reigning supreme, and it is a depressing scenario, I'll be honest, Tom. Like, the decision-making from Checkmate was terrible in the previous map. But then coming into this one...
doing? And what is this peak?
I mean,
like, you know that there's
Pappy.
no way that, like, your teammate can trade that at all. Like, why would you wide swing that?
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Pappy's death was... It was odd, but it's unfortunate. It's just one of those things that happen. For Pro, though, it was a question of...
No, but
doing?
I'd give you that for Pappy's kill if he wasn't already shooting at the bottom of Banana. That's what I don't understand. Like, they were already past the wall. So the only reason he was shooting is so they knew he was there. Why would you want that? You're the flanker. I don't understand. Like, by fluke, it separated the two players. But even still, like, that was just a free kill for no reason when you're in a 3v2. It's just so peculiar. They played that round super weird. They've still got the entry here, of course. That's how you shoulder peek, for anybody wondering after seeing it attempted in the last game.
Attempted, exactly. That is the correct way to put it, because I don't know what that was from Hawk over in Ivy to start us off in the previous.
This makes me feel very uncomfortable. Okay, there we go. Just gonna fall back. They do the boost over the top. This has to be checked for. Should be pre-fired. If anything, it's not. They kill him. How? How do you not? That's the most common spot in the whole game. It's the most common spot in the...
And when it was smoked off and you didn't see anybody on site as well, the player's gone for the first kill and you just completely ignore it. It is wild. Checkmate. Again. Not able to win out that second round in a row. This is...
They have 5 alive.
Just terrible.
5.
It's just terrible. It really is.
They got 0 kills. Honestly, like, nothing makes me more mad than people not checking that boost. Because it's played in every round where there's a weak buy. And even rounds where there's not. They missed the smoke. They missed it by
There's
miles.
a massive gap as well, yeah.
This is an awful round. This makes me feel sick. Ah. Oh, dear Lord.
One of these
Same
positions.
again. Exact same again.
Oh, no, there's a wide
please.
peek this time. Micro's just continuing to regress. He's picked up an AK. He's swinging right into the Deagles. 2 of them just taken down. It looks like no one wants to string rounds together. No one was rotating there either after they'd already spotted so many players in Banana. What's going on? Checkmate have got the site. They're planting the bomb, and this is just ludicrous levels of Counter-Strike. As Brand are going to look to get right back in there. They've got kits to play with. Don't run through the smoke by yourself, Pappy! Why is there no support? Where is everyone else? They're hiding behind smokes, Tom! They're literally hiding behind smokes. Then he pushes through by himself. Just quit the server. Just get out of here. What are you doing? This is not Counter-Strike. This is not matchmaking. Tom, what the fiddlesticks is going on? You got a Mac 10, pushes through the smoke. As soon as I saw him step into that smoke, I thought, don't, come on. Push with him. Push together. Nope. Nope, no, I'm going to go by myself. Then our next player is going to go in. It's like we're playing strat roulette, for God's sake.
I think I've worked it out. It's Inferno. No one in Asia can play Inferno. That's what I've learned.
If you replace Inferno with Counter-Strike in that statement, you're close to being correct. From what we're seeing right now, this is just, that was horrendous. That was absolutely horrendous. If I was a coach for this team, I'd call a pause now just so I could scream in their face. Not words. Just so I would call a pause. They'd be like, "Hey coach, well, what do we do?" I just, "Ah!" That's all I'd do for 30 seconds, and then they'd go back to playing. That's literally it. That's the only thing you could say.
Oh, that scream was too real. That got me.
That's how I feel right now.
Your girlfriend's probably just think you've been attacked.
She was asleep in the other room, I think is the key part.
No. They've not even bought. They've not even bought. They've not even bought. Mitch, they've not even bought.
I'm done. I don't want to watch this anymore.
Mitch, they've not bought. Mitch, they didn't buy.
It's all right. They're gonna push through the smoke one at a time now. Watch. I can feel. Oh well, actually, there's no more smokes left. Pro's the only one with one, so there won't be smokes for them to push through. So never mind. They're just gonna wide swing there. That's all right. USPs, Glock out. Not gonna work. The timing was a little bit off there on the banana play, but it's fine. It's acceptable at this point. You know, usually I would give critique on that kind of thing. If I was an analyst for someone, I'd be sat here, you know, going, oh well, you know, you could probably go a little bit earlier. No, but here I'm gonna just say, yeah, well done. You pushed sort of together, and that's fine. That's good enough for me.
They didn't check the boost again. They didn't check the boost again. It's the same boost. He'd hit that while jumping. They didn't even buy. I'm actually this is stress within the workplace. Like, these are situations which I don't think I should be allowed to be in. These have been the worst 6 rounds I've ever watched. In consecutive order. Like, there has been nothing good about these rounds. Now, Bren, in this round, okay, the aggression in mid, maybe a little bit much, but I like that you've taken some banana control. Done something normal. This is my happy place. We're seeing some normal things. You're gonna win this round, Mitch? Back. Reality. Yeah.
Oh, there goes gravity.
Please, bro. Just kill him. Just kill them all. Kill them all. Okay, you got... No, why did you peek?
No, well, you know what? That peek was actually fine because he was trying to trade Pro. I'm fine with that. Ruse just wrecked them. This is okay. It's... Oh, God. Wits gets techno. Rue on 6 health. No nades to play with. There's a molly at
So
least.
they've landed the deep smoke, but they can't hit the close one.
They've also peeked before the deep smoke popped, which was just ridiculously stupid. Hawk's in a nice position. 1v3, though. It's going to be a rough one. It's going to be a tough one. It's going to be hard to actually get anything done. They've smoked him off. They have an idea of where he could be. They've cleared out the rest of these positions. Molly into the back side. They know Dark is clear. Hawk's giving it away.
Okay.
And no kill for his troubles. The time is ticking. And Wits, well, he's out wide. He's actually in a position where he can be taken down by himself. But luckily, he hits the shots. They win it. And so we're now in a position where Bren have at least managed to chain a few together.
Let's go, Bren. It was not perfect, but it was better. I'm happy with that. I'll take that over what we've seen previously. Like, that was really nice spray control from Rue, but then this was... I still, like, the thing that's weird to me is how they've managed to, like, miss the close smoke, but then they go for that one. Like... Oh, okay. Rue's feeling it a lot more than the last map. They're back on the pistols, which, as we've seen so far, have been the better of the weaponry. Aggressive peek out from Kaz. Trying to find a trade, but never really got anything done.
I'm just waiting. I'm waiting for the Deagles to start hitting headies. Gonna happen. I know it's gonna happen, and that's... I'm okay with it. I've reached inner peace now, Tom. Nothing could upset me anymore. It's well, Derek's going forward with a USP out. I take it back. Some things can't upset me. This is Wits swinging in with an AK. He's at least got the rifle in his hands. He's gonna actually look for a fight.
The bomb's
with
down.
Real weapon. That was the bomb. Of course it was. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. It's okay. It's okay. Smoke. Yeah. Peek up above. Happy's here to support. This is okay. And Hawk's getting wrecked in the door. Good. Good. Why did Derek peek with a USB?
Why did they white peek with the bomb?
That too. You know what? I as I said, I'm at inner peace. Nothing can upset me. It's
Yeah,
okay.
nothing. No, this is stupid, but no, not upset. Normal.
Yeah, it's all okay. It's all okay. Woosa.
I think I'm gonna. I need to start. Like, there's a song from Scrubs which when I used to get high levels of anxiety, I used to like hum to myself, and it goes, "It's going to be okay. That's what's going to happen. It's going to be okay." I just think I need to just continuously just sing that in my head, because yeah, this has been more stressful than most things in my life. Wits, gonna start things off. It seems like Bren ain't wait, where's one sec. Bren, touch wood, have stabilized things.
You're too hopeful, Tom. You're too hopeful. You know, inner peace means realistic goals, realistic approach to reality. And I know that Checkmate are going to lose this round, come in with pistols and win the next. I know it's going to happen, and it's fine. It's okay, Tom. We just have to accept the world as it is. I accept you as you are, Tom. I accept this game as it is. That's a wide swing by Pappy. Kaz easily able to take the kill. With that, focus into the B side. It's a good decision by Checkmate because you've got that rotate underway from Wits. They've dragged it out after that opening pick, and this is going to be heavy presence in towards Micro. The question is, can they hit their smoke? Can they actually smoke off CT? If they can, they could be in for a decent time. The smoke on the molly allows them to push through, but Micro is waiting on the other side. Good position by Wits. That was really well shut down by Bran. I love that.
Love you, Bren.
Well handled. Yeah, let's appreciate that round, because that was actually good Counter-Strike from both teams. Like, Checkmate made good decisions. They found the opening kill on long. Okay, it was on the back of a flash that didn't hit because Kaz was tucked in the corner. Everything about that round was actually normal. This was Counter-Strike. Congratulations, guys! You did it. And please keep doing it, because this is what annoys me. We know they're capable of actually playing CS properly, and then they push into sites one at a time through smokes. It's like, what's going on? Well, where's the other team from a few minutes ago?
Oh, Wits again. He's been someone who's been very, very good. Like, although we've had some madness, Micro as well, having a much better performance than what we saw previously. So there's some positive sides for Bren. I honestly don't believe that they deserve to be like right at the bottom of the board at the moment, like near it at least, with a couple of losses. I think they played much better than what we expected of them, and I think that's being proven today as Checkmate have I don't know what happened. Okay, they get the kills. That was a nice cleanup of Banana. I thought that was going to go wrong because there was a player in the corner, but they managed to get away with it. Kaz, now the only one left. One sec. I think they're going to win an Antico round.
Just gotta go for it again. I mean, yeah, the touching of the wood seems to be working, so let's keep it up. It was an aggressive play though, and it's one that I can easily see us, if a couple of shots were hit by those deagles, sitting on the other side going, what the hell did they push Banana? Why did they take close range fights versus pistols? And I think we'd be perfectly justified in asking those questions. In this instance, I feel like they have won the round. At least they should have won the round. Yep. That nade confirms it. But it was not necessarily a good play. It just happened to work out. And that is the distinct difference. Just because something worked out does not mean that it was good.
Oh, 7-3. Feeling better. T side. I'm going to be buying into this one. They've got themselves decent utility. Not bringing in the AWP, but not really overly surprising. Okay, a bit of spice being added into the mix, although Pro gave up on that. I think he saw someone jump into the corner. Now, Techno's been able to probe through a few times, and they've been caught out on Banana with the aggression. They've passed each other in the smoke. What?
Well, that's an interesting turn of affairs.
I've never seen this before. I've never seen this before.
Techno's calming that it's cleared. Now, at least he should be able to get a trade on this. Oh, he's gone back out to clear it.
Hello?
He thinks something's up. Easy kill. And Techno's like, hey, I've got beat. Aggressive deep smoke. That's gone way too deep and did nothing. But okay. There was an attempt. Or / there was an attempt.
There we go.
There's the second one.
They didn't need to use much utility. That is a... I'm just going to put that down to bad luck for Wits. Like, someone walks through a smoke. Oh, they put down a third smoke. Seems a little bit premature, but I guess it's going to burn down enough of the clock that it won't really matter. Counter utility. Oh, another smoke. 4 smokes within the space of about 15 seconds. But, you know. They do know how long smokes last, right?
I don't know, but it doesn't seem to matter. I won't attempt to try and get inside the heads of these players, Tom, to figure out what they do and don't know, because that is a scary road I don't wish to travel down. I'll be honest. I'm happy staying well away from that. And, you know, looking at the current position, 4 rounds for checkmate, I guess if we just forget the context of how we got here, because I don't even want to try and assess that. But it's decent, right? Their T side is building up nicely. I think if they keep this current ratio, they'll be happy enough closing out the half. Brendan definitely looked a little bit better. You can see Wits. Oh, that's a smoke again. His biggest enemy as he peeks in, and Techno's already above it, easily able to take that frag and put it into a 4 versus 5. Nice kill by Derek, though. They were looking to push into the A site, but with that kill, it gets a little bit harder. They have no control over the apartments anymore.
Oh, it's still going in this way. Ooh, I don't know if Derek actually meant to fall off that. I don't think he's going to know how close they are. Kaz with the entry onto him, and this might just have to be a save. CT side do have some extra money, but realistically, they've already lost this round, so it is going to be a 5th, just off a few individual peaks coming out from checkmate. They're managing to steal a couple of rounds away. Of course, the money's still going to be very good, but I think for Wits at this point, I would just play more passively. I get that, like, obviously you want to try and be a bit more proactive, especially on the AWP, but realistically, either they need to set him up as a team, which they haven't done, or just have him sit passive. Because let's be real, the takes, the actual executions from checkmate have been some of the worst we've ever seen. So I wouldn't really be against just sitting back and waiting for them to have to push.
Tom, I'm going to say confidently that they have missed their smoke on CT more times than they've hit it. And even when they hit it, they don't check above the smoke for the player. That is always boosted there. So, yeah, I think I'd agree. Their executes have been dog awful, but somehow they're in this position where they've got 5 rounds on the board.
Classic phrase, dog awful.
That's a thing in Ireland. You gonna say that?
Is it?
Yeah.
It sounds like a bad detective. Like, you know when it's like one of those kids shows where it's like for example, Top Cat. It's like, no, dog awful.
All right, okay. No, it's a fairly ordinary phrase in
See, I
in
was
Ireland.
just thinking that you wanted to say something else big that also starts with dog.
Well, yeah, I would also say that, but I think Bly used up our PG-13 swear words, and he's probably going to do it later on as well. So we'll just we'll leave that one for Bly. At the moment, and Brent have got a fairly passive hold. They've like nobody towards long. It's a way back in CT hold from Papi Chulo's smoked off now, so these players are able to easily split into the site. I don't know why they conceded so much control, but they're hitting their shots straight away. Hawk drops down. No, and Pro, he can't escape the clutches of Techno. I don't know what Papi Chulo was doing, getting aggressive in that smoke. And on the back of that, it's now a 2v3.
Yeah, the finances say save, but you're now letting checkmate get into a very good position. The last few rounds, they've been successful on their entries, but I do feel like a lot of this comes down to Bren's positioning just not being very good. Also, I'm going back to my broken record of before, as Kaz he's just killed himself. Okay, well, he's 1G'd. And will that be enough? Wait, was Wits? Oh, Wits actually killed the guy in pit. He's got a good chance here. He's got to get onto this kill, though. Oh, it's unlucky. Techno with the hold again. They tried their best to lose that round, but unfortunately, Techno was just too good. So they are going to get their 6th. Money still going to be enough for the CT side anyway. I'm not actually sure how Kaz managed to kill himself there. Did he throw flames at his own feet?
I don't know. I mean, overall, Checkmate did not deserve 6 rounds. I feel like Brand have made a lot of mistakes to give this back over to them. I feel like both teams have made a lot of mistakes. Let's be honest. It's one of these games where if I had to tell you who deserves to win, I'd say neither team. If it was possible that they both take a loss on this map, I think that would be the way to go. But sadly, that isn't how we structure tournaments. That should be like an Asian specific. Look at the coordination. The time they needed to coordinate who ran through a door. Oh, that summarizes this game. That perfectly. It took them 10 seconds to walk through a doorway. After you. No, you. No, you. IGL. Hey, which one of us should go first? Which one?
Can we get the coach in?
Okay, bring the coach in. Ah! Go through the door! That was hilarious. I've never seen such a struggle with such a basic task. Oh, okay. Trade at least by Pappy. Close to another. But it didn't look like it's happening.
Back to Banana they go. Techno's entries on B have actually been very good. And again, we look at the stand-in being, at least in my eyes, hands down the best player. That's the thing that actually terrifies me a little bit about Checkmate, is that this guy wasn't meant to be here. So either that means that they're just actively trying a lot to set him up, which I don't think is true. I think a lot of the time he's taking individual intuition to actually get into good spots. Or just their team before was even worse, which I don't want to think about that. And it's a shame, because in the first couple of games, I was actually quite impressed with how they were playing. But today, it looks like just they got 5 random dudes to stand in. Kaz with a pretty ambitious attempt to get out of apartments. And now Pro is just wrecking them with the AWP. We've seen a lot of failed double AWP setups, but this one seems to be working relatively well. He's going to run in. And he is going to find the kill onto Techno. So an 8th round, Bomb Plant will help out at least with the finances of Checkmate to make sure they do have a purchase. And yeah, half won by Bren, which, well, I guess that's fair. I think that they've been the better team, excluding the first 6 rounds.
I think no matter what, we have to exclude the first 6 rounds for sure. It is, though, a situation where for Bren, it's been this a couple of rounds that really caught them off guard, like Wits especially towards Banana. They lost 2 of their buy rounds because of him getting just pushed through a smoke, which was random as hell, and then peeking in when a good position was being held by Techno. And if it wasn't for Techno's entries in towards Banana, they would be screwed. Like, Checkmate would be on 4 rounds at the moment at most. He's been a massive reason that this team's been able to do nearly as much as they have, and he's the stand-in. That's the surprising thing. Like, to me, Techno is one of the most valuable assets that Checkmate has going for them. This is great. Wits baiting them out completely. Swing by Derek. So much damage. He's running out of ammo and gets shut down from behind. And after that, it's a 2v2. It was a great setup on short, but things just fell apart in the late round.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised that went so bad. I guess it's because all he really did was trade. Like, I think if he was a few seconds or like a second earlier on his peak, he saves his teammate, and then this is a very different scenario. Instead, we get into this 2v2 situation, AKs across every single player, a small amount of utility. They try and just tank the bullets, and I can't see Pro winning this one now. An 8-7 half. Oh, right, really? And we're going to go into the second one. Pro, Wits playing relatively well. We've seen some atrocities. And, yeah, well, hopefully the second half does not start the same way.
Well, one can only hope. The position for Bren, 8-7 on T, going onto your T side, it's not favorable, that's for sure. I think for them, they really want to be picking up that pistol round, because Checkmate have got a lot of progress. Now, that's if we're going by conventional rules, which means that this map is obviously going to be fairly CT-sided, but when we look at the rules of the region. That is not the case. It is actually often the T side where teams pick up a lot of the rounds. This is a very aggressive push, and Hawk not able to find anything. Techno continued on forward, and this is a massacre. One kill eventually for Blitz, but it's all he's able to muster. And Bren walk out of that one smelling the roses. They didn't even have to do anything, Tom. They just waited.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised at how clean that was. I don't necessarily hate the idea. I think you see a lot of teams attempt these sort of pistol rounds every once in a while. Was quite disjointed though. Like you had one player push, then the next, then one tried to drop down into the underpass, and then yeah, the other one was still at top mid. So it seems like a similar thing to what I saw in China when I was there, where they've sort of taken things from Europe but not quite done them properly. So, for example, they had like a zebra crossing with traffic lights, but people just ignored them. So, like, you'd go to cross the road and they just keep driving. It didn't mean anything. So, the only way I worked out how to cross the road was what you do is you stand behind a local and then they play chicken with the cars. And they just have no fear. Also, for on a side note, in China, mopeds are allowed on the pavement, which is the most terrifying thing, especially because they're all battery powered, so they don't make any sound.
Oh no.
So someone will just go behind you and then just beep their horn as loud as possible, like, what are you doing on the pavement? It's like, where am I meant to stand? Where am I meant to be? Yeah, China's definitely a place that I think people should visit, but it's scary
Not
at
right
times.
now.
Yeah, probably not. You shouldn't really visit anywhere right now, in all honesty. Stay at home. When you're not at home, wear a mask. Be sensible people. No, it's not the government trying to suppress you, because that doesn't make any sense. I do, although this is obviously wildly off topic, I do find it hilarious that people think that the government are trying to monitor you at all times, but then also simultaneously telling you to wear a mask.
Yeah.
How can those things? How can those two things coincide?
And like, why they're saying that it's them trying to? I heard some people saying it's the government trying to control you, right? So what does that achieve for anybody?
I really think that they look good with half of their face covered. So
the only thing that it could benefit is if someone in government had massive shares in the PPE.
Oh, I was
industry.
just gonna say maybe if they have some sort of kink.
That too, I suppose. Like, wouldn't it be cool if everyone was wearing masks? Oh yeah, healthy, hygienic. What if everyone washed their hands too? Oh yes. But that is yeah, it's odd. I think
This isn't a
the
replay,
reality
by the way.
is
We're seeing the same round twice.
yeah, pretty much. I think the reality is some people are just bored and they want something to believe in, to fight for. It's like, oh, the government are evil and this, that, the other. It's like, just whatever. And get an Xbox. They're really
Or a
cheap now.
PlayStation.
Or a PlayStation.
Other options are available. Or a Nintendo Switch.
There you go. We can sit here all day, but find something to do. Get a crossword. I don't know. Occupy yourself. But it is genuinely a thing, right? People search for meaning in life, and I guess if you go 30, 35 years without finding anyone that cares about you or any meaning in life, you're going to just
Then you become
go,
a flat
"Hey."
earther.
Exactly. You're going to be like, oh, the whole world is a lie. No, this is why no one loves you.
Oh, Jesus. That got so dark.
Oh, chunky, little bit of damage. Couple of tickles coming Kaz's way. I like the movement. I like the position above the smoke, but unfortunately no rewards are awaiting him as Bran are moving in towards the A side. But I say no rewards. Well, it's like he's not getting any financial rewards, let's say, by getting the kills, but he's getting spiritual rewards, knowing that Banana's clear. It allows the 4-man stack to come into play over towards the A site for the CT side. The only downside is he is so low, holding solo B, that if he got swung and one shot connected, they lost the B site. But luckily, that's not a concern with how aggressive he is, because he can at least get that info very early on. That's why they're so comfortable with this 4-man stack.
Oh. Fast play in and fast play out. Very, very quick. Nice crossfire. And not a single player lost. That's exactly what you want when you come into your CT side. You finally get on the buy. Of course, like the way that Bren played the last few rounds have been with Mac 10s. So this was all just a farming exercise. Make as much money as humanly possible in a round like this is likely to go wrong, especially when you end up forcing into a stack. So not going to take too much away from that one. And now getting into their buy round, they've been the better team by, well, by a margin, if anything. Now we need to see some sort of change. We got Kaz onto the AWP. They've got a bit of cash in reserve. We're going to see a lot of utility being expended. Looked like Wits was going to hit that shot, but it's not quite to be. Kaz trying to spot if anybody is aggressing. Now they're still going to go pushing over towards this A site. Now, if they've learned anything from last round is if there's an AWP on Banana, that probably means there's 4 players on A. But they still look like they're just going to push straight into this stack.
As they drop by Micro, he's good for 1, but traded out immediately. And I do feel like at the moment, Brand are feeling very two-dimensional. They're not taking control across the map, but just straight pushing into sites. It seems to be working, but Blitz, he's come in from the side. It's a hard position to find more than one from, but he's able to do so. Unfortunately, over towards the, I think it was Library, Rue was taken down. He's been deleted through the smoke, and so Kaz is in this 1v2. Difficult position to pull back into. 30 seconds, he's smoked off and has an AWP on the retake.
He's saving here, right? There's no way he's still going for this. He's just wasted like 20 seconds just walking around.
Absolutely must be.
What was that flash?
Just to exhibit paranoia.
There's so many things in this game where I genuinely, I don't know if there's like some, like when you said you were speaking to Mixwell and it's like he gave you some next level, like in-depth strategy that I just don't understand. But just watching that, I'm like, what were you even trying to do there? Was he expecting there to be someone in mid?
I can't answer it. I honestly can't. I have no idea. I have genuinely no idea what the intention was in this one. I do feel like, you know, sometimes there is obviously other things going on. It depends on the information that they've got as well. There's so much that can be happening behind the scenes, but a lot of the time it does just look questionable in this region, at least from these teams. Now, 12-8, 4 rounds between them. Bren, they got away with murder in that previous round. I think they did push into a decent stack. Checkmate had the positions. Great flash there. Kaz able to support his teammate and get Blitz that opening duel. That's what I like to see. You know, it's not just aimless aggression like we've seen a couple of times, Tom. It's actually calculated, it's coordinated, and it's well executed.
Re-aggressing here. He's definitely heard that. You're gonna flash through. Your favorite, Mitch?
Yeah, well, you know what? The previous flash was great. That one blinded his teammate and got him killed. So maybe not the best. Yeah, I've seen better flashes. Oh, Kaz has missed the shot. Oh, so is Rue. And what a disaster for Checkmate. It was a 4. It was a 5v4. Yeah, absolutely. You can't take that away from him. But the fact is, you're on that bomb site. You get nothing done. You're not peeking together either. The player's able to push all the way over to Coffins. And the player backside hasn't peeked him. Hasn't seen him. Hasn't communicated that. What's happening, man? It was messy.
Well, it has not gone great. The other thing as well is, like, I don't necessarily mind those sort of aggressive plays down Banana, like with the flashes, but he did already have a man advantage. Like, I feel like those plays are for early rounds, or maybe potentially if you're in a losing situation. When you're in a winning situation, you really don't need to do that. And now that's more like nitpicking more than anything else. But like, it was, yeah, there was a very high chance of that play going wrong. So I don't think it was necessary at all. Come on, checkmate. Slipping now.
The chances of the play going wrong were about the same as they always were. The problem is, well, actually, probably more so because they'd gone into A, killed one, and then there was no presence, nothing at all. Has pulled off that angle very early. Like, it was like a half commit towards the peak. Again, like a half commit towards the peak. Are you peeking or not? Make your mind up. Instead, he's 30 HP for literally no reason. That's wild. But yeah, the play down banana, it's like, okay, look, the risk, I'd say, was decent anyways, but it's the reward. Like, what? You want an extra man advantage? It's not really worth it, is it? To potentially give back a 4v4, weaken your B defense. Not worth it at all. So I think that was, it was reckless. I definitely agree. And in this instance, again, I feel like Kaz has made mistakes, but he's rotating to the B site, and this definitely isn't a mistake. As he gets here, there's now a 3-man stack. These guys are in position and ready to go. As Bren bets a run right into this op, and provided Kaz doesn't just pull off this angle immediately, he should. Oh, he shot right between them.
Oh, they've got a good crossfire here. Techno again. This youngster has been thriving on this B-site defense, and it's left all onto Wits. Low on HP. Shouldn't really have a chance here. Techno just threw his gun.
Yep.
Oh, he's going for a simple fake flash. And he's actually going to get the kill with the FAMAS. Oh, we've already got an AWP. Money's actually not that great for the T side. Like, it's enough, for sure, for this round. They have to give Derek a gun, but a lot of these have been fairly close. Like, they've not been able to build up much finances at all. 13-9. Not going to want to lose this round. This would really be a way back into the game for Checkmate. And of course, with Bren winning the first map, they might be about to finally get themselves onto the board when it comes to actual points. Molotov goes in. I love that smoke. Something we see quite regularly now that allows for the peak without the danger of burning. They're actually going to take full banana control. Now, this is something that I really want to see Bren learn from. The second they've seen an AWP atop banana, that means there's been no one on B. Now, granted, the last time they pushed into the 4-man stack, they did actually manage to win. I'm kind of hoping that they just pick apart Kaz here, and then that should pretty much be the round over. Maybe needing another flash. Oh, that doesn't matter. He's just not hitting anything at the moment.
And he's dead. Utility coming through, a blitzkrieg of nades, and he has gone out of this round straight away. Derek, he's looking for a player in apartments. They're coming on through, but he swings wide, and a second player is awaiting him. That's the kind of aggression we want from Checkmate. Going together, committing towards it. They get the reward for it. Now, 4v4 and a push through CT. They didn't check Techno, but he's whiffed the shots. And a solitary player on B sits down. It's Rue. He's not had the best of series. This guy has been finding it hard to hit those shots, and he's mollied out. He's going to have to get something done here. Down to 37, 1 kill at least, but it might not be enough. Fails to take down Micro. Blitz coming in, the spam, right onto his tippy toes, takes him down to 10 HP, and then takes down Wits afterwards. This is huge. This is Checkmate right back in with an opportunity, a chance to get this round on the board and keep themselves alive. Blitz wants to go through that smoke, but he thinks better of it. I like it. We're learning here, Checkmate. This is what it's all about. Flash over to CT, swing wide for sight. No, they don't swing off the flash, but eventually Blitz gets one anyways. And it's just down to Pro. He's got to hold off. Blitz has already got 3, but he's low because of it. And they're not peeking together. This is an easy 1v1 fight. And now he hears the other player, knows exactly where Hawk is. A big mistake by Checkmate in the final seconds of the round as Bren pick up a 14th. And Checkmate look flat. Look at the buy. The money is going to be low as can be. And really, I want to see an eco come through, but that means we're talking map and series point for Bren in that instance.
It started all right, and Blitz having a very, very good round, but Pros was just slightly better, I guess. A 1v2 clutch, and as you said, like, this was super disjointed. No chance for a trade. Now the money, actually for both teams, is kind of dog. We're not going to see much from either side. Kaz saving for an AWP in the next round. while the rest of the team are fully invested. So they'll have something into the next, but it's not going to be anything pretty. They need to try and steal this one away. And, well, Kaz with a little bit of a risky play, but it works out for him this time.
Just this once, it's worked out, but there we go again. Okay, blitz in with another. That's a massive positive, although Wits pulls it back. They are still with a man disadvantage. Those weapons are going to be retrieved as well as the take comes in towards the B site. The bomb is still in T-spawn, though. And the players are dying on site. This is a very disjointed round from Bren, not something we see all too often. That was a joke, by the way. We do. We do see it.
The thing is, as well, their economy's still in the dirt. So, as I said, this would be a big round to lose. They're going to end up with a 2v2 on this site. And we have seen both of these players have pretty incredible matches. Both over 20. Pro clutching out the last round. He's going to manage to wrap around Arch Control. And there's no information here. Both sets of CTs are dedicated to their solo site. And this could be an easy clear. Is he going to check the corner? He will. That's one. The pit is where the remainder is. Pappy finds the other. This has now slipped back into a 2v2, an advantage firmly in the hands of Bren.
How this round has spiraled out of control, I do not know. Techno. Oh, he's peeking us before his teammates even up in the apartments. Again, I just want to see you go together. The trade at least found through nothing but sheer luck, but they don't know where Pappy is. And as he comes into the site, Kaz has got a rough one jumping around. What a pre-fire. A great job done. And he's got this defuse as well, just about closing it out. Checkmate. Well, that round was basically theirs, and they almost threw it away. But in the end, the final hour, the final second, in fact, the defuse is caught.
Oh, by the looks of it, they're still going to reinvest into this one. Now, Kaz was already saving for an AWP, so that might be a bit of a surprise for the T's. But yeah, a few like individual duels here that lets things slip. It is surprising that that's still almost managed. That came down to a 1v1 from a 2v4. Again, Kaz peeks mid, misses. No surprise. It's become the norm. Oh, okay.
It's those.
He needs to not be able to see them for it to work out. This is, of course, just a hero AK. The rest of the team have saved, and oh, this has gone very well for the CT side. Blitz has just farmed up some cash. He's now going to get to the big 2-0. Now 14-11. It's still not out of the realms of possibilities. And actually, Pro's AK buy has kind of left them in a bit of an awkward spot here. They still don't really have the best buy in the world.
Recalculating. That's what they should have been saying after he said he could buy an AK. Pulling out the sat-nav and the calculator. Because they couldn't quite afford it. He's on a Galila. It's not the worst in the world to have. But it feels like he started... Well, this is aggression by Blitz. He's living up to his name. He finds one, but he needs a little bit more in this position. The wide swing, not quite going to work out, but Kaz is there for the trade. And really, in terms of early round starts, that's fine. 4 versus 3. Have I just seen Rue run through a molly? I think so. He took a lick of damage running right into it. Wanted a peek wide, maybe thought it was going to fade a second earlier. But either way, he's holding control now. That's a very wide jump. And he gets punished for it. Why?
The funny thing is, and this is what really tickles me, he didn't need to jump to see past that angle.
No.
He was swinging wide enough that it didn't matter. That's so mental. That you only jump. I can't believe this is a phrase coming out of my mouth. You're only jumping to see over the wall. If you walk around the wall, you don't need to jump.
I just saw the first one. I was like, okay, maybe he whiffed it. Like, that was a wide jump. And then he does it again. It's like, what are you doing? One of those days. Just one of those days. They get wrecked on the retake, and I feel like that's one of the scenarios where you go, hey, Rue, are you good to solo hold banana? Yeah? He's like, yeah, I got this. You sure you know what you're doing, yeah? Yeah, I got this, bro. Because I usually solo, but just this round, you got this, yeah? Yeah, I got this, bro.
He was
And
so-
he does that.
I don't know. I feel like it's another one of those things of like the cheap knockoff version where you've just like you've seen something and you've gone, I could make that. It's like, can you? It's like, yeah.
We already have a solo bee holder at home.
It's like when you see those like budget Ralph Lauren's and the guy's just like made the horse giant, and you're like, yeah, it doesn't really look like the original. It's like, what do you mean? It's a man riding a horse. So it looks the same. It's like, yeah, but we're trying to sell this to rip people off, mate. Like
The
you can't
aftershave.
you can't just. Well, no, the clothing line.
They're like the the fake aftershaves they sell on the markets,
Oh,
and then
God.
there was one they sold here one Christmas, and it made your skin burn, like break
Oh
out in a
my
rash.
god! What?
Yeah. It was like like
Didn't
a
test
market
it.
stall. It was just on the street in the city center.
Oh.
Someone was selling them, and they
Rue. Okay. Hey, Rue looks like he's back, and what a slaughter. They get to 15, and then the attempted rush B just... Wow. It's a very quick round. We've seen a couple of those. The faster plays either seem to work magically for Bren, or it ends like that, where Blitz, again, just getting a multi-frag. I feel like he's been the one sort of shining light for this checkmate roster, like really having a good couple of rounds. Obviously, it was a very risky peak, but great lineup, great spray down. And now, well, we're left with some, I was going to say with just some Glocks, but then Derek has bought a Deagle, even though he doesn't have enough money to buy in the next round. But, you know, we'll see. Maybe he's going to get 3 kills with the Deagle and it will be worth it.
I don't know about that one. Oh, Kaz really not having a good time. That nade, though, not too shallow. Not going to do anything. Just bounces off the wood pile. If a brand new round like this can work out decently, can really do some damage, just like some fake aftershave can. I think the thing about that was it was branded as well. Like, it wasn't actually branded, but they'd like faked it on the boxes. And so, but like, I think I walked past it or heard about it that it was €10 for like a, I don't know, I don't know what brand it was supposed to be, but no, but like, usually it would be like €40 or something. It was 10 from some random dude on the street. It's like, well, maybe, just maybe, it's not legit, small chance here. Yeah, people bought it and then it burned them. They had massive burn.
Dear Lord. It is mental what people will do to make money.
Yeah. Like the thing is oh yeah, the people tried to go to the brand and be like, people tried to go to the brand and say, oh, your aftershave burnt me. It's like, where'd you buy it? Some dude on the street. Like, maybe it wasn't ours.
Do you know
Like,
Seamus? It's like, what?
Paddy? Paddy? Yeah, he runs a table.
He has this market down the road.
Does he run a store? Like, no, it's a table. It's a table in the middle of the street. It's like, huh.
He even has
You
his
mean
own
that's
tent.
not official? It's not official? What? He had an umbrella. Keep him dry. What's happening? I don't understand.
He'd even drawn on it in felt tip pen. It must be legit. They still don't have enough money to actually buy. Like, the investments of the last round still make this awkward. It looks like we're going the distance unless something happens in this round. Hawk, he's run through a Molotov. I can only assume that's theirs unless the T's did just invest some extra money into the Molotov. They have bought some nades here. In fact, that's the majority of what they bought. I wouldn't mind seeing another apps explosion. Again, we're going to have this 4-man stack eventually form. And that's the problem. Like, if you're going to go for these faster plays, like, they're allowing too much time for the setup to actually come in. So unless they're going to switch this up towards B, this is, again, going to be a very, very rough round for the side of Brent. Blitz in a good position. Techno on the crossfire. There should be absolutely no way they get away with anything in this round. And we're going to see the smoke thrown over to try and section off the pit. Counter mollies being expended, but it actually gets caught out by the smoke, so they aren't going to be able to push when they desire. Oh, never mind, it went behind it. Pappy about to try and lead this charge. Pre-fire already coming in. Easy first kill for Blitz. He does get overwhelmed, and Wits has somehow got 2. This should not be possible, but somehow they should be able to get an afterplant position if Derek even, forgot the D, always do, manages to get out of the pit.
They faked out the plant, but they're going to commit to it eventually. And it's these rifles to see exactly what they can get done with it.
Ooh,
Wits at least have an armor, right? So even these pistols aren't going to be able to capitalize all too much on getting back in here. It's going to have to be the op shots, really, to have any form of advantage, and they're being cautious. Plenty of time. Good connection onto Wits. He's now low HP. The pistol trying to finish him off. Derek, good for 1. This man's been phenomenal. And 1 HP. What a wall bang! Kaz coming in with the play of the game. Keeping Checkmate alive with 1 health. It was looking surely to be over. And that's going to be a frustrating round to lose for Bren. They had that on lockdown.
Oh, the pressure truly now on. The comeback looking real. Nice couple of shots coming out from Kaz as well. This second one was just filth. Had to guess. He actually moves into the position. Oh. That's so unlucky. Like, if he just stayed where he was, it would have been absolutely fine. Well, the T's, they've got to buy this time, but what we found so far is that a lot of the time this hasn't actually mattered too much. They haven't been able to do anything over the last few rounds, and I wouldn't mind seeing them going for some sort of A execution once again. And they are actually going to pick up the pace a little bit here. Look to try and catch them off guard with the timing. Through they go. Rue has slightly slowed them down with the Molotov, but they're just going to continue this push forward. Counter flashes coming in, and the rotation is already here. So much damage being done to this T side, but no one falling just yet. Wits, he actually gets the opener. But again, there's now so many low players. They know there's a man in this corner, or should do at least. They saw a nade come from there. It's all fallen apart. It's left onto Derek. But he's brought it back into a 1 versus 2. Should expect players around this corner. They're both in a crossfire. There should be no way he gets out of this. He's not going to check the angle, and eventually it will be 15-15. Overtime on the cards. An 8-7 half either way. And I think Brand are going to be absolutely kicking themselves here. They should have closed it.
Yeah, this should have been their map. If this goes to a 3rd, I think Checkmate are back up there. Going to be feeling massively confident after mounting that comeback. There's a long road to go before that comes into play. We're here for Trash OT. That is $10,000, meaning that saving is an option. And it makes things much harder for the CT side. And not only is it an option, it's almost a requisite, right? Like if the first round isn't really going your way, it's like a 2v3. You'll see saves come in sometimes. And is that what overtime is for? No, absolutely not. But some people think it is. Shout out Valve. That's why we're here for $10,000. And we're going to see these teams investing into... I mean, the one upside is that you won't see, like, double op setups every round. But, I mean, it's Inferno, so you won't see that anyways. Bren. They got the weight of the world on their shoulders, really, don't they? This ain't going to be an easy game for them. They've made this one pretty difficult. Here we come. Blitzing out of spawn. Looking for some openings. I want to see Kaz. I want to see his early game approach. It's quite passive this time, actually. He's moving into the apartments, in fact. We haven't seen this all too often from him. He usually likes to go for those mid peaks, right, or move over towards Banana. Got a lot of utility in play, so they use that to lock down Banana and leave Techno this time to hold B by himself. They don't trust Rue anymore. I'm not surprised. Push. Oh my god.
He almost got 2 there. Instead, he ends up with nothing. Well, I guess a heavy tag onto Pappy, who has been one of the better players. I can't believe that not once have they capitalized off this 4-1. Like, I don't think... Like, we see the 4-1 happen quite regularly in Counter-Strike, but this is ridiculous. Like, Especially with the fact that, again, it's just the stand-in, the youngster solo on that side of the map. Again, more damage, just risky peaks being taken, but Blitz has been so good. And they're coming down to 35 seconds on the clock, Mitch. I have a feeling they're just going to try and run into one of these sites again with seconds on the clock.
Looks like it. Well, with 25 seconds, there's not much option. They've got to just blitz in. They've caused a rotate at least over towards the B site. Opening by Pro as they push in Kaz. He's still waiting here with Wits and Poppy so low, but Wits is able to take down Rue. Now things get a little bit dangerous for the Opper, who's shut down. And yes, it's going to be a retake with two of these players low, but there's only Techno left. And as we said, this is where saves come into play. If this was 16 KOT, he would 100% go for this, but because it's 10k, he'll save the weapon, and so we get a very boring 30 seconds. I almost want to have Techno play this one out, right? Go for a 1v4. Now, obviously, they're hunting him because they know he's saving, right? It changes the... When you're in this kind of OT, it changes the play completely. But I would love to see a comparison. So... after this, we get Techno, we put him on Banana, 1v4, and see how it goes, right? We commentate that as if it's the live round, and then we show it to Valve and say, which one do you prefer? And it's like one guy sat in a corner for 40 seconds, and then it's like, he's going in, he's going for the shot, and maybe he wins it. Maybe they get the round, it's a sick 1v4. It's like, which one of these is better? So I'll tell you which one I like. Especially because it's overtime. The whole point is that you've already played the economy game. You've already done all that sort of stuff. Now it's like, who's got, like, show me everything. I want you to go for every retake. I want you to go for every execute. Like, no matter what, I want to see you try and pull out these sick plays, because that's what overtime is for.
Well, the thing I hate more about it is not even just that mentality. It's that they can be around where they have pistols. I just think it's stupid. Like, it's 100%. Like... We've already watched that. Like, that's happened. Let's get everybody on the buys. Let's take out that economy aspect and just put it down to who's the better team when everything is in play.
Yep.
So
exactly. Every round execute. Every round you've got full utility to try. If you're CT side, take aggressive control. Do whatever you want with it. If you're T side, execute.
You know what's weird?
What?
So bear in mind they had a 4-1 and they still went A and they lost. So the change they've made was second player on B. I do wonder what some of the decisions made by Checkmate. They're very interesting. By interesting, I mean wrong. But nonetheless, it's slightly easier, I guess. Less people here. Happy Chulo is going to burn fairly low. But, well, this should have been a save. And now Techno's going to have to do that. Just try and run away with the orb. They're going to hunt him. They have got enough money to buy for a few rounds, and they only need to buy for one more. But yeah, they haven't been going B. So for Checkmate to then make the decision, okay, we're going to take Banana, but we're going to send extra personnel there, when literally the reason that Techno died last round was because he was trying to rotate in. Like, it's a bit of an odd one, but hey, that's pretty much what we talk about when we talk about this game so far. Well, I mean, looking at it, he might actually be able to get away with this. There's a lot of players pushing in his direction. They should just be running and spraying him.
All right. I'll take it. Also, massive shout out to the boys over on Checkmate for being really smart. Now, why I say that, if we could just see the T's coming out of spawn, if I can make a request to the observer, because I haven't actually consciously checked it, but I'm pretty sure, well, yeah, straight away I know definitely they have different skins, right? That's stupid. That's just fundamentally stupid to have different agent skins. You see Checkmate have all got the same one. What that means is if you see two guys who look the exact same on B, it tells you nothing. But let's say, for example, you know that white skin and purple skin, obviously it's not purple skin, but you know what I mean, are on B every round. And then one round, you see green skin there. Well, now you know something's different, because that's a different player. You can't change your skins. So now maybe they're stacking the site, or maybe that's a solo holder, maybe it's whatever it is. It gives you information. Now, depending on what team it is and where you've seen Greenskin play, etc., you'll know what's happening, but you don't need to give that info away for free. Usually they'll get that info when you get a kill, but now you're giving it to them just when they see you for a split second. That is stupid. You don't need to do that. That was the thing I said when agent skins came out. If I saw a team play with different agent skins, I would hate them. And I hate you, Bren, for doing that. Why have you done it? They're winning, but it's something that, you know, potentially puts them in a disadvantage.
Oh, it looks like we might finally get a play into the B site. It has been very eccentric so far. Smoke's gone down relatively late. Is this all a bait? So, they didn't defend A with 4 players. They didn't defend A with 3 players. But can Checkmate defend A with 2 players? Here we go. Hawk's going to kick things off with a spray down through the smoke, but he's been wrecked on the way back. It's left to Blitz to try and hold on. Kaz has been caught on the rotation, and Blitz will go down as well. It's left, and you guessed it, onto Techno. And the answer to the age-old question was no.
I love that WWE type announcement. They couldn't do it. It's like a trailer for a movie. This summer, on the A site, 2 men will try to hold down where others have failed, where they have failed with backup before. Can they do it this time? Of course not.
They needed 5. That was it.
Probably 6 at that point, to be honest, mate. Yeah, so that's 18 rounds for Bren. And they are just wasting our time by making us watch in overtime. Why didn't they just close it out in regulation? Noob team. What the hell? No, this is, it's been a really good performance. I think their OT, Kaz. I think their OT has looked a whole lot better. Bro, he can't go anywhere, man. He's being mollied. He runs back. He gets upped. Unlucky start. And with that, man disadvantage in such an important round. Bren have really woken up in this OT. They've realized this game was theirs. They threw it away. And now they're here to take what's theirs.
Techno was one of the shining lights. Didn't really have much to do in the first half, mainly because they always went one direction. Pappy, though, well, he's just destroyed them. Hawk somehow manages to get 2 back. But he needs an ace. He needs to kill everybody. No, please. Please, this car. Thank you, Pappy. Thank you very much. It is done. Bren have 2-0'd this series. Checkmate. They did not have a good performance, and Bren eventually capitalized on it. Couldn't hold the A site. And, well, I'll be honest. I think that we need to bring in the mighty Blair and the devilsome Dinko, as we are going to be breaking this one down. A magic match, and I don't want to talk anymore.
Well, thank you, Tom. Yeah, coming this matchup, Bren, it's a very, very convincing performance on map number 1. A little bit quieter and a few more mistakes on map number 2, but they get over the line. They really wake up at overtime, like Mitch said, and get the rounds on the board when it matters. But I feel like Bren probably would have wanted to win this a little bit cleaner. But, you know, Checkmate looked pretty good on Inferno yesterday, but I don't know where that team's gone. It feels like a completely different roster, right? They're all misfiring. Maybe we're just having a bad day. But, yeah, this isn't the Checkmate we've seen over the past couple of days, and it's slightly disappointing.
It's not just Checkmate. I have to agree with Mitch when he mentioned earlier where neither of these 2 teams deserve to win this map. Yeah. It was terrible. Like the final round, it's a 1v4, right? And look at everyone just peeking unnecessarily. And for a moment there, I'm like, okay, 1v5? You could have pulled that off. If you got the kill on the guy who was running away from mid, suddenly it's a 1v1, it's anyone's round, it's anyone's map. It's just ridiculous, some of the plays that Bren were going for. And it's atrocious for me in particular, because you look at them on train and they were just steamrolling Checkmate, and they were making the same number of mistakes. Yes, a little bit less than what Checkmate did, but come on, guys, it's Inferno. This map's been around for, like, different iterations of map have been around for longer than some of these players have been alive on this planet, for crying out loud. So you're supposed to know how to play. This was a great shot from Kaz. Kudos to him. Great clutch. Incredible. I feel like that's a moment of the day. But apart from that, this is probably, I have to agree with Tom and Mitch. This first 6 rounds in particular, some of the worst approach to team-based Counter-Strike that I have personally ever had to say. I enjoyed watching it just to listen to the two of them lose their shit, but holy Christ, that was atrocious. Pro gets 33 kills. I didn't even notice that. I didn't even notice Pro getting 33, and I believe he should be the MVP. But looking at the silver lining, Tom, Bren actually, they managed to get a point on board, and I feel like it's deserved.
They've deserved it.
Not for this map, but
No.
overall, they played great.
They were definitely better in this series. There are a few players I did notice it during the game that Pro was having a relatively good match, especially with the secondary AWP, which, as we've seen, I have harped on pretty much all secondary AWPers we've seen throughout this tournament so far because they've sucked. So to see one that finally did well, a lot of opening kills, multi-kill rounds, like he had a very, very good match. So to be fair to Bren, like I don't think they were as bad, but there were still some moments in that first half that literally made me want to punch a hole through my monitor just so that I didn't have to watch this game anymore. Because like some of the decision making was just awful. And I've said it in many other series, but if you made those mistakes versus Tyloo, you're gonna get punished, and then they'll wreck you for it. And it's like the only reason they won this game was because their opponent was making so many mistakes that it was impossible for them to lose. And that's just that's not really the way you want to be getting your first win on the board.
I mean, just to quote Stunner when he was talking about the FaZe and Nip matchup yesterday, Mitch, when he said, these two teams are trying to play to show who's worse. And what happened to Checkmate there? Like, what the hell happened? We were praising them, saying, oh my God, they look like an actual team. Yeah, they don't have the star power necessarily. Of course, they have Technofoke. But whatever happened to the team-based approach we saw from them in the first couple of games? Like, what was this from them in Inferno? And even Train?
Yeah, it was. I mean, look, Train was... That was something else. That was not them. It was quick, at least. They had the courtesy that if they weren't going to play good Counter-Strike, they didn't make us watch it for too long. That courtesy didn't extend to Inferno for either of these teams, unfortunately. They made up for it there, I guess. But what surprised me the most was in some of these rounds, it felt like Checkmate kind of... They didn't have any sort of memory of what had happened previously. Like, we would see them come into it, and they fail to hold down the A site, so they stack up B. It's like, but that's not the problem. We had instances where players were... I mean, I don't know if he caught it, the jump by Rue when he was jump spotting down Banana. It's like,
the video
what the hell is going on? Like, it is just... There were so many decisions in this game that I was sat there going, it just doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm watching a matchmaking demo.
Yeah, they don't really understand how to not feed, right? They give a lot of kills away, a lot of advantages. Like they make so many decisions that just give away their lives needlessly. And I feel like that's pretty common in pretty much every team in this region, even the likes of Tyloo. The fact is, when we looked at PAL last time around in summer, we looked at a statistic of Tyloo in terms of how many rounds they can turn around and win off the back of losing the initial player. And it's a crazy statistic. And that's the fact that Tyloo are just so good at being individual players that they can show up even in 4 versus 5. But it kind of shows that every team in this region, maybe bar Vici, they give away too many needless kills, right? They just give away their lives too often. And I think it just needs tightened up a little bit. Not a bit, a lot.
Yeah.
A lot. Well, coming up next, since you brought up Tyloo, Dinka, we have Tyloo playing, and that's going to be the next game of the day. It was a kind of a quick affair, so we might have a little bit of a, not really a prolonged break, but a longer break than usual. And then coming up next, it's going to be Beyond, who had a very close affair against Invictus yesterday, and they're going to be taking on the champions of the region, the Red Dragon, Tyloo, and that's coming up after a break.
Coming up next. I used to have this dream, flying through the stars, flying past rich, undiscovered worlds, impossible wonders that leave me lying awake, breathless. And in this dream, I hear this voice calling my name. When I turn to look, I used to have this dream.
Welcome back, everyone. Day 4 of Perfect World Asia League 2020, the fall edition continues. And of course, we have a second matchup lined up for you people, wonderful people tuning in here. My name is Blair, and joining me on this wonderful journey is going to be the ever so lovely Tom, Mitch, and Dinko. And right now, gentlemen, the first game, it was a quick affair. A very different affair from what we saw yesterday with some very, very long games. But now heading into game number 2, Tom, it's Ty Lue, right? We've seen him play once, I think only once so far. They looked kind of shaky still. You know, they just have the individual firepower to take that win away against from After Gaming. And now they're going to be facing off against a team who almost beat Invictus yesterday. It is going to be, of course, the Thai side of Beyond Esports, who are by far the best team from Southeast Asia. But let's be real. I mean, it's Ty Lue, but what sort of Ty Lue are we going to be seeing today here?
Yeah, see, I would go down that route normally, but then I decided that I'd have a look at the head-to-head statistics between these two teams, and I was like,
18-1.
Yeah, there's not really much point doing that, is there? They've taken, and that's maps, by the way. That's not even series. So they took a map against them in July 2019, so last year. Since then, they have not taken a single map. So I'm not really feeling too good for them. The last time they played, it wasn't particularly close, and I don't think there's really anywhere they can take this where it's going to be like an easy road. So realistically, unless Ty Lue, the other thing as well is, it's unless Ty Lue played like they did versus After and it doesn't work. And those are such caveats that I just don't think are going to happen. Like, they were having fun, they were being silly, they were running through smokes, they were fighting every single afterplant situation, even if they were in a 4v2 and throwing some of them away. And then when it came down to it, they just closed out the match. So I don't think they took the last match too seriously. I think knowing that Beyond are obviously a team that could challenge them, they're going to be a little bit more structured and probably still have some fun with it. And Beyond struggled to beat, or they didn't beat Invictus, so I don't really see them having a chance against the Kings of China.
The Kings of China. And Mitch, I mean, that's a problem with Tyloo, right? Even if they're playing fundamentally wrong Counter-Strike, the individuals, it's like a hammer. There's no finesse in the way this team approaches Counter-Strike. It's just going to be stomping all over you. And to counter that, for Beyond, they need everyone to step up. And the name who's going to be on our lips here today, it's going to be Olivia. He had a pretty good showing yesterday. He was just popping off in a losing effort. Now, if he doesn't step up here today, I feel like just a foregone conclusion, right?
Yeah, pretty much. You know, Olivia was one of the main players definitely on every single map. When it came to Dust 2, I think we saw them, or Inferno, excuse me, we saw them struggle a little bit more over on the Olivia side, as you kind of expected, but it was Mayrolds and KNTZ that were able to step up and take the mantle in that regard. Realistically, when it comes to beating a team like Tyloo, what you need are individuals. This team has them, but my favor for Beyond comes down to the tactical side of Counter-Strike. And I feel like when they play against Tyloo, they have the better, I suppose, structured play. But Tyloo, as you said, they've just got those individuals, and they also catch Beyond. You can't even say they catch them off guard because they play against each other quite a lot. But the reality is, when they play against them, it feels like stylistically Beyond should be beating them because they have that patient play and they're able to wait for it. But then Tyloo push through a smoke, get 3 kills, and you're like, oh, okay, that doesn't make sense, but here we are.
Here we are, and of course we want to talk a bit about the maps as well. And Dinko, when it comes to maps, the one map where Beyond are clearly better than Tyloo on is Nuke, and Tyloo have recently have been floating Nuke, not been banning it out in the first phase, right? But honestly, let's be real here. I think Tyloo's going to ban out Nuke, and after that, where do Beyond go? Like, what map are you going to be feeling comfortable on against Tyloo?
None of the maps are comfortable against Tyloo, but it's the scenario where
that's true.
It is true. But when they go to Mirage, that's their second best map, right? And it's the map they'd love to play, and probably one of the best teams in Asia on it. But when you go up against Tyloo, we've seen already they're just way better than Beyond on this map. So yeah, I think their map pool kind of shapes up pretty poorly in terms of their best map that they're able to play against Tyloo is Mirage, which just so happens to be a map that Tyloo stomp everybody on. And then the other map where Beyond would actually have the edge and maybe even take it is Nuke, and that's the permaban of Tyloo in these scenarios. So yeah, I'm feeling a little bit rough right now for Beyond. I don't think there's anywhere they can take it right now where it feels comfortable, but we'll probably see Mirage. We'll probably see a bit of Inferno in here. I think generally we're just going to see the same maps come in. So either Mirage, Inferno, and Overpass. That just seems to be the only maps these two teams ever play against each other.
Definitely haven't already seen the maps.
I'm going to contact the spirits. I have the
It's
spirits.
Let's not waste the time.
I promise I didn't do
we
a
have the
Mitch.
vetoes already. We're not going to put up this facade anymore. Let's take a look
It's
at the vetoes.
interesting.
I think it's there.
Yeah,
I think it's there. I don't want to see where this one goes.
So that's something that we have not seen them play against each other for a long time. That was the so you know when we were talking about they're taking the map in that series, they did actually take Overpass versus against them and then lost Train anyway. So it's been a long time since we've seen these two teams play Train, all the way back to July last year. So maybe a bit of a pocket pick that they're trying to come in with, but realistically,
this
I
is
don't know
a
how well it's
problem.
going to work.
This is the problem, though, and I'm going to give this one to Mitch, because Mitch, actually, no, I believe the game's about to go live here, so we're just going to be jumping quickly. But you know what? Quick predictions. I want to actually go all the way to maps. Do you think, let's be real, we're all expecting Tyloo to win here. Mitch, do you expect it's going to go to map number 3? Do you think it's going to go the way to Inferno? Do you think they can take Train?
No, I think you got to side with Tyloo on this one, really. They've just got the individuals. I think it's 2-0.
2-0. Okay, Tom?
Same. 2-0.
All right, that's pretty very quick predictions. And Dink, I'm just going to give this one to you. Which way do you think this one's going to go? Tell me, Matt. Give me some hope here.
All right.
Tell me it's going to go to Inferno.
What?
No?
It's not. I definitely see a world in which Train is closer, though. We see Tyloo looking a little bit rough on this back in PAL. They definitely have a couple of mistakes. I think somebody's aggression in towards Ivy is really fun to watch. So if Beyond can handle that, that's something they can work with. But if not, then somebody's just going to keep putting his boot to their throat, and that's not going to end well. for the Southeast Asian side. I think when you take a look at Trent overall, Tyler, this is one of the maps they can feel a little bit uncomfortable on, but they're still good enough to get the win.
Well, let's see what happens here. We're going to be jumping straight into the game. So, Tom, Mitch, get out of here. We'll catch you boys later on. And it's going to be now Dinko and myself.
It looks
Hi,
like one
Tom.
of those, those big inflatable things they have in those
Still around.
infomercials. Yeah.
Oh, there we go. He's gone.
There we go. Yeah, I think coming into this series, Black, you'd be mental to predict Beyond. Look at statistics. They haven't won a map since last year in July. We're over a year since they won a map against Tyloo. It's just
Different
not,
lineups, though.
Yeah, true. And, well, they've never won with this one. That paints an even worse picture, blah. So there we go. There's zero hope. Well, KTZ taking down somebody. It's going to be a push on in. Dan King will take a headshot a second as well. Mayrol's going down, and this is just so confident.
Jesus.
Okay, blah. Yeah, I think we're pretty confident in my prediction right now. But KTZ, he's found himself 3 kills, and there's a chance here to make this round competitive. Olivia, he has no idea. Summer will be going down, and now slowly, he's usually a player that has good performances here on train. We'll see if he can step up. A big recovery there from KTZ, and he's delivered a chance here to Beyond. In fact, you're having the advantage, and there's the headshot. KTZ, 4 into the pistol round, blood. What a performance.
What a recovery. I really like the initial aggression coming out from SDK there, but then Tyloo, they're like, all right, we're going to get pinched. We're going to get pinched on this outer yard area with players coming up from IV as well. So Dan King doing what he does best, walking out through the smoke, 2 quick headshots, helped out by Attacker, but then KNTZ, the hero of the hour. And yeah, I got to say, for Beyond, this train pick, it is a little bit of a surprise. I honestly felt it would be Overpass that'd come out, to be very real. I thought Tyloo, I still feel Tyloo's Overpass. We haven't really seen too much of it. I don't think that as well practiced, but we've seen them stomp teams like Avicii on this map. So it is a worrying map pick for Beyond, but you know what? I'm going to put a little bit of faith, Dinko. They look spectacular on the first game yesterday against the side of Invictus, but then again, it was their best map. It was a Nuke. Train is a different beast altogether, and Tyloo are altogether a very, very different monster altogether, some might even say. Early duel towards Ivy, and somebody is going to get found out. It was a nice flashbang, but the good double hold over there, ensuring that Olivia doesn't get taken down, and in fact, it's going to be KNTZ stealing away the kill. So man advantage here for Beyond with a minute left on the clock.
Yeah, I think coming into this, they've done a good job at just kind of effectively clearing somebody. I think that's something Beyond are going to be so aware of, is somebody's positioning in towards Ivy. The way he plays, he does it every single time. If you look at one VOD from Tyloo, you're going to understand that somebody is going to push your Ivy. It's all about how you deal with it. And a lot of teams can't figure that out. So hopefully Beyond have something up their sleeve. It's just, I think, honestly, the approach you've got to have in towards Ivy is just never leave any stone unturned. Approach that area with the greatest caution, and you eventually will find him. Attacker up on top of the blue train. He will find one and a second. Okay, Attacker. That's a lot of damage being done. And a chance here delivered to Tyloo to try and win this. They have a Deagle back in the connector. It's slowly playing with it. He looks on towards the side, but Summer's here as well. The 5-7, it can come around the corner. It can deny this bomb plant, but Mayrolls peeks at the right time, swings out to the right side, and he catches out an easy pick. But Tyloo still causing problems. Damage being done. But it doesn't really matter, okay? TC and Olivia both stay alive. It's 2-0 here for Beyond. A little bit scary at moments there in that round, but they get it over the line with 3 players still standing.
And again, coming down to like a player stepping up, right? We had Mayrolls over here with a 3K. Like you said, it looked very, very scary. The bomb getting planted, but a perfectly timed peek from Mayrolls, ensuring his compadre doesn't get taken down, punching in the numbers. And with that, Tyloo, they don't... they still can infest... a bit, Dinko. It's curious. Summer with the P250 arm, Kevlar, Attacker just with the MP9, Deagles. There's a couple of P250s as well. They're not a big fan of going for the full ecos. That's gonna hamper their buy when it does happen. Olivia spots out a shoulder, and that is of course that of Attacker. Attacker not looking to take the duel. He's the player with the SMG. Can get up close, can catch him off guard. This could be interesting, but Dankin caught out with his pants down. Olivia doesn't check the corner. There's a player ready and waiting for him. It's gonna be Summer. Gets a kill. Rushing up to pick up the MAC-10. Candies is still looking the wrong way, not expecting the re-aggression from the CTs. And Dinko, this buy, it's kind of working out right now. It's still a 4v3. And they have the Kevlar, but they're dropping in, and slowly, Deagle in hand, He misses the shots as that QQ is trying to bring it back, but Summer and somebody, they strike, and it's all gone wrong, Dinko. It's QQ left alone in a 1v3. He's got the bomb, he's got the time, but he doesn't have any friends left. He does get slowly, making it kind of doable right now.
Yeah, it's a lonely world for QQ here. He will try his best. Headshot picked up onto Summer and now pulls it back into a 1 versus 1. He might just pull it off. There we go. QQ with 4. Beyond. They needed a hero and QQ delivers. That's 4 kills in 1 round. He was on 0 starting that one off. He had a poor performance yesterday. Blood, really quiet stuff, but he has shown up early on trade.
So, pistol round, KNTZ with the 4K. Second round, Meryl's with a 3K. And this was QQ getting the 1v3 clutch as well as picking up a 4K. So all the 3 rounds that have won have been individual just popping off.
That's what Beyond need. I mean, you can talk about having the system against Tyloo. You can talk about playing good Counter-Strike. They also just need to not lose those kind of rounds. Tyloo have these little Tyloo moments, we'll say, where they just win some bullshit rounds, and it's ridiculous. And so Beyond have to be in a position where they stop that from happening. And okay, they've survived the first couple of rounds. They've survived the first scares, and now they go out on towards the A bomb site. Summer and Dan King taking these early picks, and of course, Dan King fully blinded. The headshot still comes in on the USP. Beyond tried to run the gauntlet straight in towards this A bomb site at the beginning of the round, and Tyloo just slapped them.
That was I feel so bad for the guy who died there. I mean, that was
a red handprint on his ass right there because Dan King just absolutely destroyed it.
Look at the smile on his face. This is the sort of guy who's going to come just smack you in the butt. He's like, yeah, you like that, boy? I mean, he's so blind, Dinko. It was completely white, and it just taps. And of course, it's not just a body tag. The guy was low as it was. It was a headshot as well. And because of how many players they hemorrhaged in those anti-eco rounds, well, they have to go for an eco. Slowly. Why would you stick around there? Oh my lord.
Well, the spray away. Attacker getting a double. KNTZ takes him down on the P250. And now we've got 3 players left here on the CT side looking to hold on. Beyond, of course, the bomb site. STK is going to get that bomb planted. And now the utility being used up. It's Dan King with 2 kills. STK and KNTZ both go down. And now it's just May rolls. He may have the best hair on the server. He just needs the skills, and it's not going to work out. Someone gets rid of him. And it's going to be Tyloo picking up 2 gun rounds in a row. And that's a little bit scary for me because, you know, they look close to winning a couple of those lower tier buys as well, if it wasn't for those hero plays from Beyond. And that's a little bit scary for me now moving forward because, okay, fair enough, Beyond, I said it a little bit earlier on, that's what they need to win against Tyloo is having those individual moments where, yeah, we talk about them not being sustainable, but if they can win against those low buys, if they can turn those around, and that's all that matters in those scenarios. But I didn't mean that when we came into the gun rounds. We definitely need to see the Beyond system working out when it comes to these gun rounds. And obviously, this is one of those lower buys. Doesn't really matter. But I'm talking about in the previous. That's where they kind of just look completely lost. So I want to see what they look like going into this next one. They've got the buyout again. They've got the AWP in the hands of Olivia. They get dispatched again pretty quickly here. I'm getting very worried.
Yeah, that's the worrying thing, right? The buy rounds so far have been very convincingly. Oh, it's just been one buy round, to be honest. But
that was convincing.
It was very convincing. What I'm not a big fan of was the commitment to the battle there by Slowly and Attacker. And Dan King's he's even worse at times. Takes a shot, and luckily for him, they're not going to peek with a flash. They hear the shot, and they're immediately going to fall on back, not looking to take the duel with Mr. Dan King. And why would you? This guy is. He's a lunatic with the optic. They're going to keep him alone towards that brown hole. So he hasn't budged yet, and that's huge because that's going to allow 4 CTs to set up the trap here towards this outer bomb site, which looks like the direction that Beyond's going to be heading towards.
55 seconds in play, and Tyloo currently with advanced stance on this A bomb site. They're playing in front of a lot of these smokes. The next Q was to come in and with good Molotov. That's going to force STK into the smoke of Pop Dog. He's taking so much damage on board. You need to be very careful now. Summer trying to move up closer. Look at this hold in the A bomb site. Everything's being watched. A good kill. Summer taking the first away and now repositioning further back, passive inside of the site. Somebody just left Ivy, and that's going to open up Summer's backside. Somebody I'm sure he has questions being asked by Summer, but he recovers. He gets the Vengeance kill, but it's gonna be slowly hitting the deck. Mayros trying his best, but he goes down as well. Tyloo, another pretty convincing gun round that. And he reasons slowly, and Summer kind of went down. Summer wasn't aware that Ivy was not being watched anymore. He goes down quickly to KNTZ, but the rest, pretty convincing gun round overall from Tyloo. Very confident stuff coming through and beyond. Well, back down to the lower tier buy.
Yeah, I found Summer. I'm a little annoyed with somebody there. Like, either somebody didn't call it out that, oh, you know, Ivy's open, your back's exposed, so you can at least have tried to go for the duel instead of his back turn. I would rather have somebody, you know, play maybe from old 1.6, right? If he gets smoked off, at least he can tell his teammate there. So that was a little bit of a mistake, but you know what? It's fine. They still just lose a couple of players. Actually, they lose 3 players, so got a little expensive there. But for the side of Beyond, no bomb down means it's going to be a light investment. The Eagles on 4 of the players. Olivia hasn't opted to go for anything, and that means I'm expecting an op buy coming up from him at the earliest opportunity. Slowly peeks out, spots one, nade to follow up, and this is good from him. But SDK, what a shot from the man, and that's going to allow a player to drop on through onto the bomb side and push on in. Unfortunately, Dinko, it's a player with just a Glock and no Kevlar.
Yeah, Olivia just chilling out here at the oil train, biding his time. Probably not long for this world. He's going to move forward. Might be something there available for him to pick up, but he's walked around the backside here of Summer. And he's looking for a gun here, Olivia. He's got an M4, and well, Summer, goodbye. It is September. I suppose that does add up. And well, now Dan King running down in towards Collective. Bomb plant coming in from Mayrolls. He's going to get the digits punched in. And now Olivia and Mayrolls hold the site. Attacker trying to move forward. Olivia now getting aggressive with the M4, and it doesn't work out. I think that might just be the chances of winning the round gone, but Mayrolls can still do damage. You try and take away Dan King. You try and drop Attacker. It's going to take 1 bullet, and it's going to work out for Mayrolls. Now the rest of the players starting to make their way back into the retake. Mayrolls, a second kill, Blad right back on. He's got a chance to win this. 1 versus 1, and he peaks. He peaks, and that'll be his deadly mistake. Dan King shuts him down, given the small opportunity, and he will win the round for Tyloo. Far too close.
This is the best round from Beyond so far, if you think about it, right? It wasn't just the individuals, some mistakes being made by Tyloo, and also that final with that 1v1. He had an AWP picked up. He knew where Danking was. There was 15 seconds remaining, like 10 seconds. Dance around, try to stay alive. You know, your position's been given up anyway. Danking knows where you are, so it's not about you just hiding and trying to bide your time. You got to go for a play, but peeking out into Danking's rifle, that wasn't it. And I feel unfortunate for Olivia because he had the perfect position, he had the gun and everything, but I feel like the lack of armor really hurt his chances there. Maybe the aim punch coming in 100% would have been a problem there. Preemptive nades, double nades for any early or aggressive hold from the CTs, which is actually the case, Dinko. Look at that. You have Slowly, you have Danking, and you have Attacker holding towards Brownhold. And this is an interesting setup from Tyloo. You don't see this one that often.
Ooh, well, Dan King, an Attacker. Getting a couple of kills across the board now. Dan King starting to fall away. I thought he was going to go up the ramp. It would have been mental. But then again, I wouldn't be surprised. It is Dan King after all.
He's in the smoke with a P250, Dinko.
Yep. He is just madness personified. I mean, look at that profile picture, blah. It's the eyes of a madman. Now Summer pushed up into the brown holes. Be checking a lot of these corners now. Olivia's still up there. He's got the bomb. Oh, he's lost his health. He's down to 5 HP. Luckily, he stays alive. 35 seconds left. QQ down the ladder towards Pop Dog, and now coming out into the waiting arms of somebody. At least he was waiting. He goes back, and there's the shot. Taking down QQ. Now the A-bomb site. It's under a lot of pressure. Nice shot from Olivia. He was so close to dying earlier on in the round, but now he might just be the playmaker. He moves forward, he gets the 1 kill, and he gets that bomb down. Now Dan King towards the back lines, looking for his opportunity to take another kill. He spotted 1 player in hell, and the shot is so good. Dan King with the kill. Olivia now into the clutch, shuts down the Chinese Opera, and now he just needs Summer to add to the collection. The final kill for the 4K. And there's a tap on the bomb. He's sticking it full 5 seconds. He's going to hold it. Olivia comes around the backside. It's the defuse. The last millisecond. And Olivia's just slightly too late in trying to take the kill. He will get a 4K, but the round is delivered to Tyloo. That's daylight robbery.
That is so unfortunate for Olivia. He played that to perfection, Dinko. You got to remember, he's the guy, he saved the money for the AWP. He was tagged down, so very low in health, 5 HP. Look at this. It's a 1v3, basically. And Summer, all the he was even looking the wrong way. He was expecting the peek out coming out from towards E-Box or Red Train, but at least, you know what, they've done so much damage onto the CD side economy, but attacker from above, he's going to find a quick kill. QQ replies back. This out of bomb site taken over by the T's very, very quickly. Minute and 33 seconds on the clock, and they have control, but Danking, it makes things a little bit more interesting as somebody joins the party. QQ sneaking in from behind, but it's given away his position, Dinko, and it's only good for one. And suddenly it's all falling apart, and Olivia is asked to pull off the clutch again. But Summer, well, he's gonna sing the song of his people, gets the kill, 6-3 to scoreline. Tyloo, well, some of these rounds are scrappy, Dinko, but majority of these buy rounds have been pretty one-sided.
Yeah, they have been. I think Tyloo have looked, for the most part, very confident and comfortable. A lot of the rounds that Beyond have been able to compete in, they've come closer. It's just a little too rough for my liking. They haven't really looked as convincing as Tyloo. And you can see that in this gun round. Again, just another scenario where Tyloo completely outclassed Beyond. And we go into round number 10 with Tyloo having a far superior buy in terms of the reserve cash, the utility still available. They got the double up setup. Beyond have thrown everything at this. And if they lose this round, Blair, they're right down to the low buy.
Well, same could be almost said for Tyloo, except that somebody has some bit of cash, so does Danking. It coming in towards this round halt attacker holding a bit of an off angle. He hasn't really held his angle yet. They've always been playing a little bit more aggressive, and he's going to make contact, just good for one. Good contact plays coming in, but slowly still there on the side. They haven't called for reinforcements either, Dinko. He's still sticking around all by his lonesome.
Yeah, they have enough confidence in slowly I know how to do what is needed, but Summer has rotated over via the connector, but they've made the right call to keep a couple of players on A at the moment. Beyond, again, just going back over towards A. They've done this a few times. Well, they just kind of sell a little bit of presence over towards B. Think that's enough. Slow it down, go back into the brown holes, and more often than not, finish on this A bomb site.
Well, they had a small little window of opportunity. Of course, they wouldn't be aware of the fact that, you know, attacker was all alone, because usually Tyloo would have had at least 2 or sometimes even 3 players playing aggressively towards B. So completely understandable, but here they come towards outside, but somebody didn't go. He's just hitting everything. They're walking out dry. They're just walking out dry, one by one, just feeding Tyloo the kills, and that's the sort of round Tyloo needed to kind of put up a semblance of balance with their economy. They keep 4 players alive. The attacker's kind of low, but that's okay. You know, you just go for an SMG buy if he wants. Of course, an M4 is going to be dropped over towards him, but this ain't it, Beyond. You need to be a little bit more convincing with the way you're going to be approaching this gun rounds, because this is not it. Just walking out one by one, no utility being used, being so trepidant against the rifles on Tyloo. Yeah, not good.
Well, Beyond gathering outside of the B bomb site. All 5 players over here at the moment. Oh, that's pretty close. Slowly. Now this is a nice angle, Blur.
Yeah, this is so hard to spot out when you're just running out quickly, and it's going to be the hit. Now, Danking's there. He's going to be smoked off, but knowing him, he's going to get on top of the train. Unfortunately for Slowly, no one's there, and Danking gets on top, and he's going to find nothing. There's going to be 3 players waiting, Dinko. What a lunatic. But Summer's pushed on in. They wouldn't be expecting his position here this quickly.
Yeah, Summer has moved up quite quickly indeed. Now he's pushing towards the site. It's all about getting this kill. And STK, he does well not to completely wide swing and give himself away. So Attacker and Somebody now into a 2 versus 4. Attacker picking up 1 kill. Somebody outside of the connector right now. Just looking for the players down in towards this default spot, but they're not giving anything away. And that's smart from Beyond. Not giving a chance to Tyloo to win this, because they know give them an inch, they're going to take a mile. And KTZ and May rolls taking the final kills. Well played. Beyond really have honed their game, but I mean, it's not exactly looking like a performance right now where they're going to be able to beat Tyloo, but I mean, this is some of the best Counter-Strike we've seen in PAL, so I'm excited for Beyond. I feel like they might just be able to get themselves a very high placing in this tournament. From
Yeah,
what we've
just
seen
that-
so far.
Oh yeah, 100%. And you got to remember, like in the previous RMR, they came in fourth, right behind the three Chinese teams, even placing higher than Tiger, if I'm not mistaken. So they definitely are on an upward trajectory. It's just that they're just not able to beat the three Musketeers of Asian CS. Somebody, oh, that scope's hurt, but like that is very. What are you doing, you lunatic? What are you doing?
Well, that's just dumb. That's just why? Anyway, somebody. Here's a guy who, you know, kind of makes your brain wander sometimes, but it's gonna work out. Of course, Dan King, an attacker, taking all of the kills. It's Mayrolls left alone. He's got one of the AK. Going back for a second, the spray is not good enough, and Summer shuts him down. So no, that's the worst part, Blair. From a commentator's perspective, it's always heartbreaking to see Tyloo do that mental stuff that is just ridiculous. And yeah, well, you think they're gonna get punished for it, but then they still win the round.
I don't understand how Tyloo win these rounds. Like, okay, great shot from Dan King. Attacker gets a kill through the smoke, and he catches it, the QQ in midair, like at the apex of that little jump. You know, when you climb up the ladder, obviously, unless you're crouch walking up, you're gonna get a little boost if you're gonna come running up. But Attacker is a hero of the hour. And this is after losing the AWP and the M4, the two big guns they had, Dinko. It's just lunacy. The buy is going to be coming back from beyond, and they have Dan King pinned down, and he's in a rough spot indeed. He gets taken down, but slowly coming in from behind, and he whiffs the second one. That should have been a free kill for him, and he's going to fall. So will Summer. It's all on somebody once more. The 1v3, but it's just good for one. KNTZ will bring it back and beyond. Well, they snatch a round back. And more importantly, they put Tyloo's money in a very, very questionable spot here. To an extent where even if they eco this round, they won't have enough money for a full-fledged buy into round number 15. So they just might have to go for the forced buy here, which is exactly what they're going to do.
Well, we know they can win force buys. So
That's
yeah,
true.
it's a little bit. It's not Eloise just yet here for beyond, and well, they're gonna charge down in towards the A side, trying to get out T-Con early on. Look at Dan King. Oh my god, here we go, and he's dead. Thought something was gonna come of it, and while slowly he goes down as well. Good stuff. I'm glad. I'm glad that hasn't worked, Blair. I'm glad nothing's working here for Tyloo. At least you're gonna get around here for beyond. 6 rounds on T side Trin. That's good. That's already good. And we've got another round to play. They can take 7 rounds. You can definitely see why they picked this map.
Yeah, the thing is, like, I like the paranoia from KNTZ there. Is like, wait, are we sure there's no one there? Are we sure about this? The thing with Tyloo, playing against Tyloo, especially if you're another Asian team, Dinko, is you get like 6 rounds on the T side, maybe a potential 7, and if you're like just an outside observer who's not well acquainted with how games play out in this part of the world, you're like, they've done their job. That's a win condition met. 7 rounds, 8 rounds, 7 rounds on the T side. Pfft, like, there's no way you're gonna lose this. It's train. It's a map pick. But then again, Dinko, we're much more aware. We're much more aware of how these games tend to play out. So we're gonna be not really getting, just fooled by the scoreline. I still feel Tyloo just gonna come running out like unhinged lunatics, like a rabid bunch of wolves, and just mauling beyond CD side. That could very well happen. But at least for beyond, you know what? 7 rounds, you can get to it. I feel like that's the best. That's the best possible scenario considering the start that they had. They won the first 3 rounds in a very scrappy fashion. Tyloo won, what, 8 in a row or 7 in a row? But then winning the last few rounds definitely going to make matters a little bit more interesting here on their map pick. Because let's be real, we all expect this to be a 2-0.
Oh, we definitely do. There hasn't been a map won by Beyond since July 2019. Different roster for Tyloo as well, so they've never beaten this core. Or this, not this core, this roster, this edition of the team. Well, SDK walked forward. It's going to be a headshot picked up. Attacker. It will go down in Summer. Now quickly on the 5-7. Olivia repositioning, falling back a little bit. As you head into an important round here for Beyond, they will be looking for 7. They've got the advantage in terms of the weapons. not the player count just yet. Now Dan King positioned towards heaven, slowly closer ramp, but he turns away at the wrong time, and it's going to work out for Mayrolls, finding an important kill. And now Dan King on the deagle. Oh, he's got 2 blind. He's going to try and get a 3rd kill, but finally shut down. And look at somebody. Of course, he's in behind. Olivia spots him finally, and the Mike 7 will not deliver a vintage somebody play. It's going to be an it 7.5. Tyloo's still leading, but that's in from the CT side of Train. That's quite an underperformance, actually, when you consider how CT side of this map is.
Yeah, 8-7. Like, you've got 7 rounds in the T side of your mapping, which is Train. I mean, you've done a damn good job. The question is holding off against the lunacy of Tyloo. The problem is Tyloo just hard to better individual players, Dinko. And they sometimes, right? Sometimes you don't see it all the time, but then that hive mind mentality clicks in, and suddenly they operate like this 5-headed hydra, just working in unison and with everyone hitting these crazy shots. But let's see what Beyond can do here. They have the 4 USPs: Kevlar, SDK with the kit and the smoke. Gonna take one for the team, and Tyloo wasting no time. It's gonna be an outside yard hit. Walking up, slowly walking up. Olivia gets spotted out. The jumping blocks, and it comes pushing in. And what is that from Slowly? Slowly has gone for some of the weirdest plays I've seen from him. And that is so weird. Slowly is the one guy we rely on being like kind of like the voice of normalcy, of reason on this Tyloo side.
It's the bad apples, blah. They're infecting him.
Why would he do that?
Well, terrible start to the pistol round for Tyloo, but still not dead. It's not out of it just yet. KTZ taking down. Oh my god, somebody. Nice headshot on the KTZ. He wants another one, but finally he's put an end to. That's just Dan King. He's been all over the map. He's literally been all over the map, blood. In T-spawn, B-bomb site. Now he's over here. Playing between Sandwich. Take a look for him. There's the headshot. Both pistol rounds lost by Tyloo now. That is, they didn't really come into that much of an idea. Just kind of, literally, was run down connector. Dan King sees something that's not quite right. I think they were trying to B-split. I don't know really what was going on there from Tyloo. It just didn't work.
I mean, if they were trying the B-split, because you look at the minimap, there's no one in brown halls. Dan King was the sole man. He had the bomb as well. So that felt very disjointed. I don't know if Slowly got a little too overeager there, just running in and through the smoke. Not the best of ideas. Usually it's going to be at least 2 CDs waiting behind. And with that, they don't even get the bomb down. Meaning Tyler's actually going to go for an eco, Dinko. How rare is that? That's, Look at that.
Wow. It is quite something, blah. Watch them win this.
Well, I mean, if they're going to pull it off at 2P to 50s and nothing else, that's where Beyond
just forfeit.
Yeah, just alt F4 right there. Like, you can't lose like this. Especially not a map like Train, where there's so many choke points and you just spray people down. You know, you have the MP9s and the FMSs and whatnot. So, in a hit coming in, Dinko, it's going to be a slaughter here.
Oh, it will be. Mayrolls on the ladder. You should be taking down multiple players as they enter the bomb site via heaven, and they run over the top. Mayrolls for the first, and that's all. Blah. How does he only get one there? But Olivia, luckily with the FAMAS, able to pick up everybody. He's got the USP out now as well. Dan King going down to QQ, but they secure a bomb plant, and that was the goal coming into the round for Tyloo. That's a win in their eyes. They've got the money going into the next round, and well, Beyond take the lead.
It's a win for Tyloo, though. I mean, they didn't invest anything apart from the P250, $600 total investment. They get the bomb down.
Yeah,
that's perfect for them. So the buy is going to be coming in, but Beyond, they get back into the lead after what feels like forever. Remember, they started off this map and the series 3-0 up, winning the pistol round and the anti-ecos, and now here comes the play. Dan King with the AWP. He's got Kevlar as well, helped out with that bomb plan. AK-47's a lot of utility for Tyloo. They have everything apart from the kitchen sink in that arsenal of theirs. For Beyond, Olivia with the op. He's been fantastic so far on the T side. And honestly, on the easier side, on the CD side of Train, he should be having a field day, but remains to be seen. Tyloo, doesn't matter what the map is, doesn't matter what side it is, always a dangerous opponent is somebody, classic somebody, runs in and jumps in through the smoke and no one's there to find him.
Tyloo completely give up any A presence. They're going to group up into the brown holes. Currently with somebody, the leading man. He is over towards the upper side of things. And May rolls this position. It's not good. Will be shut down pretty quickly. If they even smoke it off, and he's completely neutralized. Oh, Olivia. It's on to him to find at least one kill here. They're going to smoke off the AWP angle. I like this from Tyloo. Good approach coming in. Olivia's going to try for the shot. They come through the smoke. He misses. He misses, and that's a big chance to Tyloo. Oh, that might just cause problems. May rolls, like I said, one and done position. He gets the 1 kill of the summer, but attackers there for the immediate reply. And that missed shot from Olivia might just cost them this round, or at least their chances. As now STK moves forward, it's somebody with a headshot. I feel like this is done. They probably just have to save at this point. Take a look at the economy. It's not in a great spot. Unless they get another kill quickly here, Blood. Unless they give themselves the advantage in a very short time, then I think they must have to save. And while QQ's got that kill, so now they can go for it. The time is ticking, though. They're going to have to get on the bomb pretty quickly after. And while they're finding the kills, it's now just Dan King. They've worked it out, Blood. They've gone to the site. Nice shot from Dan King. A second as well. What a clutch from Dan King. He might have done it. The time. It's just going to be so close. It's right down to the final millisecond, and there's no time. Dan King pulls it off. 2 heroic kills and delivers Tyloo 9.
That's insane from Dan King. And what an effort from Beyond. The 3v4. Felt like the round was done. Great way to come back into the round, but then Dan King happens. And it's so unfortunate for the side of Beyond. They get the kill onto the last but second player towards the lower slope, lower ramp. And then they don't expect Dan King to be peeking up from the same position again. Great shots from him. And I like how he played that. He first neutralizes the operator. It's Olivia, takes on QQ. And of course, KNTZ, he was in a spot to prevent the peek coming in from upper. Instead, the moment the AWP gets taken down, he's not in a position to trade immediately. He has to reposition himself. And that was a tiny window that Dan King needed to pull off the clutch. And there we go. Despite questionable decisions that Dan King is pretty well known for, we are also very much aware of how absolutely insane he can be with his weapon of choice. And there you have it, Tyloo. They win the first buy. And with that, for Beyond, money's in a weird spot. KNDG's got some cash, so does SDK, but looking at the economy of the rest of his teammates, they're going to just opt to save a few pistols. I can appreciate that. Yeah, CZs, Deagle. Not really investing much. As Meryl's, he's on a solo fact-finding mission here.
Yeah, up in these brown holes, somebody around the corner. He's got the CZ in hand. He could win all of these fights. Maybe just one would be the victory, but Dan King, he's lost a little bit of health. He's down to 62 early on into the round. Obviously not carrying over that AWP. It's actually a big impactful play from Beyond to get rid of that AWP. It's finished away. So won't be able to carry that into the next round. Just back to the rifles. Although with Summer on this Mac 10, that's kind of the economic recovery, right? If he can get a couple of kills with that, if they can keep the players alive without hemorrhaging too many against these pistols, this is where Tyloo really do recover the economy game. An attacker has taken this kill onto the one player holding the B-bomb side. Mayrols had pushed up through the brown holes. He was looking for a couple of those early advantageous fights, but they're not going to go his way. He doesn't get a single kill, and that looks like it might just stay that way here for Beyond. Oh, that's the Mac 10 gone. Not too much of a problem for Tyloo, though.
Yeah, it was Summer just looking to farm a little bit of cash, and what they need to do is just avoid these weapons, especially the Mac 10. Instead, they're just gonna knock out the remaining players. KNTZ, shit, he's kind of low on health. Is he safe from the radius of the bomb? He should be fine. I think he's fine. No, he's not. Well, I mean, it's not a big loss, but I guess he would have liked to keep that the Kevlar intact going to the next round. But it's okay. He's got money. He's got the AUG. And for Mr. Olivia, he's got the AWP. It's still not a great buy, Denko. We have two MP9s there. And that means we're going to be seeing a little bit of some pressure from Beyond. Either an aggressive hold towards brown halls, maybe taking control of Hop Dog, pushing out towards Ivy. There's going to be some early aggression here, or else these two MP9s are going to be a problem. Okay. Wait, what?
Oh,
that was an attack from Olivia.
He got stuck on something. I think Olivia just might have wallbanged. Also slowly. So, nice shot career from Olivia. Good bit of damage being done. He finds a kill as well. This is a good start for Beyond. They caught Dan King trying to be quick out and towards the side. He got stuck on something. He got slowed a little bit, and they're able to take him away. Now KTZ, he's looking for more as they try to merge from Ivy. It's slowly finding at least one kill back here for Tyloo, but it's not enough yet. They need to shut down KTZ, and that's exactly what they've done. STK, Mayrolls, and Olivia, the last 3 remaining players, trying their best. Well, Olivia's found another kill. Finally going down, though. The OG grenade is too much for him to handle. Now it's STK and Mayrolls left alone. Up against Slowly and somebody. Slowly's on 15 HP, and the MP9 coming in a big flank. Pop Dog Controller has eyes on the bomb, Blair. This is looking so good for Beyond. It all comes down to whether or not somebody can beat that nuisance.
Somebody, is he going to go for the long flank? That would be insane if he can pull it off.
If he comes down
Meryl's
ladder,
not
oh
checking.
no, there's no way he thinks this is happening. Okay, somebody,
Oh no! He spots the feed, Dinko. He spots the feed and he's like, oh no, I've been spotted. I gotta take the fight. And he drops down. Instead, if it quietly walked on down, that would have been the round. It would have been one player remaining. Now it's all on Slowly. He knows where Mayrolls is. 20 seconds. And unfortunately, the angle from SDK is good enough. And yeah, I was talking about how these MP9s wouldn't be as impactful, Dinko. But what do I know? Especially considering how low Slowly was. And he's going to be kicking himself. That was the perfect play. That was a genius move from somebody. And in the end, he just made a tiny little mistake and it cost him his life.
How often would you see somebody in a position like that and not be able to capitalize? Hardly ever, right? That's a strange one. 10-10. Beyond. Really bringing the fight here in Train. Could this be their first map win against Tyloo in over a year? Mayrolls' aggression. It works out as he shuts down somebody. He walks away with the opening kill. Tyloo not discouraged though. Still continue to hit towards this B-bomb site. Mayrolls positioned up towards heaven. He's dropped down. Mistake mid as well there. He goes back up. He finally gets into a better position, playing on the ledge, repositioning, hoping he can find at least one here on the exit. Or the entrance, as Dan King slowly come through.
Well, trade does take place, but Tech 9 at that range from Attacker. And suddenly, this round just opened up, Dinko. Attacker moving up, Galil in hand. He's got the smoke. He's going to use it to try and delay this retake. They have a Molotov in the hands of Dan King as well, which he hasn't used yet. Probably playing for the post when his Summer gets taken down. He was a player without the rifle, though. Olivia coming up from above. They know Dan King's position, and Dan King is getting hunted down off from above. But Dan King, what a shot into SDK. There's a player right above. Olivia's going to find the kill. Attacker left in a 1v1. He's not aware of the last place position, but that shot is going to give it away, and he's going to just leg it. Heading on above, and now KNTZ, he's got to smoke. He's going to try and smoke off the bomb. Yes, he is, but he's going to walk straight into the waiting crosshair of Attacker. Perfectly played by Mr. Attacker there. And Tyloo, they're just going to steal the round away from Beyond, Dinko. How did he manage to do this every single time? It blows my mind.
It really doesn't make sense. You know, this is a round that we're talking about. With Tyloo lose the early player, they should be losing the round. But they just have so many individuals that can pop off and deliver multi-kills and get you right back into these scenarios. And it's impressive. I think this is definitely something Tyloo can work with, especially in the Asian region. They can't do it so much when they're playing against some of the better EU teams. When they're playing in Pro League, kind of definitely struggled in those scenarios. But it's here against the Asian teams. Like, Beyond are one of the best Asian teams you've got. And they still just get absolutely destroyed in those scenarios. And well, 12-10, here go Tyloo. They're starting to ramp it up right now. Look at the money for Beyond. It's not in a good position. It's going to be 30 rounds on the board for Tyloo before we see a buy-in from Beyond again. And that's probably where we're getting to the point where Tyloo might just go, all right, we've had enough now, let's close this.
That's the two things, right? One thing is CD side economy. It's so hard to maintain, Dinko, especially when you're going to be losing rounds like we witnessed in round number 21, where Tyloo, they lose the first man, they had a bunch of Tech 9s and arm and still pulled it off. And on top of that, we spoke about this in the first half. They won 7 rounds in the T side. You're like, you've done your job, you've pulled it off, you've almost pulled off the impossible, and now with 7 rounds in the T side, you've given yourself a lot of freedom to work with here, and well, it doesn't necessarily play out that way. QQ is shutting it down with a Deagle. 3 clean, clinical headshots, and suddenly, on this extremely light buy from Beyond, they've brought it back to a 2v2. I don't know how they've done this. Olivia He's got a deagle, no Kevlar. KNTZ, UMP, and well, I say Olivia, and he gets taken down. KNTZ is going to be left alone, and I think they're aware of where he's going to be coming in from. Unfortunately for him, the UMP, it's not ideal for these long-range duels, and Summer picks up a triple kill. But what a round from QQ, though. He's been having a pretty solid map so far, considering yesterday was very quiet for him. Opening shot gets somebody. Second follow-up into Danking. 3 headshots with 3 bullets. Unfortunately, in the end, that's all he could find. But this is just some stellar stuff from QQ, showing that he can hang with some of the best aimers in the region. It was close, Dinko, but no cigar. It's still going to be 13 rounds for Tyloo. Now the buy finally comes out for Beyond, and this is one of those rounds where they desperately need to win. They need to win it while keeping as many players alive as possible to try and kind of bring this map back. You got to remember again, this is their map pick. Next map is Mirage, a map they like playing, but also it's Tyloo. It's also their best map, as Olivia finds slowly, despite the flashbang, through the smoke as SDK catches out the attacker, and suddenly this is Beyond off to a good start. Danking replies back, but it's still a 2v4 favoring the side of Beyond.
Yeah, Danking and somebody now 2 versus 4 coming through. 1:07 left, and somebody's starting to walk around the back of the smoke. Another play up, and Anthony catches him. Now it's just Danking at 1 versus 3. You can't really win this one, surely. This should be a Beyond round locked in. 11 on the Thai team's board, and well, Danking gets an opportunity, but KNTZ quick on the trigger. A bullet between the eyes as Danking goes down. 13-11 here for Tyloo. They are still 3 away from victory, but Beyond are fighting back.
They're fighting back. They're holding on. And more importantly, they retrieve the AWP for Olivia as well. Olivia was really instrumental there, getting 2 of the kills, shutting down that hit. It was a little bit of a sloppy hit. Got to give that. But Tyloo not really using utility, just trying to steamroll that outer bomb side defense. As Olivia a little slow on the trigger, but he spots a player heading straight towards Olaf. Of course, it's Mrs. Slowly. Take a look at the money for both the sides, Dinko. This round pretty much decides which way this game might swing. If Beyond wins this, they can get it close. They can get to 13 rounds. They can make it more competitive. They can potentially take the map even. Tyloo wins this, money's gone. Tyloo's going to get to 4 map points. Nice shot.
Oh! That's beautiful from Danking. Olivia just picked off completely. Rolls KNTZ and QQ left alone, and all the kills keep running in here for Beyond. It's an attacker just alone now. 1 versus 3. Be moving forward with the AK-47. Down in towards the back lines. It's KNTZ there. He's going to be shut down. Attacker now fleeing the scene. He's getting far away. But Beyond, they're winning rounds back to back now, Blind. This is looking good for them. I felt like at this point, this is where Tyloo grabbed control of it. They grab it by the horns and send us to map number 2 with a map under their belt. But Beyond put up a fight, still are. 13-12, bringing Tyloo to the edge. Attackers not give it a single chance. And this is what I love from Beyond. They're respecting Tyloo. They know if you give them even a small chance, they're going to be able to get into these rounds. So Beyond don't give them anything.
That's actually very, very, very well played from Beyond to just bring it back. I didn't even see how they brought it back. We saw that 1 tap from Danking, and like it's a 4v3. They have control of the outer yard. This round should be Tyloo's, but then immediately, that was weird from Summer, just climbing up there without really smoking anything off. But yeah, great reply, great repositioning, especially from KNTZ. He got a 3k there to steal the round back from the side of Tyloo. This is a round they desperately needed, Dinko, and they pulled it off. Again, though, they lose a couple of players, so the money is still not ideal. They want to win this without losing any players. Not even one. And they can.
Oh.
The pistols are just a couple of deagles, and one's already been lost for Tyloo.
Yeah, that's it's not the start Tyloo would have been hoping for, not the follow-up either. 23-14. KNTZ having an absolute field day on the server right now. 24 kills now to his collection. It's just Summer. And KNTZ might just find him as well. The Eagle looking to shut him down, but KNTZ is poised. 25 kills. 14 deaths against Tyloo. This is impressive. 22-15 for Olivia. 21 kills for Mayor Rolls. Not bad at all. STK, though. It's a little bit quieter because just being that supportive element, setting up the team, and team are 13-13 right now against Tyloo. You're not going to be complaining about that. 3 away from victory for both teams. Tyloo purchasing the AK-47s. This is such an important round. This is the swing round. This will decide what the end of this game looks like.
That got a little scary, a little heated moment there for Merrills. I like this from Beyond. We haven't really seen this much. We haven't seen much aggression from them towards Ivy, and the timing is everything. Oh, Danking spotted out, but slowly there the wide swing, gets the kill, continues to go for the spray because they know there was a player nearby, and what a nade from SDK. That was brilliant. He got the angles right, he got the geometry right, Dinko. Slowly down to 18 points of health. Danking dead, but they're gonna walk on and try and attack her. He whiffs it. Completely whiffs it, and they still stick around. Gonna allow somebody to try and bring this one back. It's still a 3v3, but somebody finds both of them. And this has suddenly gone very, very wrong indeed for Beyond. Merrills, he's got to be the hero, but he's on 14 HP. And Olivia now, what can he do? Can he deliver again, Dinko?
Well, we'll see if he can. He's the star of this team in terms of knowing he's the star player. But it's been a hero performance from multiple players in Beyond, but this time it does need to be the step up from the likes of Olivia. 100 HP on him. Merrills is low, but he's got an AWP. He can get 1 kill here. That's all that is needed. And look at the timing play. Look at the balls on Olivia to go behind. This is huge. He's coming right behind 3 players. He might just shut this round down for Tyloo. This could be a 14th round. Merrills, he's taking the first. They're so distracted. They have no idea. Olivia, he's here. He'll find both kills. That's huge from Olivia. And it's 14 for Beyond. What a genius.
That's actually insane. That is brilliant. That is the greatest timing I've seen so far in PAL 2020. Like, he could have timed it better, Dinko. It's almost like he could look into the future, like he had wall hacked or something, just waiting down there, waited. He played it perfectly, mind you. 2v3, they don't see anyone. He knows his teammates low with the AWP. He can't allow Merrills to walk out and go for the risky plays, and he goes for it. And you know what they say, who dares wins. And that was so perfectly, exquisitely played by Olivia. Showing why he's a star of this team. And if he keeps showing up like this, man, I feel like Beyond are going to be a threat. They're going to be forced to be reckoned with if he keeps, sustaining this form of his. As we do have... I just want to go back to that on the VOD or maybe on the Twitch stream and just look at the timing when he just went on up. That's just brilliant.
14-13 now. Beyond are 2 away from victory. Taking their first map win against Tyloo in over a year. The first win against this roster. Now that would be impressive. ATZ around the corner, spraying away. Somebody, okay, it just dies around the corner with Mac 10. This is the start of the madness play. Oh no, this is where Tyloo just break their little hearts. And this is, I don't think Beyond can handle any more of this play. If they were to lose this round, they go on to lose this game. I honestly think this team, they need to have about 10 psychiatrists on site because this is just going to be so difficult to recover from mentally. And Merrills, he comes out of Ivy, he gets 1 kill. Looks like they might recover this round now. Summer and Dan King, it's a Mac 10, it's a Deagle. Surely they cannot win this. Especially with Dan King's position being so far away and Summer just being low on HP. He needs to be able to hit these immediate shots. Coming in, they're going to check the corner, being methodical, but Summer wins the battle. And oh no, it's just Olivia diving to the site, but Dan King shuts him down. And Tyloo, yet another one blur. They had Mac 10s, they had Deagles, and they win. 14-14.
Oh, we're going back to the timing. He went up exactly 30 seconds, Dinko. He just went up exactly 30 seconds. He just, I don't know. I don't know, like he had that clock in his mind where it's like, oh, 30 seconds we're going to be going up or whatever, but this was a genius round. But I feel like it just got overshadowed with the previous round we just witnessed it from Tyloo. How did they do it? How did they pull it off again and again? You're like, the money's over. Beyond just might get the win. Yeah. It's a GG. Map number 2 is coming up. And Tyloo just run up like, I don't know what to say. Somebody jumping with a Mac 10.
Right, so Beyond have had these moments, right, in the past 2 tournaments. They come so close to beating Invictus yesterday. In PAL Summer, they take a map off Vici. They beat them on Nuke. They end their streak. They're so close to picking up that series win against Vici. They're so close to winning the series against Invictus yesterday. And now Tyloo, well, 14-14, they might just take their first map off them in a long, long time. And if they lose like this, how many times can Beyond get so close, but yet so far? And QQ, his mind is broken.
Honestly, I'd be broken if I'm Beyond at this moment, at this juncture. It's like, what do we do? Like, what do we have to do?
This is where you have to focus the most. This is the most important round, and you've just given away your life for free. If I'm Beyond, if I'm the in-game leader, if I'm the team, I'm pissed off at QQ.
Oh, look at this timing. Look at this timing. They're getting picked apart, Dinko. This was a round they needed to win. Look at the money.
It's over now. They've lost this map. They've lost the map now, Blood. That's just how this is going to go. Tyler going to take it 16-14. Beyond are just not going to be able to mentally recover from this.
Oh, God. I feel... I mean, I rarely say this about many of the teams, but Beyond, it's like they've done whatever they could, you know, against the
How does this happen?
The madness of Tyloo, but somehow... How does this happen? I don't know.
It's almost just evil. Tyler, like, yeah, you're gonna win. Then they just decide on a round with Mac 10s and a couple of Deagles that they're just gonna rush Ivy.
Oh God, they're gonna lose it all.
It's gonna be a knife kill as well.
Oh, somebody don't do it. They're dead. They're dead.
He jumped to let him know. He jumped to let him know he was there. He tried to jump on his head, and well, it's over. Tyloo absolutely embarrassing Beyond in these last 2 rounds now. What a way. It's just the most Tyloo way to come back and win, isn't it? It's ridiculous.
What was QQ doing there, though?
No, his brain just turned off. There's no other explanation.
Again, reminding
you seen Olivia go up the ladder.
Look at this. He jumps up just to, like, let him know, hey, I'm behind you. You're dead.
He was going to get on his head, I think, but he got blocked in the doorway. And then he just kind of, like, fell down again. It's like a little noise. Oh no. He's like, exactly. Immediate thought is just somebody's face in your head.
Look at the smile on his face. Like, that's the face I imagine somebody has all the time whenever he goes for these sort of plays. You know, he's got a Mac 10, he's got a smoke. He's like, all right, watch this, boys. And just runs in. Oh, God. You know, this, again, reminding of viewers, the last time the cores of these two teams, the core of Beyond, they were called Alpha Red back then, when they beat Tyloo on a map, they've never beaten Tyloo in a series. Right now, it's 18-1. Tyloo won 18 maps out of 19. And the last time they beat them on a map was in 2019 in July. It's been a year and 3 months, Dinko. They haven't taken a map off them. And they've played a number of series against them between that. It's all been 2-0s, 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 2-0s. And finally, over here, we look at this train. We're like, okay, you're looking good. 7 rounds T-side. They had the miracle round from Olivia with the timing of a god. And yet, it's not enough. And yet, it's still not enough. Like, god damn it. Must be so frustrating playing against Tyloo.
Oh, definitely. This is the stuff of nightmares. Well, let's see if they can bring it to overtime. They have a chance on the pistols. They're going to have to pull off a Tyloo kind of round. Olivia! 2 kills on the Deagle. A third as well here for Beyond. They're pulling it off. May rolls through the smoke. It's just Dan King left alone. And he's got to do it all. A 1 versus 3 clutch. And it's not going to happen. It's overtime. And Olivia, what a god.
Take a bow. Take a damn bow, Olivia. That was a miracle. That was a miracle we were asking for. We're like, they needed a miracle. And Olivia's like, all right, I got this one, fam. Woo! Replay, please. Those 2 Deagle shots is just ludicrous. And then, of course, Meryl's as well. He's like, all right, you've done it. It's now my turn. Oh, wow. I'm happy this has gone to way of overtime. I would have felt terrible if Beyond lost this way. But my word, Dinko, like, what was that?
Look at this. Look at this. There was a headshot through the smoke from Mayrolls. He just flicks out of the right side. That everything that could have went right for Beyond went right in that round. And if they want to lose this, I really don't understand what the world has against Beyond. How can you give them so much and then take it all away, Blood? They're just, surely at this point, they have to take the win. Olivia is showing up against Tyloo. That never happens.
That's a win condition, met. 7 rounds to tease out a train. Another win condition, met. You need to win, get this map Beyond.
This is probably their best chance they'll ever have of beating Tyloo. Olivia showing up, Mayroll showing up at the same server. QQ have a bit of a brain fight, but nonetheless, they do recover. And now 15-15. Attacker going down. He's been, you know, doing so much work. He's 28-25, but does feel like he hasn't even been at the level we know Attacker could be at, right? He's just fighting kills here and there, but it's been a strange affair across the board here from Tyloo. It feels like they're not quite at their level they're capable of right now. Definitely not, but it's made for an exciting game of Counter-Strike. It's made for a situation where Beyond can compete.
Yeah, overtime. Everything's reset. Start from ground zero again. You start from the start line again. Got to remind our viewers, this is an RMR event. It's a Valve-sanctioned event, meaning that the rule set will be the same as the majors when it comes to overtime. So instead of the $16,000 buy money, which is usually the case for most events, you'll see.
Yeah,
it's going to be
I hate
$10,000.
this.
I'm not a fan. I'm really
overtime.
not a fan. Because you lose 2 rounds, and if you're not able to save, your money's completely gone. Like, I feel like when you're playing overtime, everyone should just have all the money enough to buy whatever you want.
Yeah, I agree. Certainly. And while May rolls, he does take down Summer. Man advantage doubled over here for Beyond. And now it's going to be a peek from Slowly. He goes out to the left side. KTZ going down. Now where can they go with this? STK peeks the right side. It's slowly hitting the deck. STK looking for another one, but Dan King, what a shot. Goes down to Olivia though, and somebody's going to be picked off as well. Olivia showing up early on in overtime. 2 kills picked up from on the AWP. It's 16-15. Beyond into the lead by 1.
Well, that was good work. Again, Olivia. It looks like Tyloo just might pull off one of the BS rounds. He still delivers 2 kills. Shutting it down before it got a little too hairy. It was a 2v2 again. It was looking a little too close for comfort, but good old Mr. Olivia. 29 kills for him, just 1 shy of dropping a 30 bomb. And Beyond now with the lead once more. The thing is, though, the 10k buy, it's not as punishing for the T's, because, you know, even if you don't have much money in the final round, right? Then if you get the bomb down, even if you don't get the bomb down, you have enough to like get the Tech 9 smokes. You can just still kind of like bum rush your side and make it work. The CD side where it gets so very hairy, you know, you lose the round, and CD side train, you need all the utility. You're gonna need the guns as well. So Beyond winning that round is definitely gonna help matters, and Tyloo wasting no time. Fast up. I wouldn't say a hit. That's not an ideal smoke from Meryl's, but Danking's taking a lot of damage. I think was that a wall bang or a nade? I don't know. But Meryl's, he's alone, playing a very aggressive angle. He's got Olivia, though, with the AWP heading up. Timing is everything, and he hasn't been missing many, but the timing is atrocious. He jumps at the worst time possible, and now Meryl's, he's calling for backup, but he's stuck. He's stuck. And he needs to go for a play here. Flashbang's going to come on out, spots a player, goes for the spray, finds Slowly, and is looking for more. Finds another one. Meryl just popping off, but Summer finally shuts him down. The trades are fast and furious as KDZ finds somebody. A bomb's not even down yet. And Danking left alone. SDK is going to find his feet. And Beyond, they're going to get a round number 17. That was slightly discombobulated from Tyloo. I felt like they got the opening kill, which is huge, taking out Olivia. And then everything fell apart.
For one, it's Tyloo on the back foot, constantly trying to get back into things, and Beyond, they've got the double up set up here. KTZ and Olivia, this is everything that Beyond could hope for. They win this, they've got 3 opportunities, 3 map points to take it over the line against Tyloo for the first time against this roster. Olivia, he goes down, a nice shot from somebody, and that's going to open things up for Tyloo. We'll be desperately looking for a 16th round, at least 1 out of this half, and KTZ successful in penetrating slowly, and somebody will take down Mayroll. So once again, Tyloo hold the man advantage. And look at this aggression. QQ again. Really? And well, that's just giving an attacker an easy kill. STK is going to find himself the reply, but it's still a man deficit thanks to QQ giving away his life needlessly again. He thought he could regress in towards Pop Dog, but he couldn't. Attacker was waiting for him, and now Tyloo go over towards this B-bomb site. There's no one here on the CT side.
Summer heard that, Dinko. He heard that all being tossed away. That is just, that's rough for KNTZ. I mean, we've seen some miracle rounds from both the sides, but this one shouldn't be it. And Beyond, they would have really wanted the flawless CD side dink up. That's not going to happen. SDK. Terrible timing. 17-16. Talu, they give themselves a bit of breathing room. A tiny little bit of breathing room.
Yeah, this is at least not going to be the 3-map points. I mean, they confirm themselves at least a chance to win within regulation of overtime number 1. This is definitely not the ideal scenario to be in because they have to be flawless. They have to win the last 3 remaining rounds available to take it here in overtime number 1. And I mean, it's Tyloo, so it's possible, but the way things have been going for these last couple of rounds has been such a back and forth game. This entire match so far, actually. So it's difficult to see a world in which they will pull off those 3 rounds in a row, but we'll see. Tyloo definitely capable of it. Somebody, he's down in towards Ivy, this time with the AWP at the start of the round. Got this double op setup working between Somebody and Dan King. Somebody had some questionable plays, it's fair to say, on the CT side op. Oh, Dan King, he's hit the wall bang. SDK down to 23 HP. Somebody, of course. There we go. That's a Somebody play, and it hasn't worked out. KTZ with a headshot. He's ready for it. We're talking about that at the start. The fact that you know somebody's going to push Ivy.
He was waiting for it. Well, to be fair, somebody, he had the right angle. It's just that the headshot angle, meaning KTZ is going to get the shot off before somebody even had a chance to pull the trigger. Slowly spots out a player. He's not calling for backup yet. And I like the re-aggression here from Tyler. They're pushing towards Pop, and he's gathering some information. Now, with Pop in their control, they can now at least send another player over towards the inner bomb site, but they haven't yet, Dinka, which is so very strange. And look at where Olivia and KNTZ still are. They're still waiting patiently. There's still KNTZ waiting towards Ivy, holding the line. But the bomb is heading towards inner by the looks of it, or it could all be a ruse. The problem is the presence of the player that is Summer towards Pop Dog. That's going to be a problem. And Tyloo, they're not falling for this ruse. They're still sticking around. And 20 seconds on the clock, they have to make a move. This fake is coming in. Rotation's taking place, but Summer hasn't budged yet. And slowly, he's going to find both the kills. He doesn't spot the bomb. Now they know. And Summer drops in the worst time possible. But Summer finds both of them. He spins around, gets both Olivia and QQ. And KNTZ, he did his role, Dinko. He held that angle forever. But there's no time remaining. He finds a constellation frag. But Tyloo, they tie it up, and he even dies after the time. That is just a punch in the gut.
How does Summer do that? How does he do that, boy? That is just filthy. But 17-17, Tyloo now in a position where they can take the lead again. And by coming in from beyond, it's going to be the AKs. No op. Due to the lack of funds. That's the issue with the double OT. Or should I say the 10k OT. We got to sell 17-17. Maybe that's a little bit of a Freudian slip blow. Maybe I think that's coming up. Maybe I think that's a real possibility. It might be. And as we have ourselves a 17-17 scoreline.
I really do love the attempt from beyond the previous round. I like the plan they had. They really tried to sell that fake, and it actually worked out. But if you're going to go for that, losing Pop Dog control with like 15 seconds remaining on the clock, it's not ideal. It's never ideal. Sticky finds Danking. Attacker replies back Summer like a wraith in the smoke, sneaking around as Attacker's doing everything on his lonesome. He's gonna find 2 QQ. Position known. Slowly's waiting, and it's gonna be somebody's gonna get the kill. Summer strikes, and Olivia's left alone. Dinko. He's got the bomb, but it's all on his very, very capable back. He's got broad shoulders, Dinko. Some of the rounds is pulled off. It's all about timing, though. Doesn't spot the player on top of green. Oh, he does. Goes for the duel. Great shot. Finds Summer. 2 more to go.
Olivia, can he be the hero time and time again? 30 kills on the board. He's looked up on top. Another headshot. Here we go, Olivia. He can make it work or beyond. An 18th round map point against Tyloo. And no, he crosses into the open. And somebody is so cold-blooded. He's ready for it. He shuts him down. As 18-17 as Tyloo reach map point play. They only need one more round and they'll close it here. They'll break the hearts of Beyond.
I feel so bad for Beyond. It's not even funny. Like, first they lose Invictus yesterday. in that marathon game. And then look at the plays, man. Somebody walking through the smoke with an AWP, and Olivia, oh Olivia. We keep saying he doesn't deliver against Tyloo, and he has delivered today. But it's just too much. It's just too much to ask of him. He played that clutch to perfection. Gets the headshot towards outer, immediately heads towards inner, climbs up the ladder, outplays the player, and then he tries getting the cover, but the timing just not good enough. And of course, it is somebody, the killer of dreams. He's stuck in the corner, but he's got a smoke to make his escape. He's got a flash as well. What do Beyond do, Dinko? What can they do to take it to overtime number 2 here?
Win a round.
Well said.
Olivia going in towards Ivy. We're trying to put pressure here with AWP. It's been absolutely fantastic. You couldn't ask for more from Olivia, unfortunately. Hasn't been enough just yet, but he... Oh, what? Did somebody just bend time and just crouch below the bullets? What is that from somebody? And of course, he's going to go for more. 2 kills. And Beyond, if I'm Olivia, I'm punching my screen right now. I am throwing everything out the window. This has been the most frustrating game of Counter-Strike for Beyond. And Dan King, he's in the connector. Here goes the play for Beyond in towards this B bomb side. Slowly with the first kill. Dan King takes down STK. And here it is, boy. It is over. QQ has to win a 1 versus 5. Beyond, so close, Bless. So close to being able to take their first map off Tyloo. Everything went right. They had all of the win conditions. The big performance from Olivia, which hardly ever happens against the big teams. And it's not enough. It's not enough. They go to overtime and it all crumbles. They were won. They won so many rounds.
How did he miss that shot?
I have no
want
idea.
a replay of that, like immediately. PGL, please. I need to see what somebody did. That was he like using some anti-aim hacks? Tom, Mitch, help me out here. That's heartbreaking for Beyond. But how did he miss that shot?
It really is. It breaks my heart for them to be so close to closing out a map, then to fail to do it in OT as well. And some of those rounds, it really felt like they had it in the bag. I don't know how they're going to recover now going on to the next map, because we talk about how close losses can be one of the most heartbreaking things, one of the hardest things to come off of into a second map when you're so close to winning a game. Well, imagine being this close to finally taking a map off this Tyloo roster and then falling short. Especially with the way, like you're saying, the shot at the end there that was missed, some of the big plays like Olivia's flank in that 2 versus 3 that had to come in, and it all just slipped out of their grasp at the last second.
It's just heartbreaking, Tom. Like, I mean, that's the thing for this Beyond team, right? They get so close, and this is the mapping, and we questioned it. But the thing is, they had all the win conditions. They got 7 rounds in a T-sided train. They had Olivia popping off, and not just Olivia, everyone is having a pretty solid game. No one is really, slacking. And still, and even some of the rounds, like Olivia with this flank in particular, like everything was seeming to be going their way. The miracle round with the Deagle in the final round of regulation. What more can they do, Tom?
I don't know. That's the thing. It's like even throughout this game, like they had some crazy clutches. I think Tyloo had a couple of rounds that we just call Tyloo rounds, where you're just kind of watching them and going, well, this makes absolutely no sense. Like sometimes they even just trolling like midway through the round just to try and have a bit of fun, and that's the problem. Like we always think that either Tyloo just have this extra gear that we just don't quite understand, where the BS meter just goes off the chains, and like you're just like, well, whatever, you can't do anything against that. And unfortunately for Beyond, it was every time they got close. Like every time they got close to resetting them, every time they got close to doing some real damage to the economy, every time it looked like they were going to close the map or at least get themselves close, one of those BS rounds come through, like player jumping through with a Mac 10 or like a few Deegs.
Take a look at the fragging department. It's almost mirrored, right? Attacker 31, Olivia 31, Summer 23, QQ 23, 29 on KNTZ, 29 on Danking, somebody in 28. Fine, 23 QQ. Who is it? Yeah, there's another 29 over there, and an SDK, and slowly it's 18 and 17. It's almost like they were fragging as good as Tyloo, and yet, Dinko, it's not good enough.
Yeah, it comes down to a few moments. I think 14-14, was very triggered by it. But there was 14-14, most important round of the game so far for Beyond. They have to focus up. Kyuku just walks in Pop Dog, climbs up the ladder. What are you doing? You're just giving away your life for free. You're giving away that early kill to Tai Lu. And we talk about how good Tai Lu are at winning rounds when they're a man down. They're just so much better winning them when they have 5 players and the man advantage. So you're giving them every opportunity at that point to take it over the line. Luckily, we had a big hero play from Olivia. But even then, you go from the ups and downs, the emotional roller coaster for Beyond, the fact that they nearly beat Vici in the last pal, the fact that they nearly beat Invictus yesterday, the fact that they had everything go right against Tai Lu today, and they still can't get it done. There's just too many emotions flying right now, and I just don't think they're going to be able to recover going into map number 2.
Yeah, an attacker, of course, the MVP. Great showing from, actually great showing from everyone, I felt like, especially Olivia on the side of Beyond. Had to be heartbreaking. But we're going to be heading straight into map number 2. It's the map pick from Tai Lu, a map where, well, Beyond really like playing the map. It's one of the better maps as well. Probably even their best map, some people might say, alongside a Nuke. Problem is, Tai Lu is also the best team on that map in Asia. It's going to be Mirage, and that's coming up after a very short break.
You might break if you're fragile. Hit me with your arrows, treat me like a black rose. Break if you're fragile. Hit me with your arrows, treat me like a black rose.
Welcome back, everyone, to day 4 of the Perfect World Asia League 2020, where we have a hell of a matchup for you guys here. Game number 2 of the day, Tai Lu stealing away the map pick of Beyond 1917. It went all the way to overtime and beyond. The drought continues, Dinko, and heading into Mirage, we're going to be finding out if Beyond can maybe end the drought and finally pick up a map after 15 months. His train was so heartbreaking for the Thai side.
Well, we had a lot of problems. I did a little Mitch there. Mitch might be fixed, yeah. But yeah, coming into this match, I think we realized there's a lot of problems for the mentality side of things when it comes to Beyond. They're gonna have so much to do in terms of recovery from what just happened. You've got to come into Mirage, okay, one of your best maps, if not your best map. But the thing is, Tyler is so good at this map as well, right? The best team in Asia. So your best opportunity to get ahead in this series, to have a chance to win 2-0, was to win Train. And unfortunately, every single opportunity they had fell away from them. So now we're in a position where I don't think Beyond are going to be able to do it, unfortunately. But I think it's going to be a 2-0 from Tai Lu.
And also considering the fact that they're, mentality-wise, right, they come so close and they just keep choking or breaking or something crazy happens, like some of the rounds Tai Lu pulled off. I'm looking at the Mirage stats for Tai Lu and for Beyond. Tai Lu have an 82% win rate out of the 22 times they've played in the past 3 months, which is a lot of maps of Mirage. And if you look at it for Beyond, they've played a number of maps as well. 16 maps ain't shabby at all, but they've only won 8 out of them. And the wins, I'm just going to rattle it off for you guys. They beat Lucid Dream twice. Both of them were overtime games. They beat Mazalai, nothing too much to be impressed about. They beat Invictus, which is a good win. That's what the ESL Pro League, the Asian division, earlier this year in June. They beat BTRG. But apart from that, let's look at the losses. They lost to 1-3. They lost to Tai Lu for ESL 1 Cologne. They lost to Bren. They lost to Tai Lu again. They've lost to Invictus as well. And even more tellingly, they lost to Tiger and Divine Vendetta in the previous RMR, which is pretty damning if you ask me. These are two teams where you look at Beyond as being one of the top tier teams in the region, maybe a top 4, top 5, top 4 team in the entirety of Asia, and you don't really have a big record on this map. So I have to agree with you. I mean, heading into this map, Tyler picking it, it's just a comfort, familiarity pick for these guys.
Yeah, it's one of the maps where, again, we brought up the point that Tai Lu, when you're playing against Beyond, there's not really a comfortable map you can go if you're Beyond. There's never going to be somewhere you can go and feel like, okay, we got this over the line. There's just never a safe map. And I think Train was probably their best opportunity available to them if they're not willing to play Overpass. And the fact that they were so close to getting it there, it's definitely heartbreaking in this series, at least. And from our perspective as well, because we want to see exciting Counter-Strike in terms of Tai Lu not being able just to win everything. We want to actually have like some storyline maybe to talk about where Tai Lu are touchable, but right now it just feels like they're just too much better. They're just so much better than everybody in this tournament. And that even goes as far as Vici, right? Because they have this thing against Vici where they just can't let them win either. So I think Tai Lu just have the mentality edge over everybody, and also just the skill as well. The skill gap is huge between these teams. And right now, I think Beyond are doing a good job in the fragging department. I mean, you talked about it when we looked at the scoreboard at the end, right? They had similar kill counts to that of Tai Lu. It's just unfortunately Tai Lu just have that extra X factor where they can win some BS rounds, as Tom put it. And I think it's true. They definitely can. And that's something that Tai Lu, if they didn't have that ability, if they didn't have that affinity to be able to pull off these crazy rounds of Mac 10s and Deagles, they probably would have lost Train Blood.
They probably would have. And that's the thing with Tai Lu. Like, when everything's not really working out for them, you have these individuals just going above and beyond, and it happens so consistently that it's more like, oh, who's going to step up now? Is it going to be Summer? Is it going to be Attacker? Is it going to be Danking or somebody, or even slowly? They can just pick anyone. We do have the game about to go live very, very quickly. I do apologize for the slight little delay, ladies and gentlemen. That's something not in our control. Usually, the casters have a big red button where you just press it and the game goes live. Unfortunately,
Right
they
here,
haven't
Blah.
given it us. I lost it, all right? And they don't have a replacement. So we
I
can't
do.
go live yet. We're just going to take a few seconds. But I'm just looking at some very quick stats from Tai Lu. They dropped... let's see how many best of threes they played in the previous PAL. They played the semifinals, quarterfinals, so like 10, 11, 12, 13. They played 13 best of threes, Dinko.
Yeah.
They lost one. And in total, they lost 3 maps, and all the 3 maps are only to Invictus, which is mental if you think about it. And that's a streak they've had so far. In the past, I can't count these many games. It's a lot of games, Stinko. It's a lot of matchups. I think in the past, about 30 best of threes, they've lost 1 best of 3. And that was, I feel like, a fluke loss to Lin Vision, where Tai Lu just didn't plug in their monitors or their keyboards or something. Like, something went terribly wrong with that game. Apart from that, they have just been, well, the renegades of Asia.
Yeah, it's funny when you look at some of the regions here, because obviously we have the regional major rankings, and it seems to be the exact same tournament playing out all over and over again. And I think the only regions that really changes is NA and Europe, obviously, because they don't have like a couple of teams that they're just limited to. Everybody can play there, really. So you have a bunch of different top teams, but I feel like in Asia, in Oceania, in South America, even like every tournament kind of feels the same at this point, and it's definitely interesting to see some of the teams getting better. Eventually, when you play someone so much, you'd hope that eventually you crack the code on how to beat them, or at least bring it close enough with it where it's exciting. And beyond it, getting to that point now, they bring an exciting game every single time they play against a Chinese team. When I say Chinese team, obviously I mean the top Chinese teams. And Vici, Invictus, Tai Lu, they've brought the fight to them every single time. Haven't been able to beat them just yet, but it feels like it's only a matter of time.
Matter of time, but as time does carry on, end of the day, they're human after all, Dinko, like all of us. And once you keep banging your head against the door at one point, you're just gonna give up. You're just gonna be like, yeah, we're done. We need to change something up. That just might switch to Valorant like Lucid Dream did, after previous PAL. But yeah, we're still waiting on some word from the server right now. So from the players, from the admins, to let us know when we're going to be going live. Hopefully, it should be in the next couple of minutes. I don't understand why there is really a delay here. I'm guessing TeamSpeak issues probably. It doesn't happen
Yeah.
quite often though, like online, which is kind of weird, right? Look, again, it's Asian internet. I'm from Asia. I know how it can be. It can be very rough, but sometimes I wonder, like, I just gotta wonder. Again, I'm not saying it's these teams in particular, but with online CS happening right now, you imagine you need a tactical timeout. You're like, oh yeah, TeamSpeak's not working. Well, you call for a technical timeout, and you can just use that even if you're out of timeout. So, a lot of shenanigans I feel like have taken place in the past few months with this entire COVID situation. All over
5
the
years
world.
apparently.
With the cameras, the coach cameras.
Cypher
Oh.
count. Do you think Valorant also stole that?
Well, CS:GO did it before Cypher. Yeah, exactly. I feel bad for Moses. I mean, imagine the worst time ever to become a coach, and it's with much fanfare. We're all happy for Jason. He's like, I'm going to be the coach of Liquid. They're like, yes, Captain America himself, the bald eagle. He's going to be leading Liquid to victory. He's going to be the walking, talking Heimlich, the anthropomorphic Heimlich maneuver himself, coming in and helping Liquid achieve the glory that they deserve. And then boom, Val just might ban coaching altogether because a bunch of, well, for lack of a better word, just absolute a-holes. Cheating scum, absolutely. Right.
Apology, blood. The observer didn't believe you about Nuke. I didn't either, but I guess.
You saw the video?
Yeah.
There we go. Like, I can't believe you guys didn't believe me. And you know what? At one point, when he went down the wrong path, I was like, was I hallucinating that? So, for those of you probably wondering what we're talking
This is
about, yes, we were in
dreams.
Nuke, and I'm like, if you fly down the map near the near the outside yard, you go straight down. There is a hidden mini farm underneath the map. And I was so sure that it exists. And our observer flew down. He couldn't find it. He starts shaking his head, shaking the camera rather. Dingo's like, blah, you're losing it in your old age. You're going senile. And I'm starting to believe that. And then I started looking up YouTube videos. And I'm like, it's there. It's there. It exists. But anyway, forget about me and my senility. It is going to be Mirage, the second round. Sorry, the second map going live here. It is a pistol round to kick things off. Tyloo on the T side. Beyond with the choice of side, opting to start on the more favored CD side here on a map where they usually are very comfortable on. And we're going to have a little bit of a restart. Looks like technical issues, still a little bit of a problem here, Dinko. But this is a good sign. We have all 10 players in the server. We should be going live very quickly.
Finally, back into the action. 14 seconds away from this pistol round getting underway. And beyond, well, they have got themselves a defuse kit in the hands of STK, a smoke grenade as well. He's definitely a supportive element of this team. He's willing to do all the boring roles that are essential to getting it over the line. And while over here for Tyloo, it is 4 sets of Kevlar Summer. He was the quietest performer over on the previous map. He also follows suit with STK as the supportive element of this team. Smoke and a Molotov. Also, the video was done by Freya's boyfriend, and they did have the social media things. Shout out to those guys. Proving Blair is not insane.
Yeah, thanks for that. I was looking for it, and every time I look up like Nuke Secret, it just shows us a Call of Duty map. Huh, imagine me looking up a Call of Duty map. Meryl's going to find Summer, trying to be sneaky, but it's a bomb site. The bomb's going to get planted. This is pretty nice from Tyloo. They have pushed up towards jungle, but they haven't taken control of the entirety of jungle. But they don't need to, because the retake's coming in from the CD spawn. 4 players there, and it's going to be STK. Gets the kill onto somebody. Nice trade. Still, man advantage for the CD side.
Well, attacker looking for the kill with everyone onto May rolls, looking for a little bit more, and it's like kill through the smoke. It's just QQ, and he's gone as well. Tyloo with the pistol pickup. They find themselves every kill in quick succession. And now beyond, we take a look at what they can do into this one. Blair, they go for the force spy and hope they can pull off something, or it's going to be Tyloo taking 2.
How does he get the second kill? I don't understand. Great trade from SDK. Slowly holding off the angle. Attacker, man. That second kill was just unreasonable. But there you have it. Just Tyloo things. Beyond. Oh, it's a shooting gallery. It is aimbots on the window. I appreciate that from Beyond. We don't get to see this that often, Dinko, and I appreciate that. It's a full USP round. They're like, there's no point. Just go in mid, just stack up together. Hopefully we're going to get a kill. Unfortunately, Hope abandons them, and Tyloo get all the frags.
Beyond have the M4A4s out in play. The utility is available. There's not a whole lot though, Blair. They've only got a couple of smokes and 1 flashbang. Yeah, this is looking kind of rough for the CT side going into this round, especially because Tyloo haven't even gone for much of a bonus. The weakest weapon they have in play is a Galil, so this should be a Tyloo round, all things considered. We'll see if Beyond can put up enough of a fight to get over the line. Look, it's a dry hit straight in towards the A bomb site.
Made any contact yet? Somebody pushing on in. KTZ gets a kill on attacker. Wait, what? 3 kills in a span of a second, Dinko. And this hit, they have control of, well, they don't really have full control of the side. They're in the side, but everyone's just dead. Olivia finding somebody, it's gonna make life, well, quite miserable for Slowly. He's gotta get the 1v5 ace, and he's gotta find 2. Still got the bomb. Takes it out, spots a 3rd player out. Another kill for Slowly, and suddenly it's looking scary, but QQ. Okay, he ended that. That got very hairy for the side of Beyond. 1v5 and Slowly. That's why I like this guy. He's good, Dinko.
He is good, and I think he's one of the more sane players in Tyloo. So definitely one to keep your eye on. He's exciting to watch, and he couldn't get over the line, just a little bit too difficult, but nonetheless, a bit of damage. And that is the problem for Beyond. When you talk about getting control of the economy early on the CT side, we know how difficult it can be. And losing that many players at the start on your CT side in your first gun round, especially when you were going into it with economic problems anyway, is kind of scary, especially because Tyloo are coming right back at you with a Mac 10.
3 AK-47s, a Galil, and a quick play into the B bomb site. Yanking cracks open STK and May rolls, and the execute is simple, but it's effective. Attacker, you madman. Gives away his life, but luckily Dan King is there for another. That's 3 in the round, Blair, and it has to be the safe call.
It's called an information play, Dinko. I kid. That was no reason for attacker just to run through there. Like, you have somebody with a Mac 10. Like, let him go in. Let him gather the information.
Why you don't even need to go in though?
Yeah, you don't need to. It's a 5v3. You have the bomb site. You got the bomb down. What's the point? It's just not worth it. But these are the questions that will always arise when you watch Tyloo play. And honestly, Dinko, I've started just embracing it. I've just started embracing. I've embraced Tyloo a long time ago. Also, shout out to I don't know if he's watching today, but there is this one guy who's always there on Twitch watching every Tyloo game, and his name is Delusional Tyloo Fan.
Shout out
I'm
to
not alone.
Yeah, exactly. You know, many people may think that is Blood, but there's others like him out there.
It's not my alt account. Many people have suspected that, but it's not.
I do recall this guy. Shout out to you.
He's there.
Or hope you enjoy the game. We got ourselves a good one. Tyloo, one map up. It was a close affair, map number 1, and into the second, well beyond. It's not much to work with. 3 M4s, CZ for May rolls, USP for the rest. This should be a Tyloo round all day long as they gather outside the A bomb site.
Well, that works. QQ. Asian tap through the smokes. Perfect alignment of the crosshair. Nade reply back. They do a bit of damage. Problem is a lack of Kevlar for any of the players. Goes for the wild spray through the smoke. Dinka doesn't find anything. Now, for the CTs, they have flashbangs, but the problem is the headshots are just going the way of Tyloo. They're falling apart here. KNTZ gives away his position. That's an M4. I would not want you to face that. I'd rather save the gun, Stinker. Like, that extra bit of utility is going to come in mighty handy. So I'm not too sure why he would have to face in what would have been pretty much a losing effort. I don't know. Kind of interesting. Expensive round for Tyloo, though. They lose a few players. They lose 4 players. Okay. All right. They might lose everyone. They lose everyone. That's a very expensive round. But they're not going to be too worried about it. They still have money in the bank, but that was unnecessary.
Now, I feel like Tyloo is going to be running in very simple strats this entire game, right? It's a quick plays into the A bomb site. I think they've literally won A, B, A, and just alternating which side they're hitting. I mean, it's working out. The Beyond side don't really have the utility to hold it off. They didn't have the weapons in that round even, so yeah, it's a good time to call those simple strats and just head into the bomb sites and hope that you can win your fights. Obviously, they do hemorrhage quite a few players. They give away a lot of money, but here's another quick play. Attacker out, front man, going in for this hard entry roll. He needs a kill. He's got it. His teammates following suit as well. Somebody doing good work, but still 2 kills to come in from Beyond. KNTZ just playing around the smokes, trying to find something. And well, Summer and Dan King, they find the picks between them, and it's just May rolls left alone into a 1 versus 3. He'll wrap to the back of the smoke, and he can win this round. They're low on HP, and they're quite separated here as well. Tyler not playing together. Dan King's the one player that had the high health points, and he's out of there. So now Summer and somebody tucking tail and running over to the B bomb site, and May rolls is aware.
This is brilliant from Merrills. If he can pull this one off, and he can actually kill the player crossing on Nova. But the question is he going to play this one safe? He's heard the player dropping into the site. He's going to hold a safe angle. And somebody has no idea. There's no way they're going to be expecting this, but they're going to slow things down a bit. Somebody, not paranoid. And Merrills are wondering, wait, I heard a player there. Where's the second guy? Why is the bomb not getting planted? They still have time to work with. Slowly, they're making noise. Here they come. It's going to be planned for short. And Merrills, he's going to get a double kill here. He's going to execute Summer. Now he's got to find somebody. And somebody's position is not known. Merrills now paranoid, wondering where the player's coming in from. Somebody's picked up the bomb. 30 seconds to work with. Merrills in 100 HP, in fact, as somebody will get the bomb down. Just the balls of steel for him to get the bomb down without even knowing where the player is. Merrill comes out. They're checking the wrong angle. They're walking past each other. It's a game of just ring around rosies. And now it's a stalemate, Dinko. The 1v1 and somebody, oh, he doesn't get the kill. And Merrills with a 1v3 clutch. That is so well played by Merrills, because that was a lost round otherwise.
Mayroll is having a beastly time in this series so far. Over on the first map, he had his moments. He was also a member of that big step up from Olivia and him to close out the last round of regulation to force an overtime. He has been very, very impactful, and yeah, another nice clutch here. Pulling it off, getting the kills. Tally going up as well. 7 and 4 right now. Big performance from him. As Tyloo looked down the barrel of a deagle round. This scares me.
Oh, Olivia, please don't re-peek. It does, Dinko. Oh, he's tagged on 55. Just don't do this. It's not worth it, Olivia. You've been fantastic so far. He's tanking because jumping in. This is so strange from Tyloo, right? Like, there is no cohesion, zero teamwork on these deagle rounds or like these force buy rounds, and it works out. It still works out because they just hit all the headshots.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It really is ridiculous. But Kane to Z. On the stairs, somebody, there's a headshot. On to Olivia, the star player down for Beyond. QQ and Kane to Z luckily are available. And now Attacker coming in with his deagle. He'll be trying to enter the A-bomb side via the connector, but it's a drive-by. And somebody now... Okay, another headshot. He surely doesn't get more. A little bit scared there again, but Mayrolls luckily takes him down. That's 3 on the board for Beyond. 4-3. And it's Tyloo. This money is terrible, and immediately Attacker's like, nope, we're buying. That's the call, mate. We're getting out to buy. And Khalil out for slowly as well. Here comes the purchase up. It's looking good. And the utility's not great though, Black, but they have the rifles, and that usually is enough for Tyloo. Yeah, that's definitely enough for Tyloo to get it over the line.
One of the rounds which they lost was them just running the one where slowly almost got the 1v5. They entered the A-bomb site and they hadn't used any of the utility yet. It's just like 1 smoke out of 5. It's just ludicrous how Tyloo approached this game at times. Here's the thing. Having watched him long enough, you know there's a method behind the madness. Because I remember when they were boot camping in Europe, and it was Zeta and Freeman who was in the team at that point in time, and they were playing a very interesting style of Counter-Strike where they're trying to be EU-centric, like the way they were approaching the game, but it just wasn't clicking for them. Like, they were so uncomfortable that you could just see it in the game itself. They felt so stifled, so claustrophobic with the way they were approaching some of these rounds. And this is more of Tyloo of old, where they're just sticking to what they're good at, just running in and hitting headshots. But still, there is a semblance of method behind it. It's not just like complete insanity. You just have to dig, look very carefully to find it, Dinko. But it's there, I promise you.
Oh, damn, King.
Or that.
Yeah. A nice headshot. KTZ just gets absolutely torn apart. And now Beyond probably just having to save. They don't have the money. They don't have the resources. Saving this into the next one is the only real option slowly. Oh, nearly catching QQ here. He needs to get away. He's got to do it. He's got to get away. And we're looking at another round for Tyloo. 5-3 on the board. You definitely see why they just want to get the rifles out as often as possible, Blood. Get the AKs in your hands. Even if you can't afford the utility, even if you can't get every single player in a comfortable spot, if you can get the majority of the Tyloo players on AKs, you just got to go for that. If that's an option, take it.
Absolutely. And like you were saying, right? Oh my, the utility's not that great. They keep all 5 alive, Dinko. They just strong-arm their way into the side and just like snatch it. And even the shot from Danke, I hope you see it from his POV in the replay, but like, it's ridiculous how good they are. Looking the wrong way. Look at this. Look at how fast he is. Just like left, right, straight. Candies doesn't even get him down below 50 HP. It's I know it's a FAMAS, but still. Well, here we go. Beyond with the buy. They're going to eke it out. That's not ideal. A couple of MP9s, a few M4s, but I need them to start taking the fights here, Dinka. They need to not allow Tyloo to get away with bloody murder. And it's going to be a double hold towards short, 1 player towards connector, and they know there might be someone towards jungle, so immediately Tyloo. That's pretty good for them. They don't continue to push ahead. They slow things down a bit. They have a bit of control towards top of mid. They have 3 players, in fact, holding, waiting for the push. They have 1 player that's Summer waiting towards Palace pretty passively. It's something which he's pretty well known for. And somebody, they've sent him to do, well, what he does best. Just get killed at will. Olivia's got to smoke to make his escape. And he's just going to smoke himself off. But right now, at least Beyond are forcing Tyloo to give them some respect here, at least towards mid.
Somebody coming up through the underpass. 55 seconds in play, Dan King. He's going to be up here in towards middle. He had his 8k out. Oh, there's going to be a big peek from Olivia around the corner, but he goes away. He goes back into a more passive spot. It does keep him alive a little bit longer, but who knows for how long. As Tyloo is starting to move closer and closer to this A-bomb site. QQ dabbling in this Palace fight, but really work out for him. A chance now, QQ holding top corners. 1 kill from Olivia. KTZ getting a double kill somehow, and some are delivering, but it's a 3 versus 2, and it favors the Thai team.
20 seconds on the clock. It's slowly, okay, he's just checking the close
Living
angle
up to his
to ensure he
name.
can get the bomb down. He's being a little slow here. They're going to go for the double peek, but Summer's there. He's going to find 1. Trade doesn't come in. They're going to push on in. It's all in Summer. He's almost out of bullets, and he's going to be taken down there. Good retake from Beyond. They ensure that Tyloo don't really, feel comfortable after getting the bomb done slowly. The moment he got off the bomb, he was just like bullets in his face. And there you have it, Beyond. They win. A very important round. That was a round where, it was a scrappy buy. They had MP9s and whatnot, but they make it work. And again, what is that from somebody? What is that?
Yeah, another somebody moment, but I feel like the player to highlight in this round is KTZ. Definitely, with his performance from Triple, getting those 2 kills is incredibly important. If he doesn't get both of those, I think the round goes in favor of Tyloo, unless there's another hero performance down the line. But big performance there from him. He'll be happy with that. If you're just tuning in and wondering what this is the Asian Regional Major Ranking Tournament. Is the fall edition. It was meant to be the last one, but with the major being cancelled for the foreseeable future, it's probably going to be much more blessed. So it opens up again. I think Tyloo, if they just want to place highly in this tournament, probably confirm themselves to take that top spot. But now the position that we're in, it becomes exciting again, because this is where you don't really know how many events are up, but Tyler are going to have to keep trying, right? They know they're going to have to keep performing and trying to place high. And this gives more time for the likes of Beyond, who have steadily been improving, to start to catch up. And some of these other Asian teams start to make it competitive and close and figure out how they're meant to play against this Tyloo side.
I'd love to see that. Oh my god, Danking's opened it up. What are you doing? Why would he do that? It's so strange. Like, okay, all right, the round's gonna slow down a bit. Let's go back to the minor Danking, right? Tyloo don't have foolproof information that is only 1 player playing towards B. There's no guarantee there. He gets a first pick, which is great. Which is just great. Now slow things down, hold an angle. Instead, he just jumps out straight into the site with an op, with no one nearby to trade. I'm trying to understand why he'd do that, Dinko, but I feel like it's a lost cause. I feel like I'd just break my mind if I did it. Nice peek from Summer and his teammate there. Now SDK gets taken down again, like I said, like we keep saying again and again. They make the mistakes, and yet they somehow snatch it back. It's ludicrous.
Yeah, that's the thing. It probably creates a lot of bad habits internationally for Tyloo, but as long as they're winning these tournaments and getting the placings at the big events, I guess it's okay. But when they get away with so many mistakes, it kind of, you can't blame them for not really fixing those mistakes, because it doesn't linger in their head, right? You don't have the same effect because there's no consequence, or no negative consequence. Well, 5-4 quickly made 6 here. Tyloo, they're just steadily chugging along. It hasn't been the cleanest game. It hasn't been pretty from Tyloo, that's for sure. I mean, you can see that from the economy. But they keep getting ahead. They keep winning 1 or 2 rounds. Beyond fight back. Tyloo break their economy down. They get recovered for the next few rounds. And I feel like that's just going to go the whole way here on this T side. Tyloo eventually are going to lead the way here on the T side, the first half going into the second. Maybe 9-6, 10-5. But it's definitely going to be open or contest as we go into the second.
Well, 4 USPs. I mean, it's gonna be it's impossible. We've seen a number of crazy full eco rounds won so far in the 4 days of PAL 2020 fall. And this could actually go their way, Dinko. I mean, at least damage. It's an execute. Smoke for KNTZ. He's the main man. He's the guy everyone's gonna be watching here. Og. The only rifle, the only player, and he is gonna get nothing. Never mind. It's all falling apart. But still, Merrill sneaking around the next one. The second player. Bomb won't get planted. It does. But Merrill's a second too late, Dinko. And unfortunately, by the time he picks up the AUG, it's all over. Olivia's left alone. He's been a superstar so far all day. But yeah, this one's beyond him as well.
Well, Tanking gets rid of Olivia quite quickly on the Glock, and now 7-4 up. Tai Lu. Well, they have got the AWP in the hands of the deadly sniper Dan King. The AK-47s around the rest, and Tai Lu's economy is looking real comfortable right now. Over beyond, it's exactly what I'm talking about, Blood. They will get a buy-in, but it looks like they've just gone and picked up whatever weapons are available, right? There's the FAMAS, it's the M4s, it's peasantry weapons right now with this buy. In fact, utility is terrible. So Tai Lu definitely favored to win this round, and that's a little scary if you're beyond, because you need to start picking up these round wins in a row and stop Tai Lu from getting a one-sided T-half. And STK has opened things up with a first kill going in favor of Beyond.
Yeah, it just gets scary. And oh, that's a brilliant flash. Perfectly done by KNTZ. Surprised attacker wasn't ready for that, because he I'm sure he would have heard the sound of the flashbang before it popped. But you know what? They've done a good job, and they're going to give away a man. QQ goes for the dry peek. I'm going to jiggle. They have utility, Dinko. They have flashes galore. They're going to try using that just to gather the information. But now, Olivia, he's got a lot of work to do. Dan King holding above. The player is an agent who snuck in somebody through the smoke. The timing is perfect. KNTZ is going to be looking, well, the right direction, and he's going to find somebody. That got a little scary. Summer with an A. Now he's going to take the duel. Flashbang is good. He spots out two players towards connector. He's still going to find two, and it's all a 1v1. Merrills versus Dan King. Dan King's going to get the bomb down, and Merrills, does he have it in him, Dinko, to clutch another one out for his team?
Oh, he goes back to Tiki. He's going to try and elevate himself to look over the top of the smoke. It's so quick. It's so quick. Dan King gets rid of May rolls, and it's it forward for Tai Lu. Yet another clutch going their way, and they've already won the half, Blood. They've already confirmed themselves at least that round lead as they head into the second, but there's still rounds to be played in the first half here. And beyond, their money is looking terrible. Tai Lu, they're winning every small increment. The clutches are going their way. The moments, even when mistakes are being made, they somehow get themselves into winnable positions. And Dan King playing that one to perfection, playing with a confidence. Instead of just playing back in CT, he goes over the top of the ticket box, looks down into the connector, and wins the round for Tai Lu.
He just wants to take duels, right? Like that's what Dan King lives for. He's like somebody without a maturity. It's like somebody back in 2015 or like early 2016 where we're like, somebody, what is wrong with you? But if you look at somebody now, he's matured as a player. Like his timing on the smoke pushes and everything, you can see why he's doing it now. And he's still fantastic at it. He's that X factor for this team. But Dan King's more insane because he's the opera as well, Dinko. The just re-peeking again and again, repositioning, just so ballsy. It just wants to just swing that big stick of his this summer. The timing is going to be terrible. There's a player right towards underpass. And there we go. STK with the trade. A little too late. Because now he's in a 1v3. He's going to be not able to pick up the gun either. Because slowly he's just going to come slowly running around the corner. 9-4, Dinko. And yeah, this is looking very, very bad for Beyond.
And Tai Lu, this is the kind of performance we expected here on Mirage. And the fact that Beyond have tried and tried to get into this game, it just hasn't really worked out for them. It's only going to add to the negative mindset that they're surely in right now after such a horrible scenario playing out on train. Now as they go into the second map, it's just not going any better. Well, Dan King takes down STK. He's got a miss a shot in the second, and that's quick from Beyond. Fast play into middle has worked out for them, but again, Tyloo pull it back, boy.
How did they do it? How did they do it? 4v2. Bomb down. Molotov keeping Meryl's at bay towards Connector. A second molly comes in. Now, fortunately, QQ's going to be able to sneak in. Gives away his position. Oh, no. Now they know where Attacker is, but they're completely clueless to where Summer is.
Oh,
There we
Summer.
go. Summer.
He'll reveal himself. He'll reveal himself for the big show. 3 kills. Tyloo on 10. And I just want to bring it back to how that played out. So, obviously, Beyond playing in towards middle, they went for the aggressive play with 3 players running up mid. It works out. They get the kills, but that's immediate information passed on to the rest of Tyloo, who just so happened to have 2 players ready to go into this A bomb site. You can see just tucked in the site was KNTZ. He was isolated. All of the attention was in middle. And they just perfectly moved forward as a unit through the ramp and palace. And they cut down on the 1 player stuck in the side of the site. And that just delivers a chance straight to Tyloo. They catch the player in Connector trying to get back in time to help his teammate out. And it just all falls apart.
Again, right? I mean, you can't blame Beyond for that. They had to go for some aggressive play, trying to just wrest back control of this map. And you just need 1 or 2 players from inside of Tyloo, just snatch it back. Brilliant work from Summer there. Oh, the timing for QQ was holding the right angle, Dinko, but he thinks about just peering in. That's the moment Attacker peers through. Attacker even spots out KNTZ playing at ramp, and Summer's going to be ready. Summer's just going to be holding an angle. This is the goal. Almost gets the kill. Look at the health, Dinko. Look at the health and Attacker in Summer.
4 between them, Blur. And well, now STK, he's
Never
gone.
mind.
He's out of there. 11-4 for Tyloo. Yeah, this is quite the dominant performance from Tyloo. This is the kind of stuff you expect. This is the stuff of nightmares if you're Beyond. As we go into the second half, it's Mirage. We know it's a good map for them, but right now not showing it. Tyloo just a little bit. I'm not even going to say a little bit. They're far superior on this map.
Yeah, I mean, 11 rounds on the T side is just a statement, isn't it? It's like a bunch of cowboys from hell just riding out, galloping on their steed, just taking no prisoners, just wrecking Beyond CD side. For Beyond, well, they can play Mirage. It's not like, you know, it's a permaban or something like that, but honestly, the results aren't that promising, if you ask me, right? They've lost to teams they really shouldn't be losing to. But Olivia, okay, all right, catches out Dan King, getting a little too ahead of himself. And right now, Olivia is the raid boss. I mean, the mini raid boss, right? And I'm happy with that. Oh, they don't check Dinko. Oh, they don't check. And of course, Meryl's would, however, get a trade. So that's good. They maintain man advantage, and that's very important right now.
Well, Beyond with the man advantage and play slowly, moving forward. He's going to pull it right back. He doesn't even move forward. He just stands still and Meryl's walks into him. Summer catches out Olivia, and of course, Tyloo have just turned this around again. They're going to try and get onto the B bomb site, but my feed has disappeared.
Well, I'll take care of it, Dinka. Not to worry. Somebody getting spotted out at market, but then, you know, the fact that he's conveyed information, the rotation's already in, slowly holding towards short, while somebody in Summer are going to be working this together. They have a smoke and a kit. No one checking, though. And KNTZ, that's a free fact. That's a little bit of a mistake, I feel like, from somebody. He should probably be holding the angle. And now 2v2. They know where one is. Looking for the second perfectly timed peek from KNTZ. And now slowly... I love what KNTZ is doing here. So he's not going to check. He's surely not going to check. And SDK is going to get himself a free kill. Brilliantly played by KNTZ. And he's got those moments. The problem is, Dinka, hopefully if your feed is back, they're going to need a lot of moments like that from a lot of the players on their side to pull this one back.
I don't see a world in which it does result in a comeback for Beyond. And I think that's a little... pessimistic to say, but right now, at least they've taken the right first steps. But Tyloo, I feel like they're just so damn good at this game. So it's very difficult to predict against them. And now Beyond setting up outside of the A bomb site. You've got a couple of players here for Tyloo at the moment. Namely, Summer. Now just left alone. They've left. him all on his lonesome. They're going to be repositioning around the backside. It's attacker coming to join him in CT. This might just be working out at the perfect time, as here comes the attack from beyond in towards the A bomb site. 2 players from Palace, 2 from the ramp, and they've got Olivia over towards B, just a solo player trying to catch out these rotations, trying to get some money on the Mac 10. I like it. I like this call from beyond. We'll see if it works out for them. As a rotation has come in here from Tyloo, they've got 4 players on this A bomb site now, a 5th joining them. Olivia hasn't been able to get it done just yet. He's on the flank, Blur, but he's going to be checked here. Oh, somebody spotted him, and Olivia's flank is gone. This now causes problems for Beyond, but luckily, Olivia finds the kill, and that might just pull a rotation. They might think it's B. And now the push comes into the A bomb site just as 2 players transition away from A, and that's perfect, but Summer somehow getting 2 on the deagle. KTC gets 2 important frags in reply. And now Dan King looking for this headshot. He spots the player up in Palace. That's KTZ. And Dan King looks to deliver death. Oh, attacker. He's heard everything. Dan King's so ready. So ready for this. There's the kill. Now they're planting in the middle of the bomb site. Oh, Dan King! That is so sick. Nice headshot. Now 1 more to find. And it's just SDK. If Tyloo pull this off, I really don't know how. And it's just SDK on 18 HP. Gets the first and the second. Oh, thank God for that. Beyond. He needed it, Blair. They win the round. But Dan King nearly making it happen there.
1 bullet is all attacker needed there, but I love the little bit of regression from SDK to catch attacker in midair. How good is this guy? That's his 2nd shot. Oh, a pixel. Just the...
I feel like Dan King could have waited on attacker a little bit there.
He could have. But you're talking about Dan King and waiting.
True. That doesn't go hand in hand.
Nope. Well, at least they stay alive, Dinko. 11-6 ain't terrible. If they lost it round, I feel like that would have been kind of like the proverbial final straw. Breaks the back of Beyond. Summer spotted on a number of players. There is a look. There is a cheeky player coming in from underneath, and it's Olivia. Nice prey transfer there, but slowly he's going to get a kill, and he's looking for more. Maybe getting a little too overeager. Now 3v3, and we know how these rounds sometimes plays out. Actually, how it plays out a majority of the times, Dinko. It's always been a problem. Slowly taking a bit of damage. KNT's in a perfect position to cut off the rotation from the CT, but somebody with a drive-by with a P250! What is this?
Somebody thinks, oh, QQ getting another kill, slowly going down, but attackers come back in with a P250, and suddenly, Blush, somehow, it's just STK left alone. They found an AK. Attackers picked it up. The time's too far gone, though. And STK has won the round by just staying alive and hiding away. Tyloo way too close again here for Beyond. Tyloo just hitting every single player. And then AK, just falls to the hands of somebody. Perfect. Nice little delivery.
That wide swing from somebody, it's insane how good he is. It's crazy. Oh my word! They won the pistol thing. Sorry, they won the anti-ecos, Dinko, but they lose 9 players in those 2 rounds. It's crazy. It is just crazy how absolutely talented individually these players are from Tyloo. And it's not about and I feel like it's also not just about how good they are, but also the space that Beyond give them to kind of come back into these rounds, right? It's not tight enough, and you need to be. You need to be. That's how most of the EU teams Tyloo play against get punished. Like, look at this peek from attacker. Just filth. Finds QQ and just disappears into the smoke like a wraith. 5v4, man advantage. And they've taken no casualties so far.
A headshot comes in. May rolls is down to 27. Just over a minute left on this clock in Tyloo. They've got the man advantage. Beyond have not been able to transition that bomb from the ramp over to the A site. It's still stuck there in the hands of Olivia, who is being given the go-ahead. He's starting to move towards the site. No one from Tyloo peeking up until slowly from Connector tries to get a little bit of info, and he's only going to lose his life. That's the only info he'll find, and 37 seconds. Somebody's starting to move forward. There's a player in jungle just holding that murder hole push. Bomb planted finally, and somebody is so aware of this possibility, but it comes down to finding this headshot. It's so difficult. I always hate going through that. And Mayrolls and STK alongside Olivia, they're finding all the kills, and it started off well for Tyloo. They had the man advantage, but a good recovery from beyond. And now I am starting to believe. They reached 8 rounds, blood. The comeback is certainly possible. Still favoring Tyloo right now, but they're giving me more positive signs.
Yeah, that was a very good recovery. I gotta appreciate how they slowed things down over there. They didn't panic. But all right, guys, we lost a man. It's fine. Take it slow. Take it easy. And also the jungle control being lost there. You're just forcing somebody to go through the murder hole. I mean, there's a reason why it's called a murder hole. And as long as you have a mouse or you have your mouse plugged into your PC, you're not going to miss those shots. So somebody was pretty much a free frag over there. Some good post plants as well from beyond. Nice crossfires being set up, and it's well done. It's very well done. They actually started, I think like Tyloo got into their own heads there. Like when they didn't see any reaction after getting the initial kill, they started just like kind of peeling away from the side, just looking around. Like, okay, what's going on, guys? Why is no one coming in? And there we go. Well, they're confused right there. Beyond strike, and this is a switch up. This is a big switch up. Danking playing up close. Attacker spots out QQ trying to be aggressive towards mid, and there's a lot of sound being made, and Danking, it's time for him to shine. He's going to find one. Spots the second player. The second flick's not going to land, but doesn't matter. Summer's there to shut it down. 3k for him. Op retrieved as well, and Tyloo, well, they took a couple of punches, but my oh my, that was a massive uppercut.
Good spray down. I think Summer has been way more impactful. I don't even think it's a thinking. He just has. It's a fact. He's delivered so much here in Mirage in comparison to his quieter train performance. I feel like sometimes Summer can have these moments where you see a little flash in the pan, you know, of back in the day.
Yeah, I mean,
Fancy.
he was for the longest time the best. Yeah, when he was Fancy 1, the best player in China back in what, 2015, 16, thereabouts, and now in-game leading. But good thing is he doesn't have to carry anymore. Somebody's been swatted out. There's no way. There's no way no one saw him. They're coming in from around the corner, and a jumping Mac 10 doesn't work, but KNTZ and Mayrolls. 2 sharp kills. This B bomb site just run over by Beyond. Bomb yet to be planted. Smokes will fade away. As attacker waits patiently for Beyond to make a move.
Summer. Oh, attack going down. Summer realizes, okay, I may have been able to do everything in the previous round. I can't do it again here. He's out of there. He's saving into the next one. Or at least trying to go for a couple of exits here. This would be very expensive for the T side if they lose even a couple. Please, please, no. Olivia finds the kill. Summer loses his rifle. I mean, the money's good here enough for Tyloo. So it definitely would have been more beneficial if Summer had been able to take the AWP away. So you definitely enjoy those exit frags from Summer. They work out well, but a good reply, I think, from Beyond. They realized, okay, we went into A, we absolutely got destroyed, so let's go to the exact opposite end of the map and hope that over here we'll avoid Summer at least. We'll see what works out, and I mean, they get the job done. So 12-9, Tyloo 4 away from victory still. They've got a buy coming in here, but the money alongside Beyond's are on their last leg. So this is what we like to call a swing round for the next couple. If you didn't know, if you're new to Counter-Strike, you can actually spam through this. It does barely any damage, but it does sprinkle a little bit onto the underpass players if you get the lineup right.
Or if you have an AWP. And
Or if you have
ahead.
an AWP. Yeah, true.
Yeah. Well, like you said, Dinko, it is finally turning into an actual matchup here. It was 11-4 Tyloo, but then slowly but surely they're bringing it back up Beyond. They're showing that they're not just going to go down without a fight quietly into the night. Oh, the timing there. Player just goes up connector. I think it was STK. Doesn't get spotted out by Summer. That's gonna give them a lot of freedom to work with, but as the smoke dissipates, they will slowly fall on back. Attacker trying to time this right, and this could be brutal. STK, oh, I don't think it's gonna be expecting this, Dinko. Oh no. Oh, that is terrible. This is where attacker doesn't peek out. He's going to play this one safe, just a couple of warning shots. And beyond, they don't panic. They're going to group up. They're going to be heading towards this B bomb site where just one player is holding the line. But it is the madman himself. It is somebody with an AWP.
Well, he's going to be holding on. He has the backup, but slowly down in towards short. He'll get... Whoa, what? Somebody, that's a big flick. Vertical up into the site. Luckily, Olivia's there to reply, but it's still a man advantage picked up thanks to that insane shot coming in from somebody. Tyloo, a man to the good into this retake. It's got to be huge from KTZ and Olivia. They've had their moments. They've definitely been the shining lights. Olivia, the star player of this team, has been pretty quiet on Mirage. 16-18 right now, but it doesn't matter because KTZ has just taken down both Summer and Dan King, and it's all on attacker. He's got the 1 versus 2 retake. The time is ticking so far gone. He'll go for the spam. They know where he is now, and what a play from KTZ. Getting those 2 kills seals the deal. Attacker needs this kill almost immediately, and it's not going to happen. Olivia takes his head right off, and that's a 2 versus 3 being won by Beyond. And KTZ, my God, what a step up.
That is just incredible. What a step up indeed, like you said. And he's been very impactful. Like, we talked about Olivia and Trey and the hero moments he had. But I feel like KTZ deserves a lot of plaudits himself. He's been phenomenal. And you know what? I'm totally okay. I am so okay with the guys from Beyond winning these rounds. Because Tyloo, how many times have they won some of these BS rounds, right? Can we please see the replay from somebody, that op flick? Hopefully soon, PGL. Because that was unreal speed from him. But of course, he re-peeks out after that. But that's classing somebody, so.
Yeah, I feel like if he doesn't re-peek that, they win the round. And that's a little bit unfortunate, but somebody, 5-7 in hand, he's going to try and rattle off a couple of shots. It isn't going to work out for him. May Rolls runs over the top, and slowly is just dancing around the smoke grenade. Can we round the backside? STK turns. It's actually QQ, though, that gets the kill, and Summer trying his best, but Tyloo not having as much success in these rounds as they would like. And that does mean 11th picked up for Beyond now, Blut. They're 1 away from tying things up. And Tyloo, while they had a pretty dominant first half, but getting over to the CT side has been lackluster.
Lackluster, yeah, and not just lackluster. So many rounds where they had the advantage and just Beyond to snatch it back with the individual plays. And honestly, I feel like it's karma, what goes around comes around. The number of rounds that Tyloo have just stolen away from Beyond, I feel it's just only fitting that Beyond at least inflict the same onto the side of this Chinese side. Still, Dan King looking for some exits. This B bomb site's being a little bit of a problem here for Tyloo, though. They need to kind of mix it up a little bit, maybe keep somebody holding a little bit more aggressive angle towards the apartments, and he usually does that. I've seen him play pretty aggressively. Did Dan King just go AFK there? I guess he assumed he was saving inside of apartments, but okay. Oh, here we go. The flick shot. Whoa. That is so fast, Dinko.
Faster than the eyes can see nearly. Really good stuff there from somebody. You could be very happy with the shot at least, but not winning the round. And yeah, I feel like immediately after that brilliance, we see a bit of a mistake come through. But 12-11, Tyloo, we've got the buy coming in here. It's got the AWP in the hands of Dan King. The AUG out for somebody. He's definitely a player that still uses that. I think Shalsagay is another one. Trying to think. I think there's one more that I do see pick it up.
I think it's one of the Chinese guys. I'm not sure who. I don't see Vici using it that often. Anyway. Back into the round. Dan King smoked off. Trying to time his shot. There's no one there. Attacker hugging the smoke, playing up close. Olivia gets legged, actually. Dan King. Perfection of the timing. And it's going to be a little bit of a cheeky boost coming out here, Dinko.
I love this.
I think he got spotted out. I'm not sure.
Oh, no.
This is big.
He's in behind. He could go B. That's exactly where he's going to go here on the backside. And somebody, oh no, he's about to get a taste of his own medicine. Mayoral is coming around the market area. He's going to catch somebody surely at this point. Here's the footsteps. He's going to check short. Sees the one player there. Does he have the trigger? Oh my god.
No! 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 no, I felt that.
Well, somebody's going to hold on to the B-bomb site in towards Jill. He's got a good corner here to deal with this. We'll get right back to that nightmare scenario, but it looks like Beyond are recovering it nonetheless. QQ and Olivia taking 2 kills at somebody in the corner. He'll be holding on as the push comes around the corner. It's QQ with another important kill. I feel like they need to do more of that. An attacker, he's being a little bit quiet. He goes down and Summer falls as well. At least the round's recovered. And Mayrolls will take a deep sigh of relief, but that is horrible. That goes for the clean tap and misses the shot. And at that point, we all knew he was dead.
Oh, just that sinking feeling in the pit of your stomach. Like, oh, imagine what Mayrolls would have felt, Dinko, if it lost that round. But what was that from Olivia? Okay, that was. I didn't even see him, and we had X-ray earlier on. I didn't even see him. Crazy stuff. And yeah, this Tyloo B-hole is being a bit of a problem, Dinko. And the reply is this. What is that, KNT's? Danking, he gets away with 2, Dinko. He should be getting away with even 1. We talk about Fnatic and their bullshit rounds, but Tyloo, they're giving them a run for the money. This is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous. I mean, it's just a Tyloo thing, really, isn't it? The fact that they've got the ability to pull this off so much, they haven't done it as much here on Mirage. I definitely feel like Beyond have been better at handling it on Mirage than they were on Trim, but this might just be one of those rounds where Tyloo walk away with some madness. Still recoverable, of course, by Beyond. They have got 3 players still standing with AKs, and that's a missed shot from Slowly. He's going to reposition. He's going to go back up to the ladder room. Summer up in Palace. He's got the 5-7 up here Slowly. We're going to try and take this fight. Attacker, he's guaranteed a kill here. He's surely guaranteed at least 1. And no, blah, the commentator's curse. He's gone. He's checked. SDK just domes him. And that was the one weapon that needed to show up, unfortunately, here. And so the round begins to crumble in front of your eyes here for Tyloo. It's about to be the lead going in favor of Beyond, 13-12. What a comeback it's been. They had a terrible first half showing, but Tyloo have just been as bad on the CT side, if not worse. So Beyond now 3 away from setting us to map number 3, blah.
First, I am so
maybe take another
happy.
map.
Yeah, I'm actually very, very happy to see Beyond being able to bounce back despite the, as we like to call it, the BS rounds, right? Like Danking getting 2 kills over there. Again, yeah, helped out by KNTZ, just jumping up for no reason whatsoever. But and then of course we had 1 round where it was Mayrolls, you know, the 1 tap completely whiffing the player over in short, and yet they bring it back. Yet they dig in deep and they manage to claw it back, and gotta give them credit for that. I feel like they've done a much better job of this compared to, let's say, Train, where they actually had the lead, where they were neck to neck with Tyloo all the while in the map pick, and yet they were not able to close it out. And over here in Mirage, it's been a comeback. It's been absolutely a comeback.
Oh, it has, and it really feels like usually in the back of our heads we're always thinking, "Oh, here go Tyloo. This is where they're going to pick it up. This is where they close it out, they get into the winning position, and they break their hearts." But I don't feel that feeling right now, Blah. Summer holding on from CT. Here comes the push out of Palace. Multiple players about to run into his crosshair. It's Mayrolls with the first kill. He'll look for more here as well, but it's STK picking it up. Summer going down slowly, able to reply as QQ hits the deck. It's Danking slowly, and somebody left into a 3 versus 4. Slowly he's going to start moving in, but the smoke covering his vision, severing his information flow. That's Beyond. The quick take of the A-bomb site. Bomb down immediately. Man advantage held at his post plan. And Tyloo probably considering the save call at this point, and slowly goes forward. He's down. He's out of there. It has to be the save. There's no money, and Olivia's not going to let it happen. He gets rid of the AWP, and somebody, he's stuck alone. He's in the market. And this is a must-win round for Tyloo, and they do nothing, blah. They get nothing done. Beyond, they're going to win the map. I can feel it.
Beyond's on the precipice. Dinko, they're at the edge. Why? I mean, they have money, but not that great money. If he saved the M4, it could have dropped it for Summer or for Attacker. Somebody. Do you know how much money Beyond have?
The
You don't
decision
need to
making
have a degree. You don't
is
need to go to Harvard and have a degree in mathematics like Mitch
Blah.
does to figure out the economy. Why have you done that?
Well,
Yes.
Mitch is a talented being. Okay, no one can quite match what he does. His palm reading is unrivaled, and I think he's probably read the palms of the Tyloo team right now. And I feel like there's nothing bright in their future here, Mirage. I think this one might just be a done deal, unless they do something
Tyloo.
crazy here.
It's Tyloo. It's Tyloo. You just can't count them out. That's an unfortunate truth. And I'm sure Beyond are aware of it. Beyond need 2 more rounds, man. They need 2 more rounds, and they have 4 opportunities to do so, right? It's drawn them at 27 out of the 30 in regulation. And they, again, reminding all our viewers, the core of Beyond haven't taken a map off Tyloo in a year and 3 months. That's before Corona was even a thing. It's been that long, and they've played 19 maps. That's like, I think, like 9 best of 3s, and they've lost every single one of them. It's 18-1 to Tyloo in map wins to losses to Beyond. And finally, they might just break the curse here, Denko. It might actually happen. Beyond might make the ICS great again.
Well, Corona was established in 1925. I'm talking about the beverage. So, yeah, it's probably been that long since Beyond been able to do anything against Tyloo. Well, we got a couple of FAMAS in play. 3, in fact. Some are attacking slowly, trying to position well with their crossfire. And Samu Jan default. Olivia and STK had to come around the corner, jumping. Summer hasn't been spotted, but the Molotov's going to force him into the open. He needs 1. He's not going to do any bit of damage even. STK and Mayrol's finding the headshots. It's done here for Tyloo, surely, unless Attacker can step up, and he's gone. Yeah, they're not even winning fights anymore, Blair.
Oh,
What a round.
that got so scary, but Mayrolds. He's had enough, Dinko. Map point. I agree with you. This is map 3. Map 3 has to be coming up here. What a T side. What a T side from Beyond.
Yeah, this has been unbelievable, and also what a terrible CT half from Tyloo. I mean, the
bomb side hole.
Yeah,
Jesus.
Yeah, like it seems to be a problem in so many teams. It's just figuring out how to play B. And you know what I think it is, Blair? I think it's just boring. Playing the B bomb side Mirage is boring, and teams in Asia don't have discipline. This doesn't make sense.
So they just go AFK.
They're like,
They're like,
can I
"Hey, guys,
just
I'm just
change
gonna-"
something? Yeah, this is the way you have to play it. You mean I have to do this every round? Yes, that's how you do. You have to do this every single. No, I'm gonna do what I
refuse.
want. Yeah, I will do something. I will reinvent the wheel. I honestly think that's it. It's crazy.
I feel like Tyler would have won some of these rounds if they just kept someone in apartments. Like,
Yeah.
literally, just keep someone there. You get a kill, you get traded, it's fine. At least your rotation's there. And Beyond one finishes with the final hit towards B, Dinko, and it might just work out. Mayrolds comes running, and he's missing nothing. Mayrolds with a double, and this is it. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to map number 3. There's no way Tyler brings this one back. It's a B bomb side. Bombs planted. The post plants are brilliant. The angles are held, and look at the weaponry. An MP9, an MP7, and an M4. Hold on to that thought. Attacker's got a kill. Oh, he's down. He's down. All right. Here we go. Map number 3 coming up. And it is going to be Beyond. Finally taking a map off Tyloo since July 2019.
Well, Dan King, he is just biding his time, but it is inevitable. We are going to the 3rd map Beyond, finally taking a win over Tyloo. It has been such a long time, Blair. Like you said, July 2019 was the last time these guys have taken a map off Tyloo. They do have a chance to win the series now as they head into map number 3. Now, that will be difficult, but Tyloo are looking kind of weak right now. So I'm looking forward to map number 3. I think Beyond can definitely give us a show, especially with that clean and clinical T side. Able to close it out. They don't choke. And we've got Mitch and Tom here to help us talk about this one, because it's finally something monumental in Asian Counter-Strike that can be celebrated. I mean, we can't celebrate anything else, so here we go.
Yeah. I mean,
We'll
it
take
reminds me of, I don't know how many of you have watched the movie Predator, but where Arnold, like, they're facing off the Predator and they see the blood, and Arnie's like, if it bleeds, we could kill it. And I feel like that's what Beyond are feeling right now. Like, we've taken the map away. We've broken the curse of taking a map off Tyloo. They can probably go for the win now.
They could certainly. I mean, the reality is, it's not like Inferno looks amazingly well for them. Realistically, Tyler was still favored coming into that map by quite a bit. I mean, this is the map that they only lose to the best in China. They don't lose to a team like Beyond, but they don't lose Mirage either. Very, very rarely. So that is like, you got to think as well. When we came into this, we said Mirage is their map. You know, that was the one thing where we said, oh, Beyond, maybe they could pick it, but you're not going to do that versus Tyloo. That's a map that's guaranteed to go their way, and yet here we are. I'm really impressed, honestly. I'm blown away by the fact that Beyond have been able to do this. We saw them come through with Olivia having a good series, definitely, but Mayrolls stepping it up, back on the same form that he was yesterday on the final map, and showing that he ain't here to mess around. Alongside KNTZ and Olivia, these guys dominated in opening duels, but Beyond actually lost the majority of them. And it seems like I wouldn't have said this last season, but now, to me, QQ seems to be a bit of a liability in the early rounds. We saw it on Train. You know, he would go up the Pop Dog ladder for no reason at the very start of a very important round and die randomly. It seems like he's a very itchy player. And in this game, he was 1 out of 9 opening duels went his way. That is not acceptable, especially on a map like Mirage. It's not like you can be stuck down. Even if you're holding B, you're not in a position where you should be losing that many duels. There's no excuse really for that kind of performance.
Just want to, like, again, paint a picture here, Tom. Tyloo, Merrill obviously has to be an MVP for this match, like 27 kills. He was everywhere. Even that
was
one,
nuts.
he got CSGO'd, that thing. It's happened to all of us. He got CSGO'd. It wasn't his fault, right? It's on his head. Tap, boom, you just missed a shot. But his team, the way they were peaking together, like, Tyloo couldn't get anything done on the B-bomb side. And here's the thing. Here's a quick stat for you guys. It was 11-4 for Tyloo on the T side, Tom. And they won 1 CT round. And they lost 16-12. How insane is that?
I've sort of learned something this tournament, that there is only one player, and that is Techno, who has actually learned how to defend the B site of any map. Which it's kind of wild, because that's been a weakness for pretty much every single team. Like, even we saw the likes of Urkus from Tiger struggling on Train on the B site. There hasn't been any good B site defenders other than a 16-year-old stand-in who plays for a team who just lost. So yeah, I'm honestly, like, I'm severely disappointed that that's a thing, especially when even in some of the rounds they had 2-3 players, they had AWPs, they tried everything. And I'll be honest, I think a lot of it came down to somebody. Like, he is someone who's got away with murder for years and years, and finally a team has started to punish him, and he hasn't had a good tournament so far. Like, here and there, he's had a map or two, but he's meant to be one of the best players. He's meant to be the player that you just can't play against, and at the moment, everybody seems to have his number.
Yeah, that seems to be the case, but we're going to be heading into Inferno, a map where, let's be really, look at the stats, it actually favors Tyloo even more compared to Mirage, but I don't necessarily think it's going to be that easy, because Beyond, they taste blood. They smell the blood in the water, like sharks are circling in, going in for the kill. But Tyloo, they're not a shark. They're not a human. They're not a seal. They're a dragon. And map number 3 coming up to decide who is going to win. Is Tyloo going to just pull off the win, just, you know, maintain their supremacy, or is Beyond going to pull off the upset of Asian Counter-Strike of the year of 2020, if you ask me? We'll be back after a very short break.
ourselves a pretty impressive affair coming up. It's Tyloo versus a Beyond. And while here on this map, Blair, it's Inferno. It's the best of three decider map that all best of threes or grit best of threes end on. It's a perfect affair for Tyloo and Beyond. And it's the true test for this Ty team. If they can beat Tyloo, well, that might just break everything. Maybe Beyond start becoming one of the top teams.
Yeah, if they can take down Tyloo here, it's going to be, I feel like, the biggest curse broken. They're like, if we can take Tyloo, we can take down anyone else. It has been quite a momentous day for Beyond as a team, for all fans of ICS all around the world, how many that may be. We did see Beyond finally take a map off Tyloo after 15 months. That's a long time. That's a very, very long time indeed. But here we go. Inferno, the deciding map. As Beyond opt to start on the CT side, it's going to be Tyloo. They have a number of Glocks, somebody in summer. I'm assuming he's going to be going for the utility buy. For the side of Beyond, there's going to be SDK once more, taking one for the team. He's got a flash, he's got a kit, USPs and Kevlar for everyone else. We have a Molotov, a couple of smokes, and a flash for Tyloo.
Tyloo kind of sucked in the pistol round so far, Bless, so I'm kind of hoping they change that coming into Inferno. They've got much more utility, so clearly they have an idea. I want to see if they can execute that idea properly. I think Beyond have just forced Tyloo to respect him as well. You remember back to the last time we seen these guys play, Inferno was one of the maps selected. It was the first map out. Tyloo came into it with a proper game plan. It was just straight, immediate aggression on the CT side, pushing everything, making sure Beyond were never comfortable, and they kind of scared them a little bit. But I think Beyond have rattled Tyloo's cage. I think they've realized, okay, this team need our respect.
Yeah, I mean, and that itself is quite impressive. You know, Tyloo to respect another team over here. The hit is coming in towards A. The trades are fast and furious. It's a 2v2. Winnable still for Beyond. The problem is, Dinko, Merold, the one with the Kevlar, is down to 12 points of health. One bullet on any part of his body, and he's done for. And the T's, the two surviving members, it's Summer and Danking. Both of them have picked up the USPs. Danking spots a player towards... Oh, this one's done. Summer finds SDK. That was a player with the health, and he gets taken down. And Tyloo, well, they win the pistol round, despite losing a man early on. I'm just going to bring up the stats very quickly here. Like, if you look at Mirage, which Beyond just won, I mean, the stats, I think it just got updated. But, Tyloo were 82%, they had 82% win rate on this map, 83% actually on Mirage, and Beyond had 48% or something, and they won that. And now heading into Inferno, this is a map where Tyloo have played 14 times. It's the second most played map in the past 3 months. And they have, in the past 6 months actually, but they played 14 in the past 3 months. They've won 86% win rate on that. While for the side of Beyond, they played it 15 times, and they've won only 47% of the maps, which is just insane. But still, stats are stats. Numbers aren't always correct, as we do have a full stack taking place towards B, and unfortunately for the side of Beyond, Tyloo have opted to go towards the A bomb site where it is completely empty. There's no one there to defend, and it's going to be a free round for Tyloo. It's going to be one of those rare rounds where I believe Beyond, well, they're going to try to save all their 5 USBs, not feed them, but 100% sure Summer and Slowly are going to be going on the hunt to farm some cash. Did they clear apartments? Because this is interesting. We just left one player over at A, which is fair. There's no one there. We have the advantage of, you know, seeing, having the X-ray and everything, but this is that was a little risky from Tyloo, I feel like. Okay. Casualties. Okay, more casualties. This ain't bad. It's pretty solid. Beyond, they are dealing a bit of damage, but this SMGs will still be a problem. SDK finds Summer. This is turning out to be a very expensive round for Tyloo. Even if they find SDK, Dinko. Oh, he gets taken out in the end there. They've lost the 2 SMGs, and they've lost the rifles. They've lost 2 AKs. And another MAC-10. And the problem is not about just the weaponry. It's the fact that they have to repurchase all the Kevlar and whatnot. And that's quite a lot of money being reinvested by Tyloo into round number 3. And what should have been, I feel like they should have not even lost a single player there. Or maybe at max 1.
it's all about grabbing control of the economy early on. We bring that up all the time, but when it comes to these important games that we know are going to go right to the edge, they're going to go right to the end of the regulation, you need to have as much money as possible. Otherwise, you're going to let one team build up a pretty substantial lead. And beyond, they've got themselves a good haul. That's Olivia playing a bit of an off angle in the site. He'll take that initial information and fall back into the bomb site itself. But Tyler are wrapping around this A site, looking for these kills. You're going to start tapping away. A little bit of damage being done across the board, but it's somebody with a headshot. Olivia going down, slowly following instead as well. And it's Tyler with a man advantage, and the bomb site completely taken. Beyond, take a look at their economy and realize, well, they either have to get a kill immediately here, or probably have to save call.
I'll just save right now if I'm them. It's really not worth it. They can't retrieve the rifles either. One's over in balcony, one's inside of bomb site, and there we go. That's a right call. I love that from Tyloo, though. I love it. They didn't waste any time, ran on straight towards mid, and they had an idea that Beyond's probably going to have 3 players towards Banana early on in the round. And they're like, okay, that A bomb site could be easy, could be ripe for the picking, and there you have it. They're going to just win the round very convincingly. Shouldn't be losing any players as well. They have evacuated the premises, and SK still sticking around, Dinko? Oh, Summer does get taken down. That's a little expensive. And QQ just running in, trying to find... Sorry, SK just running in, trying to find something, and he will, in fact, retrieve a rifle. An AK-47 picked up. So for Beyond, 0-3 down, but they can still eke out a buy here.
Let's Tyloo over here. Could be having that organ play on the hands of somebody who has been terribly quiet, I feel, across the series. Has moments on trend, obviously. His big somebody moments where you expect, but over a Mirage, he was basically non-existent. Bottom fragging for the team, looking a little bit rough. So hopefully that change is coming into Inferno. And it stays that way, because 3-0 up for Tyloo right now. Banana control being taken by Dan King. He's going to start rattling shots. They're just going to leave him there, and the rest of the team turning their attentions elsewhere.
Somebody was, in fact, kind of quiet even in the previous RMR, if memory serves me right. He wasn't exactly the super impactful player he used to be once upon a time, and I feel like it's because of how, like, everyone else seems to be stepping up for the team, right? But this addition of Danking and Slowly has just, I feel like it's been perfect. They're gonna go for the try peek, Dinko. The bomb has been spotted out, and somebody still gets a kill through the smoke. There's still a player waiting, and it's going to be Olivia. Finds one, not able to get the second kill, though. It's still a 3v2 advantage for Tyloo, and the problem is the remaining CDs is so far away from the bomb site, so bomb gets planted. And QQ and KNTZ on the retake. They have a kit, smoke, and a flash for KNTZ, but this is going to be very hot. So yeah, the call's gone out again. Yet another save coming in for the Thai side, and Tyloo, they just rest control this B bomb site. To get her 4 rounds. So far, flawless for the side of Tyloo, and QQ not able to save his FAMAS, and KNTZ peeks out, hoping to catch someone off guard, but he loses his gun, so nothing safe beyond. They have the loss bonus, Dinko, but it's still not going to be good enough for a solid buy here. So pistols and armor, probably.
I mean, this is that start we talk about when it comes to Tyloo, right? If they get that flawless start going, especially on Inferno, we've seen it in the past from them. This is where they become almost unstoppable if they get going too far, right? And Beyond, I feel like they need to grab a couple of rounds in the near future, if not in the next round, the one after. They need to do something, Blur. Because Tyloo is just going to start building that scoreline. And when you put Tyloo in a position where they win round after round after round, you're looking at 8-0, 9-0 on the clock. Well, at that point, they forget about all the problems over on Mirage.
Once again, this B bomb site, it's going to be really hard to hold Mayoral. Just playing anti-flash, but Summer comes charging in. Nice spin around there. I believe he got the dink onto STK, and yeah, it's going to be another round going the way of Tyloo here. Although, they'd be looking to not make it too expensive, Dinko. Like, we all remember the second round where they lost so many players to the USPs. Danking finding STK through the smoke, trying to make his escape, and yeah, that's going to be another round. Of course, for Beyond, it was just a very light investment. I wonder if KNDZ is going to be sticking around with the alligator here, or going into the next round.
mean, it's pretty valuable, even in the gun rounds. It's not like they're going to have a lot of money. So
Mm.
I think so. I think he's probably got no other option but to keep this. You can play it up in the apartments. Certainly an area you can bring that. There's plenty of spots you can play the XM here on Inferno. So yeah, definitely going to be keeping that outside. Never mind. Well, never mind then, Blatt. Yeah, there's your answer. Thank you. Thank you, Ty Lue.
Was he? Wasn't he? Well, he's not. He's not keeping the.
He has no
XM.
choice.
He has no option.
Well,
Well,
you
he
think
could
it's
have-
his choice. You think it's his choice, Blatt. How cute of you.
The problem here for Beyond this buy, right? Because of the little bit of the investment in the pistols and whatnot they had the previous round, none of them have any helmets. Now against the AKs, you'd be like, okay, you know, one-on-one duels, it's not going to be a problem. But there's an AUG, there's a Mac 10, and the Summer just explodes out. You know, they're taking somebody's duel just to one goosh, as I like to call it, on the head, and your aim's going to be all over the place. So it can get a little worrying. Oh, the timing there for Olivia. On scopes at the worst time possible. And here they come charging out. Candy is blind as a bat, and they've just been run over. Olivia, what can he possibly do? He's doing a great job staying alive, but he's gonna get just shredded by Danking. And again, another save for Beyond. They're not able to get anything done, and it's like Tyler just tossing a coin. They're like, where do we go, guys? A, cool. Pounce on it, win the round. Let's go B. Fine, they're winning it. 6-0 for Tai Lu. And it's looking so clean and clinical from the Chinese side. Oh.
Well, Summer going down. A couple of seconds left. Blood, they're going to have to go here. The Chinese side are dropping like flies in STK. What is the fly swatter? The bomb on the other side, though. He'll be very happy with just taking these kills and staying alive. And you're just trying to take it down, eliminate this M4. And it doesn't really matter. It's 6-0 up for Ty Lue now, Bled. They'll be pretty comfortable with how things are going. And when we take a look at Beyond over here, it'll be a bit of an awkward scenario where a couple of players have money. You've got M4 in the hands of STK. He also has money in reserve, but you really don't want to buy here. You're not going to get a good enough buy to compete against that of Ty Lue. You want to keep as much money as possible, even though you're 6-0 down. Well, they're going to go for the buy, Blah. They need rounds, I guess. They got to go for it. It's going to work out. It's a pretty decent buy. I mean, he got a few weaknesses, obviously, in the SMGs, but STK being the selfless player, he's going to toss over that M4 and just buy utility with his spare cash. And, well, QQ, I mean, he's been so quiet. He's been the quietest performer across the series for this team, I feel, in a lot of moments. So we're going to see what he's going to pick up. It'll be the M4 and just a smoke. So not too bad. Really solid buy, actually. All things considered. But not a whole lot of utility. And that's a big factor when it comes to Inferno.
Yeah, and that's always a worrying thing, right? Like, if Ty Lue, if they can slow it down. Right now, Ty Lue obviously know that, you know, max loss bonus has kicked in a while ago. But they're going to, all they have to do is just try and, like, draw the utility, which is taking place over Banana. If you take a look at it, like, a lot of utility being used already, and now they have two smokes, a flashbang, someone tucked in the corner. You have to check it, and they will check it. Olivia, so good! He's so sick! Finds 2 kills in a spray. Attacker and slowly fall. At least the trade does take place for Tai Lue, but he's done the job. Danking finds another one, and May rolls from behind, but that means the B-bomb side's open. They've got both the flankers, Dinko, and QQ and KNTZ. Well, at least they find somebody. Now it's all on Summer. He's just gonna leg it for the B-bomb side, and it is gonna be a 1v2. He's gonna get the bomb down, but this is the best chance Beyond have had in, like, seems like forever to win a round.
Well, Summer, he's got QQ out to his left side here. He needs to be careful as they move forward. Needs to be the pickup as Summer holding on. QQ moving forward. KNTZ, they move forward into the crosshair. The waiting arms of Summer, and he only gets one. He was so close to finding that second kill and winning another round for Tai Lue, but finally Beyond. They go for the investment, they throw everything on the table, and they walk away with the round win. The money, I mean, it's another scenario, Blair, where they're not going to have utility. They're not going to have the solid gold purchase in terms of getting that op out and having the full utility and all the bells and whistles around it, but it's certainly enough. And as long as they can keep winning these and not fall going into this next round, because Tai Lue have so much money, then maybe they can come back and maybe they can get a scoreline that looks a little more respectable than 6-1.
In that 2v2, I mean, again, like when you're like 6-0 up and you're feeling it, I really can't blame somebody. But I feel like if you maybe just fallen back towards second mid and just cut off the rotation for a while, because Summer was just running towards B bomb side, right? You just waited towards mid for a while, found out that there's no one who's rotating in from mid, and then just like went towards Banana to help out his teammate. I feel like that could have been an easy 2v2. But good work from Beyond to like make it a 2v1, finding the kill onto Summer. Oh, that is brilliant. Brilliant flashbang, brilliant movement, and slowly's going to spot the player out, and they're just going to go in for the hunt here. Mayrol's taken out very early in the round. And Tyloo, well, this is going to actually slow things down a bit.
Slowing things right down indeed. And now Tyloo is starting to wrap this A bomb site again. A very passive setup created from the CT side. They need to be a little bit careful about this. In Summer, he's caught the rotation STK coming in, and that's the problem with playing so passive from the start of the round if you're Beyond. You don't have the information. You don't know how many players are pushing up in towards Archway to go for that fight in the CT rotator, and it's done. Tyloo just capitalized on all the little small mistakes there from Beyond. It's not like they make any mistakes in how they played. It's the lack of what they were doing, the lack of movement, the lack of aggression, the lack of information that costs them.
Yeah, just getting dissected, and such a hard round to win earlier. Dingo coming down to 1v1, they win it, and Beyond's like, okay, this is where we start to come back. This is what we did in Mirage, but then Tyloo just like stomp back down, stomp on their faces and be like, all right, this is reality. The reality is you're not going to win much more. This is looking very dire already. Now, I know he said this in Mirage, but this is, how do I put this across? This is more convincing from Tyloo. It's not requiring, you know, a player just popping off and hitting some nutty shots. You remember how many rounds on the T side where it's like a 2v4 or like a 3v5 and Tyloo just bring it back? This is way different. This is Beyond just losing a man at the beginning of the round almost every single time. And even at the end of the round, KNTZ not able to save anything. Somebody leaves no prisoners, Dinko. Money, it's again in a... it's in a rough spot. If I'm Beyond, I just go for some pistols. KNTZ once again with the auto shotty. Might as well. At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if Beyond are feeling a tad bit desperate.
You can't blame them for feeling desperate. You have every reason to be at this point. Tyloo 7-1 up. KNTZ will get his auto shotgun out into another round blow. We'll see what he can do with it. He's gonna be slowly starting things off with a nice kill on the STK. KNTZ is gonna go into the apartments. Player up here at Summer, and he goes down. Good kill from KNTZ. Summer was just not ready for that.
Yeah, money in the bank. That's $900. An upgrade to the AK-47. He can even gift that other shotty over to one of his teammates. Meryl's playing in the smoke. He's trying to be cheeky, Dinko, but the smoke dissipates. And he is naked in the open. He slowly pushes him through the smoke, finds Olivia. That's around. Can't easily just hold on to this AK-47. There's no point going for it, but guess who's on the hunt, Dinko? It's a certain someone. It's a certain somebody. Slowly's on an ace.
Oh, slowly. And what? Stan King that takes the kill. KTZ goes down very quickly indeed, and it won for Tyloo. Now, we looked at the statistics. We said, okay, this is even more favored for Tyloo coming into Inferno. Yeah, I think we can see that play. It's certainly playing out that way. Tyloo just look a little more comfortable on this map, or a lot more comfortable. Over here for Beyond, it's the AWP out for Olivia. They will get their buy-in finally, where they have all the bells and whistles to play with. I feel like this is probably one of the first times we've actually got to see Olivia play with this AWP in the gun round. So we'll see if he can get it over the line for Beyond. We'll see if he can step up, because he can certainly be an influential factor here on Inferno. Although sometimes he does go a little bit missing on this map, especially in the important games.
It does. It tends to happen, and hopefully this is not going to be the map. I mean, it looks pretty grim already. Flashbang is good, and Olivia so lucky to stay alive, and that is the experience, Dinko, from someone not over peeking. He knows he's done the damage, but he doesn't push ahead. In the meantime, slowly just opened up Banana alone. Alone. Of course, helped out by a flashbang, but that's it. That's a round done. Danking's even gonna get a kill onto Olivia. Dank, I mean, he's got an op, and he's still going for more. Will get found out. KNTZ will retrieve an AWP, but the hunt is on, and somebody's on the case. This is just brutal from Tyloo.
Yeah, this is the Tyloo performance we've been waiting for in the series so far. I think when they realized, okay, we've actually just lost. Was that? I don't like this feeling. Let's just let's focus on going to this third map. Let's fix all these problems. And so far, so good. They look much more comfortable on this final map. I also have to say, Beyond have kind of become stagnant, right? They feel like they've lost that confidence. They've lost that exciting play style that they had. They stopped going aggressive on the CT side. They stopped even trying to fight for early information. Tyloo have just kind of put them in their place again.
That's lucky. And Tyloo have so much money, Dingo. They can just keep buying up. They can just keep going for this hunts, even if they're losing or hemorrhaging players. Doesn't really matter. And once more, Beyond, they're gonna entrust the Zoom banger into the hands of Mr. Olivia once more. I don't want to really like. He's actually top fragging for his team, which isn't saying much. Because he's sent 7 frags, and everyone's like 5, 6, 4, and Meryl's 2. It's just like nothing's going their way. Absolutely nothing. And I don't think it's just like a player problem or an individual problem. It's just that Tyloo's T side is just so good. They're just opening things up, and Beyond's their protocols are all over the place. They're falling. I mean, they're getting picked apart by typical defaults from Tyloo. Like the banana hold is abysmal. It's just getting wrecked. And they're also getting all these picks towards mid. It's just not comfortable. And yeah, it's clear why, you know, Inferno is not a map that Beyond have good stats on. Tyloo just laying it bare.
Yeah, it's not ideal. Not ideal at all. Flashes down in towards middle. It'll be Dan King chilling out here. Or two bananas, should I say? God, it's 3 maps. Like, this one, your brain starts to give up. Seen a lot of Counter-Strike over the past few days. And oh, Summer trying to extend from the apartments. KNTZ is available and is able to pick him up on the Yogg, and now the push in towards top middle. Oh, that's not too far off, play. That's pretty damn close from Olivia. But what I like is he doesn't stick around. He actually falls away. He knows that Tyloo like to walk through smokes.
He does indeed. For the first time in, I feel like in a long time, a little bit of an advantage for the CT slowly. Oh no, the timing, Dingo, the timing. Olivia, he was scoped and he was waiting, and the moment the Molotovs and the smokes were getting tossed in, that's when he decided to rotate. With his back turned. Free kill. I mean, perfect timing on the peak coming out from Slowly, but that shouldn't be happening. Slowly's not wrapping around. He's not just not making any noise because they don't really have much time, and Slowly, Meryl's doing everything he can. 8 seconds on the clock. They're gonna get the bomb down, but this is doable, Dingo. It's a 2v2. And Beyond, if there was a time for them to come alive and just steal a round back, now is the opportunity. Somebody getting spotted out, getting a little too overeager with Molotov to cover off his escape. QQ sneaking in. Well, that didn't last long.
Any hope and success for Beyond on the first half at least is gone. I lose double figures already. Somebody with a 3k in this round. KNTZ, well, he does get an AWP. At least that's something carried over to the next one. Something positive being brought into the future for Beyond. But I think they can be happy. I don't see a way they can win Inferno, but I think they can be happy with the performance in terms of taking a map off Tyloo. And what's a little bit more heartbreaking, Blair, is the fact that they could have and probably should have won this series 2-0. If you think back to Train, how many BS Tyloo rounds there were, and I mean, they
Yeah.
probably would have lost Train, right? And so Beyond could be in a situation right now where they've picked up a win against Tyloo 2-0. Unfortunately, this is reality, and we live in this world.
Oh my god, King is barely taking any damage, and Meryl's like, there was some Molotovs there. How are you here? How are you even here? It doesn't make any sense. Olivia replies back by fighting slowly just getting on top of the boxes, just trying to ensure nothing, like Beyond get up to nothing, and they're gonna try and save, and already the hunt is on again, Dinko. Like, oh my god, this is just.
We might as well just record one round, Blair, and play it over and over again until it's 16
two
for
rounds,
Tyler.
2 rounds. One for the A side, one for the B side. I have no idea where attacker is. Oh my god. That's just. Call The Hague. Call it. This is a war crime. They're just bullying Beyond at this point in time. They're just pissed off right now, Dinko, losing Mirage like that.
You make us lose. Not happening.
You took a map off us? That's us giving you hope. So now when you lose this game in this fashion,
It's
you're gonna
actually
be
just next level,
crushed.
yeah. It's actually just next level, so they can. They feel like Beyond were starting to climb over the cliff of the mental brick or mental block they have against Tyloo. And so Tyloo realized, okay, we'll give them a little map. We'll really play with them this time, right? We'll give them hope, make them think, well, finally we've got over the mountain. And they realized only halfway up. And they've been just kicked to the bottom again.
Yeah, this is just the auto shot he didn't up. They get to get a kill earlier.
Yeah, I've got man advantage here as well.
This entire experience for Beyond is like me solo queuing in Asian matchmaking, where I have like 4 teammates who none of whom speak the common language. They're just yelling at you, and then on the other side you have like some 5-man stack of like 5 Chinese aimbotters who are just like this hive mind, just running in and just wrecking you, and then just sitting there with 1 kill and 11 deaths and wondering what's going on. And then either the Filipino or the Thai player in my team's like, you're so noob, delete the game. I'm like, but you have 1 kill, you're just like me. Well,
That's the best part. It's like when people are insulting you about your performance and they are literally at the bottom of the team, they have no understanding. It's like they're just a voice and they don't actually understand that their performance is just as bad.
I believe in Meryl's. I believe. Oh, never mind. I
don't.
He's dead. Yeah.
I don't.
Sorry. I take it back. Summer.
Come on, Blair. Come on. It's like
I'm just trying to, like, you know, like in Dragon Ball Z, everyone raises their hands and they're like gonna give him the power. At least it's not gonna be 16-0, but you know, some face being saved here, because it's Inferno is a decider map. You're the best team in Southeast Asia. You've allowed Inferno through, meaning that you can kind of play the map. I mean, you're not terrible at it, but this CD side has been just. That's the thing. I don't even know if it's bad.
non-existent.
Yeah, it's just not there. Tyloo have just whipped them, bullied them, just. Oh my lord.
I love how everybody has like 14k on somebody, 10k for Slowly, 6k for Summer, 10k for $100 for Dan King. Just, what?
That's because he keeps dying with an op.
Yeah,
just pushing
exactly.
it.
He just like pushes. Like...
Hey guys, I'm gonna walk on in with an op to kill this player with a Mag 7 just to, you know,
Sure,
take
go
it away.
for it, Dan
Yeah,
King.
they're like, do go for it. We got $40,000 for you. Oh, somebody beyond the grave burns a player alive. It's so casual. Like, it's almost like they're death matching. They're just running in. I mean, yeah, they're using utility. They're working as a pack. Again, Tyler's not doing anything, you know, bad or terrible. It's just that it is so clinical, and Beyond haven't been able to adapt. And I feel like they haven't. Like in 14 rounds, how many full buy rounds with a full set of utility have you seen from the side of Beyond, right? There's always a player with, you know, like a lack of utility, maybe a UMP, maybe some SMGs or an XM in the mix. It's awkward. 3v3. They got rifles, they got smokes, they got flashes, they got a kit. YOLO, do it. Go for it.
Well, Summer holding in the pit. 3 versus 3, but Dan King in the site gets 1 on the AWP, but it's Summer again. You got to keep eyes on him. He has nothing done, so it's Attacker having to win a clutch, and he's done this before, Blair. He's broken their hearts time and time again, and he looks to do it once more. He's on the site. Mayrolls trying to touch this bomb and hold it, but Mayrolls, he gets it done. It was a millisecond on it. Attacker playing around the corner, and the defuse. It manages to complete just before Attacker comes around. And what a celebration. A second round picked up. They double their score, and it's off the back of a defuse. He just sticks it. I love it. He's just holding it. Attacker comes around the corner. He's just holding it down. He's holding it down. Attacker realizes just a little too late right on the second as well. Well, 12-2 beyond, they'll take everything they can at this point. We head into the last round of the half. They haven't really got anything to work with. And I'm not just talking about the weapons they've got. They've only got 2 rounds. So going into the second half, it's going to be very difficult for them to be able to do anything. Normal services have resumed.
I just all tapped out from the feed just literally for like 2 seconds, and I'm like, wait, what?
Yeah, it's over. There we go, Black. 13 rounds to Tyler.
God.
That's literally just holding W. There's nothing to break down there other than they ran down Banana, they got headshots, and they have a 13th round.
They're like Roka, you know, just hitting headshots and such. It's really hard to come back from that. I just want to I mean, look, here's the thing, right? I was the most happy person when Beyond won Mirage. Just to let everyone know, I was the happiest person because I was like, yes,
Yeah, when you got off the broadcast, well, we really that's when the true emotions came out. It was you guys didn't see, Blood was celebrating.
I was like, yes, finally, Tyler getting punished for those plays, you know, and Beyond showing that hey, they can go toe to toe, and then Tyler's like, yeah, no, we just gave you a handicap. We just wanted to make this loss even more painful. But Meryl's opening kill, Danking's gonna fall. It is doable, Dinko. We've seen some comebacks so far. Except not against Tyloo, so... Oh, there we go. Somebody finds Olivia.
Wow. There's the reply needed. Oh, Flash Gaming stickers here on Summer's USP. That was an interesting project. It never really worked out.
Yeah, it does tend to happen, right? Like you have all these cool, again, it goes to show that team is not necessarily some of the parts. It's it's always that X element. Somebody.
Ooh, he's going for his little shoulder peek, but he's been pushed up. Down. Oh my! Woo! That is just filthy from somebody. He's under so much pressure. He's been pushed down to 40 HP. He's on the fallback. He's retreating back to the B bomb site, and he hits that headshot. Now that's just disgusting. Somebody does the most ridiculous things. And while Summer, he's here. Ow.
That is just fundamentally wrong from somebody where your teammates are nowhere nearby to rotate. Like if you lose at bomb site, they're gonna get the bomb down, and he just sticks around, and of course he's gonna hit that shot. It's just somebody, right? Like it's not just me. You can ask anyone who has ever commentated or casted a single game of Tyloo Counter-Strike, and you're gonna be like, yeah, it's just somebody. You can't. There's no reasoning behind him. He just makes it work.
Oh. Fantastic stuff, somebody. Really nice stuff. And while he's going back into Banana this time, spraying away with a FAMAS, he only gets 1 kill. His crosshair was a little off there, and now slowly having a reposition at the back of the B bomb side. Finally. The one sane human on this team. And well, he gets 1 kill. KNTZ will take him down, though, quite quickly on the FAMAS. And now Dan King starting to try and wrap back from the ruins. I do not want to see a Bren-style retake here. Not 1 by 1. Instead, Dan King denies the bomb plant. They don't even have eyes on ruins. And now Attacker and Summer, they're going to start going in together. Finally, the bomb is not even down either. So this is looking so good for Tyloo. Map point, series point, it's been collected. It's just Olivia. Attacker gets rid of him as well. And that's just annoying. Dan King just denies the bomb plant. No one looking at construction. No one even aware that that's a possibility. And Dan King, he's done enough just to create enough chaos and buy enough time for his teammates to get over. And you can see Beyond couldn't even get that bomb down. So the money's gone. And Tyloo should be taking this series.
It's it's been a pretty topsy-turvy series if you really think about it. I mean, like you saw Train, think of that was so very close, and then we saw Mirage, which was again a very close affair, and then we saw Beyond bring it back, and Inferno is just like normal services have resumed. Beep beep beep. Tyloo are just completely wrecking Asian teams again. I'm happy slowly
Well, there
didn't
it
get a
is.
kill with the, the alligator, because that would have been just a cruel injustice to Beyond.
Yeah,
Oh.
well, Tyloo, normal services resume. Good performance on Inferno. That kind of makes up for the loss over on Mirage, but I think it's fair to say clear weaknesses from Tyloo. Not quite the team would expect, but I guess every time Tyloo started a tournament, at least in PAL, which is big one, they had a little bit of a hiccup at the start. You know, they lost to Invictus. This might just be Tyloo's hiccup, and they kind of go over the curve now. But we've got Mitch and Tom to bring them in to break this one down. Good luck. Not really much there, was there?
Have fun.
Yeah, we've been.
I mean,
we've been
Tyloo had fun, Mitch.
yeah, this is like pretty much like a Jenga tower at the end of the game. Like there's not much to break down. It's already all over the place. Tyloo just played their game. That's it. Simple as. Let's move on to the next series. Fantastic work. No, I think that coming into this map, I expected. To be honest, I still expected a very close game. I don't think we got anywhere near what Beyond deserved. You got to remember, they were just 2 rounds away from actually winning this series. If they took Train, and they should have, right? They got to 14 rounds, and Tyloo took like a really mixed buy over on Train. That should have been the series over and done with. With Tyloo, they do Tyloo things, and somehow it works out. And I think that's pretty much the summary of this team for the last few years.
Yeah, Tom, I mean, there's so much you can say about this game, right? Like the way Tyloo just flexing on them. And the thing is, Beyond, they didn't really have anything to show in the series, which is kind of sad, considering they do play Inferno. And like I pointed out earlier, it's a map where they allow through. They're like, okay, if it goes map through, we can probably put up a fight. There was no fight here.
Yeah, it almost seemed like there's like this little like knob on the wall that like Tyloo turned for how much effort they're gonna put into a match. And like in the last one, they were at about 5%, and somebody just turned around and went, let's go straight to 40. And I feel like the guys are 40? Are you sure? That seems a little bit too much. Like when you just batter them, he's like, they took a map off us. We're going 40%. And just like they absolutely banged them into the ground. Like somebody went from being, as said, a player who barely performed at all in this tournament to just doing the things that we'd seen him do before. I think Inferno's always been a good map for him, but the change was like night and day. In the last map, he was barely existent. In this one, he could do anything he wanted and it worked. And then the same could be said for every other member of his team. There's a reason he's not top, even though he got the most kills. And on the other side of things, unfortunately, we saw everybody who we saw raved about completely fall off. Mirage went from being unbelievable to, well, he could have been playing on any other team and he would have fit in perfectly. So it's one of those situations where Tyloo basically just whipped it out, slapped it on the table and said, we're still the big dogs. You've got a lot of work to do. And sure, there's some positives, but it's almost one of those things where you, like, although it's nice they took a map, you kind of wish they didn't have to go through that by just losing on Mirage.
Like whipped it out, put it on the table, knobs on the wall. We're seeing a great insight into Tom's mind.
Yeah.
But yeah, this was absolutely Tyloo just dominating. They came in, they showed us what they're capable of when they're really 100% focused in. And we saw this right in the last couple series that we've had them in. We were like, guys, is that like, we know this is Tyloo not really taking it seriously, but you're scaring me. Like, you're playing way too loose. And then right there in the third map, they're like, all right, okay, let's play some Counter-Strike. And it's good to see that they've at least got that ability that we've been waiting this whole time to see. I still think there's a lot more that they'll bring to the table when they're versus a Vici, when they're versus an Invictus. They really won't want to give as much space as they have.
Yeah, I believe obviously the MVP for that game. I don't know which way it goes. I feel like Tyloo is the MVP of that map. Somebody,
Yeah.
I guess, slowly. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. Honestly, that was just very hard. Slowly, he's going to be the MVP. And honestly, I feel like I'm surprised he got 100 ADR considering everyone else was kind of stealing his kills away there. But Tyloo, kind of flawless stuff there, didn't
It was such a good B anchor. I think slowly just kind of does the job effectively. When you see somebody in Banana making fundamental errors but still pulling it off, you've still got to have someone on the B bomb side who is a sane human being, and that's slowly. So I think he kind of complements somebody quite well. He frees him up. He makes no mistakes in comparison. So I think it's very important to have someone like Slowly to go if you're somebody over on that B bomb side. So that's for me. I agree with him being the MVP.
Honestly, I think the most interesting thing about this series, about this map, excuse me, the series itself was very interesting. But this map, pretty much the only thing that really strikes me is like, oh, that's pretty cool, is that somebody in Summer had exactly the same ADR, 97.7. Don't see that too often, and that's pretty much where my interest peaks off.
I like how Mitch gets super excited about numbers, but yeah. Anyway,
Sad
loser.
he's a very sad person indeed, but that's why he's with us, like all his degenerates. But you know what? We have another game coming up here. Take a look at the results of the day. We've had 2 best of 3s done and dusted. Some interesting results coming out there. We had Tyloo, obviously, kind of going all the way to map number 3, which is surprising. And now coming up next is going to be the final matchup of the day. It is a tasty game. It's going to be a cool game. It's a battle of which team is the second best team in Asia below Tyloo. It's Vici versus Invictus, and that's coming up after a break.
Coming up next. have this dream, flying through the stars, flying past rich, undiscovered worlds, impossible wonders that leave me lying awake, breathless. And in this dream, I hear this voice calling my name. When I turn to look, I used to have this dream.
Welcome back, everyone, to day 4 of the Perfect World Asia League 2020. It's a fall edition, and right now we're down to the final game of the day, and it is a tasty affair. It's going to be VG facing off against Invictus, battle to be the second best team in the region. Joining me, as always, it's going to be the incredible Tom, the wonderful Mitch, and the ever so lovely Dinko, and me. Yeah. That's about that. Look like you guys are frozen for a second there. But Tom, let's start things off with you. We're talking with Vici and Victus, right? And the last time these two teams faced off against each other, it was back in PAL 2020, where, not the last time, actually, they played 3 times after that, in which Vici took them, well, beat them convincingly every single time. But the last time it played in an RMR, it was Invictus taking on Vici, because Vici went for some pretty whack map picks. I don't think that's going to be the case here again.
Yeah, well, even just looking at like previous results, this is another one where there's a clear victor by like a country mile. Like that was the first time they'd beaten them since June the year before. So a pretty big break. Obviously, it's not quite as bad as the previous one where they're actually winning maps here and there. And most series, in fact, seem to go to 3. That was actually one of the cases where it didn't, and it went firmly in the favor of Invictus. I think it's always going to be the case where you're going to heavily favor Vici. I think if it ever got to a point where Invictus was consistently winning, Vici would probably buy one of their players. And then if they started winning, Tyloo would buy one of theirs. That just seems to be how things work. But yeah, if you even look man for man, pound for pound, like Vici do seem like the better team. I'm interested to see if Bottle can have a slightly better performance today, because I know he's got it in him. The thing is, I'm pretty sure the game I remember is from like 2017, where he dropped like 30-something kills versus like Renegades. I just remember that match. I just remember him absolutely destroying anyone who came into his path on Inferno. So maybe I'm slightly jaded in that sense of like, that's the match I remember, and he's not quite as good as I think, but I hope he plays well today.
I mean, that's even before Cloud9 won a major, Tom, and things have changed quite a bit. So I'm hoping to see that. I'm hoping to see Bottle of Old show up here. But Mitch, like, let's be honest here. Like, you're looking at Invictus, you're looking at a team who have been on a rise recently, but looking at the recent results against Vici, like they played twice in the ESL 1 Cologne Asia leg of that event. They also played in DreamHack Open Summer, and it's just been Vici running away with it.
Yeah, to me, it seems to be like Invictus going to have these close matches versus Vici where they just about edge it across the line. But when Vici win, they win. They look dominant doing it. And I think that's something that can definitely cause some problems for Invictus if they're going to be just slapped around on some maps. Makes it almost impossible to win a series.
Well, we do have the map videos ready for you guys. I'm just going to take a very quick look at it. I think it should be up on your screens right now. And Dinko, maybe if you have any thoughts as which way, or rather we know which way it's going to go. And no surprises here, though. If you're going to float Nuke, we're just going to just jump on top of it. But Inferno and Mirage for Invictus, but 2 maps they're okay with. They're pretty good on these 2 maps.
Yeah, I feel like Mirage is actually one of the maps that Vici have a few weaknesses on, because they underutilize Kaze, who is the best player in Asia. So they were talking about in the interviews, we've seen a lot of Vici talking about they've been putting a lot of work into Mirage. So that's what I want to see. I want to see a lot of work being put in here. I want to see how it pay off up against Invictus. I think Vici coming into this will be pretty confident. They've just added a new player over here for Invictus. The head-to-head's definitely favoring them in terms of history. But Invictus, I mean, like you said, 2 maps they'll be very comfortable with. I think Nuke obviously is a foregone conclusion of how that's going to go. It's just going to be Vici taking that. The last time we seen them play, Invictus just got like obliterated in the system against the system of Vici. So that's something I have a problem with.
Yeah, this one's good. This one's going to be. I'm sorry, Mitchell. I feel like the game's about to go live very quickly, but I just want to very quickly hear your thoughts and predictions. I'm going to start with myself earlier on. I feel like Vici's still going to take this. Dinka, what about you?
Yeah, I think I'm going to go 2-0 Vici.
Okay, ballsy. Tom?
I was actually going to say the same. I think Vici have been improving a lot.
Oh,
and
no one for Invictus?
They
Oh,
just
come
changed
on.
the player. I can't believe that they're going to fix all their problems straight away and just come in and beat Vici.
Yeah,
All right, Mitch, you're the last man. Be the lunatic here. Be the man.
He's going 3-0 Invictus. That's how mad he is.
No,
Doing
I,
it?
I don't think they're gonna win. I think Vici will take this one across the line. But it's been very close for Invictus in the past. Like they took Nuke last time they played. Actually, they beat Vici on Nuke. So I don't think it's gonna be as clean. I think maybe 2. You know, screw it. 2-1 Invictus. Let's go. Let's go. They're gonna take
There
it.
we go. That's a Mitch we want to see. That's a Mitch we want to see. And on that note, me and
What are
Dinky
you saying?
are getting the hell out of here. Tom, Mitch, this is going to be a mad game. Take it away. Have fun with this.
Okay, so Blair's saying 2-0 Invictus, for anybody who was wondering.
I feel like so like you look at the last time these guys played. Obviously, we saw it be like Vici dominated Inferno 16-4. The time before that, Invictus won Inferno in overtime. And then you look at the Mirage history, right? Mirage 16-13 to Vici. That was the most recent game they played. You have to go back a fair while to get into the previous Mirage head-to-heads. So like all these maps have been close the last times that they've played them. I don't think it's going to be clear cut for Vici. I think Invictus have looked a little bit better coming into this tournament. Beating Beyond was definitely a good step for them. And straight away in the pistol round, they're already getting the bomb plant. They've already got 2 kills as well. Vici trying to mount that retake, getting in here for the long range duel. Zoking not able to quite land that shot, but Advent was there to finish him off. Unfortunately, that is the only kill they're going to get as Invictus start this one out. Looking pretty good.
Yeah, for sure. And I think there's definite questions when it comes to the Mirage, because if you look back to, say, for example, the previous PAL, it was their worst map. Right?
Yeah.
I think the only team they beat was Lucid Dream. They lost to Tyloo, Invictus, Divine Vendetta, and even Tiger. Then it seems like they put some work in. The next event, they beat everyone, including Tyloo, on this map. So, and since then, the only matches they've actually lost on it are to Tyloo. So I'm not really too worried for them. But at the same time, I think you're right. This is going to be within close margins. I do still worry a little bit that Bottle coming in, although it's added firepower, it might like remove some of the more tactical bases of the team because it is relatively early for him being in the squad. And I still think that for Vici, that's the one thing we always talk about with this squad. Like they've got the individuals, they've got the talent. Like nobody's doubting the likes of Jam Young, Kaze. We've seen Zoking and Orman for years. And like realistically, they're also the team that have put in the most work when it comes to strategy, or at least that's what it seems like. Tyloo, we've never really like. Obviously, they've got all the smokes and molotovs, like the bare basics that some of these other teams don't have, but they don't necessarily use all of these setups. They just run in and headshot everybody because they're better than them. Whereas when it comes to Vici, it seems like they try and focus Kaze. Well, it is showing that he's definitely got that individual skill. The headshots coming out from the scout, making things a little bit more costly, but ultimately the round is done. This was a force buy, so for Invictus, it's not too bad a situation.
It's not terrible at all. You're losing a couple of players to this kind of buy. Look, if it was an eco, obviously this would be a great round already for Vici. I think if they can get out of here with a rifle, it's still going to have questionable impact, but it maybe just opens the ability to find some extra kills when it comes to the next round and further damage the T economy. More than likely, though, we are looking at a 3-0 flying. He's got in. That rifle's safe, and Alan's out of there. Okay, so 3 kills, rifle saved over. I think that's a good round in a way, but obviously, as you were saying, you know, the fact that this is the full buy up, or the force buy, it's not somewhere that you want to... like the rifle in the next round, it's going to be backed up by a couple pistols. So, and the good thing here, Tom, you're going to be very happy about this. The Deagle's been dropped to Jam Young. It wasn't kept over by Helman. We didn't see some ludicrous plays like we've seen in the past.
Eva. quite a P250 this round. I'm never a fan of this. Like, I know the reasons. It's the same that people use the USP as like an option, but I don't really like it. I think it puts you on too much of a level playing field with your opposition and far too much reliance on teammates if things inevitably go wrong. But this round, it's not really going to matter too much. They've gone for a fairly basic push. He's now picked up the rifle that was dropped by Zhao Sage. And, well, Orman, of course, is still just looking to try and bring that AK into the next round. So, all in all, pretty standard. Not something I've got to say too much today. And, yeah, Invictus are going to get their 3-0 start.
It's good. You know, when the underdog's picking up those early rounds, it's really what you want to see. It's confidence building. You know, Vici, you're not going to be coming into this series going down 3-0 and thinking, oh no, it's lost. But I feel like when you're the underdog, it can certainly start to bat against you pretty significantly. If you don't win the first buy round, things start to stack up. And the fact that they've saved through the AK means that it does have more impact than I expected. You know, it's like just the majority of the time that you save over a weapon in the second round and your eco, on the third, you'll find that teams just get wrecked because your opponents are going to hunt you down, usually quite aggressively. But I think because of those 3 kills coming through, Invictus had to play that a little bit tighter to the chest. They couldn't afford to fully hunt down on every angle. There's an opening duel by Jam Young straight away. The confidence definitely there. Swinging straight through the middle. The double op setup and the secondary op are the one to open it. Alman comes in with another. And Invictus, well, they're in dire straits straight away on this first buy round.
I'll destroy it. He's going to try and gain some control around the connector. I've never been a huge fan of the bomb coming out of connector because I think it leaves some serious risks taking it into middle. Kaze, though, a whiff shot, some space gained. Destroyer going ham as he sprays down 3. Maneuvering into that A site. I'm sure the remaining players of Vici are somewhat shocked that he's managed to win those individual duels. Nice shot from Jam Young, though. The man who started it all off, looking to continue, and with Viva missing a shot, he's got to be careful. It's quite a wide peak from Jam Young. He doesn't need to be fighting this. His teammate's still so far behind. A chance for a trade is slim, but he does fall back a little bit more passive. Managed to get himself a defusal, and I imagine they're not going to be trying to juggle the orbs. Yeah, there we go. I was about to say, it just seemed a bit weird that he was like picking up different orbs. Like, now I want this one, and now I want this one, and now I want... Oh, wait, I need to give one to my teammate, otherwise our double op setup goes out the window.
Yeah, sometimes the skins are the most important part. That's what I've learned.
If he could pick them up and then sell it, then I'd agree.
The skins equal wins at the same time, Tom. There's a reason that they cost so much. Guaranteed to increase your aim. Every euro invested gets you 0.1% better accuracy. It's a fact.
Wow, I must have been really bad then, because I've increased my I've increased my percentage by about 3. Well, no, I don't even know, at least 300%.
Wow.
And I still suck.
I'm glad I didn't play with you at the start. That's for sure. Well, yeah, 3,000% of 0 is still 0.
Still 0. Yeah, that's the thing. You have to actually gain a percentage to get better. Oh, that's not gone too well though. The T's have just gone running into the A site and they are decimating what was left of Vici. Jam Young this time didn't get the chance to start things off, and Viva holding the angle. Seems like an unwinnable peak, and well, they're eventually just going to fall off. So Vici at least getting 1 round, but after that, nothing.
Yeah, 1 convincing round as well, right? That's the thing. They got out there, they started to really swing in with the ops, find every single duel. And this time, Jam Young wasn't able to do a damn thing because his whole team have already died. He's left just saving over towards the B site with Alman, and these weapons, they could obviously bring a lot of impact coming into the next round. In fact, they're the sole reason that a buy will even be contemplated. Kaze dropped over the op. Now, does this mean we'll see an investment? No, a pistol dropped. So it's just going to be pistols backing up these rifles. I agree with this, but they could potentially have had Jam Young by himself. A FAMAS, he's already got some utility left over from the previous round. 2 other players could be in with, I think, 1 M4 and 1 FAMAS if it wasn't for the drop pistols. So we would have ended up in an all right buy. But this early on in the game, especially with the lead that Invictus have, those kind of investments, those kind of risks can be very costly. And Advent's gone down straight away. Now, he had a very aggressive position on the ramp, just wanted to spot them. But again, a very wide shoulder peek as he was trying to spot them to drop down the utility afterwards. And with him disappearing from this round, it does leave a pretty big gap towards the A site that the rotates have to come in to fill.
Ozzy. Trying to watch the cross. It looks like they're going to attempt to go towards A again, and I don't really see a way that this gets won by the CT side. Position's not the greatest. Jam Young does still manage a 1D, though. That will at least give a little bit of a position to rotate. Kaze, though, is just meeting smoke after smoke. The Molotov will force Jam Young back too low to try anything risky through it. And it's going to allow for an afterplant situation. Now, Jam Young does have a kit. Utility's not the greatest, especially when it's on your AWPer. Like, realistically, that's the one player, if they do skimp on utility, I don't mind it as much because you're going to be scoped in and unlikely to have the time to set up that many nades. Orman, though, actually going to bypass one of these players. The scope's going to be heard. Destroyer knows that there's a man close. And his teammates are just allowing him to face this not quite quick enough. And 2 combined with a matter of seconds. Orman, he's going to be waiting. Does at least manage a kill, but it won't matter in the end. And they're actually trying to hunt him down. Viva's just handed him an AWP, but it won't matter. He died to the bomb.
Well, that's unfortunate. A sad turn of affairs as we end up now 5-1 in the lead for Invictus. Vici will get that full buy, though. This is where they can bounce back and really look to deal the damage over towards their opponents. We had a very confident round from them last time. The double op setup used to get some very aggressive positions. Now, I see Advent sat on 4,900, and he hasn't yet bought any armor. They were moving as well, so he's here. He's just not deciding what he wants to buy just yet. Now, I'm wondering, surely they don't glass cannon secondary. I mean, especially not on Advent. No, okay, they've bought up the M4. Thank you. This is what I wanted to see. Look at those ADR bars as well. You're seeing Destroyer. Well, he's living up to the name, it's fair to say.
Yeah, a couple of quiet starts as well, though. Kaze on just 2 kills. He's someone that can very much be a catalyst for this team. Someone to rally behind, but I'm more interested by Zalsage's investment into a UMP. I imagine this is going to be a faster play towards the B site, although at the same time, you'd expect him to be the one leading the charge. Instead, he's actually taking a fight in mid. Can't say I agree with that at all. Don't know why he had the gun if that's what he was going for. And now they're going to try and pressure B. And the trend continues, Mitch. No effective B site holds have been witnessed other than Techno. And Jam Young, unfortunately, will meet that same fate.
One player already made it out on the left side, but he's been spotted by flying and has no idea, so Bottle just swung on him. And he must have been frustrated, because from his perspective, he had snuck out. He'd managed to go under the radar, and as he comes sneaking around the right side, Bottle just pre-fires him. He's like, what? That's the luckiest thing ever, but no, flying had spotted him. He conveyed that information. And with 4 players still alive, they are hunting down Kaze. They're looking for this man. They can afford to lose 2 more weapons easy. And up against the op, there's one already dropped. They know exactly where he is, but dealing with him is going to be difficult. They've got a pincer movement, but they've given him the time. Noise needs to be made by Viva. He's coming up, and the swing from behind. That's why Viva needed to make all that noise, so that Destroyer could make that flank successfully without being turned on. And so we go 6-1. No weapon saved over for Vici, which means definitely no investment from them. It will just be pistols. And again, a situation where the Invictus side, they're starting to sway some opinion, I think. They're looking a whole lot better than even I expected.
Than even you, the clairvoyant of Counter-Strike.
The spirit. See, I was going to go with Vici, but then I started to feel a disturbance. The room got colder as The ghost of Paddy O'Shea came into the room and told me,
Why?
No.
What?
go with Invictus. Go with Invictus, Mitch. They're going to win the game. Thank you, Paddy. May you rest in peace.
It's a shame he doesn't use, his power for good, just for predicting Asian Counter-Strike matches.
And it's only Asian Counter-Strike matches. You won't see him on any EU games. He doesn't like those.
It's not as wild.
Oh, you need a bit of entertainment in the afterlife, don't you know?
Oh, God. Well, pistols have been wiped down. Invictus doing quite well in their anti-ecos, which, well, even in the last match with Beyond, that was something they were struggling with. Tyloo were able to just get away with murder with very little on their plate. And I'll never forget that Zoking is... I feel like he's one of the masters of the 5-7. There's not too many people like you can really say that about. Like, most people will switch between the CZ, 5-7, like back and forth, depending on the day. He's been using the 5-7 forever. It's the same way when I think of a P250, the first person that comes to my head is RPK. He's always using the P250 and just to a fantastic level. The same way Flusher is the one that comes to mind when I think of the CZ, although there's also that old sort of Envy roster that could just do anything with pistols. Or Smiths. Smiths with his nice little AWP CZ when it was still really OP. But, yeah, Zoking's always the one that comes to mind for the 5-7. Hasn't really been able to do anything with it this time. His snappy aim. I honestly think his right arm is one of the strongest in the world because of how far he flicks his mouse every time. Because his sensitivity is like 0.00001. Oh, Kaze. Oh, that's so awkward. Luckily, Jam Young is actually going to get the trade. Interestingly, the secondary AWPer has been the better AWPer of the two this time. Advent. Nice hold from him so far, but he eventually gets called by Bottle. Jam Young in position. Another shot off the back of the AWP. Bottle looking for that trade, but he won't get anything done. Jam Young's been the best player for Vici so far, especially with the AWP, which is a shame because, well, the only reason I'm saying that is because Kaze has been absent.
Well, at the same time, it feels like Jam Young, he's taken his shoes off. He sat at the table, knife and fork at the ready, and this man is being fed. It's like right there. You know he's on short. Both of you have been ramping and Palace for a little bit. No presence on mid. And then they just leave it open for that Palace peak to come through. And then later just dry swing into him and con as well. Very reckless, I think, just trying to line up a nade like that when you know there's an AWPer potentially rotated. And even then, on the top mid play, once they catch Kaze off, Jam Young's already made big plays from short with that AWP in the early round. So you know he's possibly there on this full buy. I think it was just, as I said, very reckless by Invictus. They made that mistake once, and now I think they'll definitely give him a little bit more respect than what we've seen so far. The double up setups come out yet again, but it doesn't help them as the smoke execute through to the A site gets complete. Oh, look at this. I like that. The coordination running around, and it gets a kill as they're over close to stairs. A good start to the retake.
And time is ticking, and with the AWPs in the retake, it's going to be awkward. The thing is with these faster takes, there's so much utility for the CT side. So they should be able to force some of these players out of angles. They're doing a very effective job. One by one, they all fall. It's left onto Destroyer. I think he's realized there's not really much point. He does have a hell of a lot of money, so I wouldn't have minded if he just tried to swing on the bomb within the last few seconds, but just decides to hold on to the AK. Now, those A takes have been very, very good so far for Invictus, so it's nice to see the Vici actually take a slightly different approach this time and just fall back into the retake. They don't go for anything audacious, nobody trying to run through the smokes or do anything silly. They've just decided, okay, we're not holding the site, so let's work together to retake it.
Yeah, I like that comeback right into the site. And you know, a lot of that, as you can see here in the replays, it just came down to duels. It wasn't even necessarily the utility that gave them any sort of an advantage, or that they capitalized on the advantage, rather. Of course it did. Exactly as you said, when you make those faster plays, you get in the side, it does leave the utility belts untouched to the CT side, and it's one of the downsides of it. For Invictus 07 on the board, it's already tight. It's already good. They're already happy, smiling, and laughing their way to the bank as they look to build up that economy a little bit more. I mean, it's certainly taken a hit with that previous round. And obviously with how flawless it was for Vici, they're stacked high on cash as they look to defend the A site from what is about to be a crunch through middle connector play alongside Ramp and Palace. And they had the players in position, but Advent has started a bit of a rotate in towards the window. Oh, and it might work for them. It looks like they're going to be boosting up.
Oh, Advent is waiting patiently. Actually gonna get smoked off. Okay, that's made his position completely null and void. Soaking does manage to fight one out over towards the ramp. I don't know if he knows that there's a second player around here. It seems like he does. He's desperately low. In the meantime, another player gets picked off. It's trades back and forth, but Viva's AWP shot actually gives them the space on the site. 25 seconds remaining for Orman and Kaze, and Kaze finally starting to come up. Trump says he will get a second. Holds the line, a double for him. But it's mainly Zoking's ramp aggression that quells that round. Vici, are they now starting to come back into this? 4 rounds, money, it's a bit awkward now for the T side.
Yeah, it definitely could have been better. It was in a pretty shaky spot coming into that round. I think we're probably looking at pistols dropped over by Destroyer, and everybody else just takes those pistols and runs with them. No, it's going to be a hero AK, in fact. Okay, I'm not against it. Everybody else able to afford semi-investments. 3 SMGs, excuse me, and Viva sticking down on the Glock. Interesting. It's a very, very heavy investment. It does give them a decent chance of taking this round. And so far, the B holds have been weak, as you said, Tom, in this tournament, let alone this match. It's going to be tested yet again.
Well, Jamyang is someone I expect to break that trend, if I'm being honest. A really nice hold from him already. Barely lost any health, and they make that look very, very easy. As I said, like, it was sort of like more sarcastic the last time they pushed more than anything. I think Jamyang's been fantastic so far in this match, and realistically, I expect a lot more from Vici when it comes to these standard sort of holds, because, as said, they're the best prep team of any team within Asia. I don't think that's a wild claim by any stretch of the imagination, especially with what we've seen so far. I don't think there's been anyone that can match up against them. I would say Beyond impressed me, but then we watched Inferno and wow, it weren't great. Even if it was against Tyler, it wasn't great. So I'm still sticking to the fact that Vici are the most well-vetted team. Invictus, though, haven't been bad. Like, there have been some huge solo plays. I think Destroyer has been someone who has brought them back from rounds that shouldn't have really been possible and have kept the economy of their opponents quite awkward. Another thing to note, that even though Jamyang was playing well with the AWP, unlike other teams, they're not forcing it. And I think that's such a big point. That he is dynamic, and it makes him awkward to play against because you don't know what's coming up. Whereas if you look at some of the other teams you've seen previously in the tournament, for example, Tiger consistently forcing a double orb setup that doesn't work, it just shows either lack of experience or stubbornness, which is something that Vici definitely don't have.
Cabal, take that up, bro. Go on. You'll get him this time. 10th time lucky. You know what they say. Maybe that's a Mongol thing, but I've never heard it. I suppose if at first you don't succeed, try again. Maybe that's their motto. But we're looking at Invictus on the A side.
Try.
Continue to try till the end of time. So yeah, right there we had the push into the A site. There was an attempted flank on top mid, but even then Invictus were watching it. They're ready for it. Cut off the player. 8-5 now on the board. And you know, anything they get from this point, even from the previous round, is basically a bonus. They've already got everything, like a good half built out. It's more about just not allowing your opponents to build up all that steam uncontested and feel like, you know, oh, now they're warmed up and they're back in. Because the mentality of players coming into the second half is often going to be defined by how those last couple of rounds went. And if they chain 4 or 5 together, then it is going to be very easy for them to sit there and say, don't worry about it, guys. Yeah, we were terrible, but we warmed up. We're good to go. We're going to win this now. And you'll find that oh my God. How many mollies just hit bottle there? Like 7?
Oh, you know, there's where you keep a Molotov. It's in a bottle.
Only on the T side.
Well, then
Got hit by
that's
the
an incendiary. You said Molotov. So get out of here.
Fair play, fair play.
If you want to speak specifics, I will out specify you. There you go. Oh dear, Viva not quite ready for the angle. Jam Young, again, I'm liking it. There is a B defense. Oh, I thought he was gonna get wrecked there. He does eventually go down, but it's left onto just one man. It's the man you'd want. Had a fantastic performance in the previous match, although quite enough flying, trying his best to hold on here, but Kaze, well, he's not even going to spot his opponent, just wallbangs him straight away. A 6 for Vici. A decent resurgence from what was a 7-1 position. We have to bear that in mind, that they started this game very poorly. Pistol loss and are winning a single round, with not many players surviving, being instantly reset, never really coming back from it. They're up to 6. And on a map like Mirage, well, you're normally Mr. Stats Man. Would you consider this the most 50-50 map in the game, or is it still Dust 2?
I don't have my stats handy now, but I would say, yeah. I think this is the map where I see like the closest scorelines most consistently. I've just now pulled up the stats, and oh, I forgot to do the last 12 months. Give me a sec.
Blacking.
Yeah, it is actually. So Dust 2 is 47.5% CT sided, and Mirage is 51.8. It is the most evenly mapped in terms of T versus CT of any map out there.
Oh, it's looking like the 8-7 is more than likely here, unless something impressive can be pulled off by Invictus. They are letting this one slip, and that's the worry, because Vici are now gaining momentum, confidence as well. Like, you're starting to see some more audacious plays. This one you will have seen all the time in your matchmaking games, hiding on the chair. It's one that should be expected, but I like the fact that Invictus have decided to move away. Bottle actually wins that battle, as said. Very predictable. Arze now going to have to switch his gaze in that direction, which could give space to take control of the connector. It's going to be easier said than done, though, especially with Jam Young back on that secondary AWP. As said, he's dynamic. He's switching it up regularly. And they do only have 30 seconds to try and deal with everybody here. And with this crossfire, it's going to be really rough. Jam Young with one man under as well. They need to get past him, which they will. And Viva with the entry, that's huge. And the trades back actually work out in their favor. Now Jam Young has to try and get a little bit more aggressive. And I'm interested. Are they going to they're going to flash him in? No. What?
They were going to flash him in, but it missed anyways. And Destroyer was waiting left side. They were hoping for the player being on the right. Jam Young has no idea. He just tagged up his opponent, his assailant. And so it looks like he's not going to be getting all too much done. 9-6. Good half by Invictus. They have come through with what was a slow half when it came to the buy rounds, but that early lead of 7-1 certainly helped them out. Now they're looking good to close this one out. Vici really need the pistol if they want to feel good about themselves.
Well, decent comeback, at least. Still Invictus looking pretty good. CT side start. Not going as well as they would have liked for Vici, but as we've said already, like going into the T side, it's not like this isn't possible, especially you win a pistol, and I would say pretty much this is an identical 50-50 match at that point. Viva, he's going to get wrecked. I'm pretty sure Zoking was off the ground when he hit that Glock shot, so you got to feel a little bit bad from there, and that's the A site completely under their control. And they are setting up for a retake play, but normally if you're in this sort of retake style, ideally you want to have not lost a man, because otherwise that means all Vici really have to do is trade. Ormond's positioning as well is dirty. This is going to be really tough to get past him, and well, that's already another one, leaving it on to just 2. Destroyer and Bottle at least with one to his name, but with all of these afterplant positions, I would have to see some serious mistakes, or maybe a ninja defuse.
Nope. Let's shut that one down pretty quick. It'll be the end of the round with Vici taking it. And yeah, I agree with you. This is pretty much an even half. If anything, actually, considering the fact that the pistol's now being picked up by Vici, a bomb plant is well in play, they've got plenty of cash, Invictus should be ecoing. We'll look at a pretty close scoreline, right? A 1-round lead for Invictus when the full buy comes out. But what is more important, well, provided they don't force buy here, which I don't think they will. What is more important is to take into consideration the fact that Vici looked much better in the buy rounds overall. And if that's the case, oh, they have actually forced bought up, excusez-moi, because they don't want the kind of semi-weak investment into the next one. The problem is with that bomb plant and all the players surviving for Vici, they've got a really nice position to play from in this one where everybody has rifles. They haven't gone for a single SMG, so there's not even really any advantage to play with for Invictus in going for this force buy. Whereas if, for example, Vici had gone for 3 SMGs or 4, as we see sometimes, that would then be a massive advantage to the Deagles, certainly on ranged fights, and then even close range, the ability to spam up if they use their numbers. It could definitely sway the round in their favor.
Ooh. He's got the shakiest aim in the universe. It doesn't make sense to me how he plays like this and is a professional. But then again, it's like, if I ever played on like WoC 6 settings, I don't think I'd ever get a kill. Like it's ludicrous, like just how high his sensitivity is and how good he is off of it. But I guess that's always the greatest argument. Like you hear about people regularly like downloading pro settings and like, oh, what settings can I change to get better? It's like, honestly, the best thing you can do is just stick to something that you think works and just train that for a couple of years. Like if you just keep switching regularly, the likelihood is you'll never get better at the game.
Well, I remember speaking to Madden about his sense because he plays on just, and I noticed it wasn't even while I was watching him play, is we were at a We Play event and I was watching the screen, and just whenever we're watching him, it looked so weird. You know, something just felt wrong about it. So I was talking with him, and I can't remember the numbers, but it's an insane sense. There's only pistols here, right? They're not going to get caught off guard. It's all good. They're very nicely cleaned up. Yeah, so keep in mind, I play on 1.6 in-game sense and 400 DPI. So I'm pretty low sense, big mouse mat, need a lot of space.
He's 802 sense. So 800 DPI, 2
Oh, I think he's changed then, because it used to be higher. I think it used to be 1600.
This is according to random website. So
right, okay, so maybe not.
Prosettings.com.
It was definitely higher than that, because he told me that he started playing with his keyboard on one knee and a mouse mat on his right knee, using his knee as a table.
So WoC 6 is 1600 DPI at 1.5 cents.
Yeah, it's like 4 times what I play on. Because I remember the guys were saying to Madden at one point, this is why he brought that up. He was saying that they had told him to play on a lower sense, because he asked me, have you ever noticed that when I have to micro adjust onto someone's head, I miss the shots a lot, but I hit these flicks. I was like, yeah, it's like, I love your flicks, but yeah, sometimes you're like, dude, come on. He has to spray to get a kill because he can't hit the first shot. And he's like, yeah, that's because I can't physically micro adjust on my mouse because it moves so quickly that it's like, if you try to move a pixel, you've got to move an atom on your mouse. And he was like, yeah, they told me to change it, but I can't because I've been playing like this.
Supposedly, Spy Leader plays on 2000 DPI at 1.85. That's nuts. I don't know if that's true. That's an HLTV thread. But if that is true, that is insane.
Feels like he's just doing that to set a record. Be like, I play on the highest sense. It's cost me a lot of kills, but I play on the highest sense. He's the
only people, and like he'll be one of those dudes that's like, I actually need the mouse to have 10,000 DPI, otherwise I can't play properly. He should just do that. Just like change his sensitivity to like 0 point something and just play on like 10,000 DPI just for the banter. He could be the one guy that can actually promote all of the stuff that those mice have, where it's like, it goes up to 4 million DPI. It's like, that doesn't help me though, does it? Like, why do I ever need
the
that?
lower DPI is the better, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm guessing,
Supposedly.
well, it's more accurate sensor, right? Reading.
I don't know.
Like, I'm guessing that the only purpose of having your DPI on 3200 is if you don't have a lot of space, that it can, help you use your mouse mat, or maybe if you've got 10 monitors, you need to go to the right one real quick. Zoom.
Oh, Zoking is 1600 DPI, 2.7 cents.
Oh my god.
What?
Yeah, but I think that's kind of normal, because in like Eastern Europe and I guess in Asia as well, a lot of these guys will have started, and again in the old days as well, even look on at the stages the way they used to be. A lot of these guys will have started with very little space. Like, they'll probably be the family computer, and they like maybe didn't have a desk, which is what Madden had. Like, or like your monitor stand would be the size of your desk. Ooh, that was beautiful by Viva. Yeah, 1v2. It's possible. It's workable for Jam Young, but Vici, 20 seconds. They've got a little bit of time to play with. Coming through the smoke, he's caught and taken down. Invictus, they're right back on the board. Yeah, I think that's more normal in like Eastern Europe and Asia than it is in Europe, because I think the conditions in those lands were always
Wasn't it
worse.
Flusher who has like his setup was really weird because he used to play against a wall and he didn't have enough room to move his mouse properly, so he just had a higher sensitivity. There's loads of players like that though, but then there's always the ones that have like there's some people with really weird key binding. Was it Maniac played inverted?
No,
Was it Maniac?
no way, was it?
Or was it Existence? There was someone there's someone who for ages played inverted. I might just be making that up about Maniac.
I've heard
but
someone played inverted. I don't think it was Maniac.
there's some weirdos out there.
Well, like a lot of people, and a great argument actually for it, they use ESFD. So, well, for anyone that has a non-English keyboard, basically whatever you use to move, one key to the right. They just shift it all over. And a great argument for that, it's Quake players mainly that started at like Unreal Tournament, because you need access to all like 10 weapons, right? So you need to be able to quickly flick, and you get more keys around you to do it. And it's a really good argument, because even in Counter-Strike, you could have all your nades there. So you don't need to go up or whatever. You can just go slightly left, slightly right. It opens up a lot more possibilities. I think it is the way to play. It's not how I play, but I think it's the best way to play. Probably like
still has this will be the last thing I mention. But the weirdest person I know is actually Jordan, who you also know, Albatross.
Yeah.
He uses his thumb on his left hand to click left shift. Now I want everybody at home to try and do that and realize how much that hurts.
Ah, what? WASD. What?
Yeah, he is a lunatic. He is insane, and I'm going to leave that there. I want all of you to just try that. WASD, then try and click left shift with your thumb and realize how much of a weird human being that guy is.
Hold it. Hold it as if you're shift walking. That hurts.
Yeah,
it's up my neck.
This is a fast play from Vici, though. After what was a really good round from Invictus, they have just been destroyed, and look at where Jam Young is. They're going to run straight into him. It's left on to Destroyer. He's trapped. He's hit the leg shot, and eventually will finish his prey, but he's being hunted. Will the Destroyer get destroyed is the real question. He's going to try and peek in, and the answer is yes. He's ruined.
There was legitimately no way out. Maybe if he got a collateral kill and hit one more shot, he could have made it, but that was it. That was his only chance. The stars didn't align, and we're again on even territory. This has been a tight match, and that honestly fills me with fear for Invictus, the fact that it has been so close, just because, again, they had a 7-1 start. When you have that kind of a lead and you end up tied 10-10, it says that Vici, first of all, they've got the momentum in their favor for sure, but also the fact that they've managed to do that definitely sends the message that they are succeeding when it comes to the late half, that they're coming in on the buy rounds and dominating. And that's a problem if you're Invictus, because kind of want to win this map, don't you?
Well, they're not going to be able to do it in this round, or shouldn't at least. It's only a few pistols, a little bit of Kevlar invested, and stacked around the connector. It's an interesting hold. It's sort of a bait and switch. I like stuff like this, though. Like, try something a little bit more audacious. Flying might even have the chance to sort of swing round, and they are going to go pushing into the stack, but Zoking... It does explain why his aim is so shaky. Because that's something Blair mentioned in the chat as well. Like, why does he move his arm so much if his sensitivity's that high? I feel like he shouldn't need to, but you could just see the way that it shakes. It has to be a high sensitivity for that to be the case. Flying, oh, nothing. Not quite. A flawless round will boost the economy back up for Vici, which was damaged a bit over the last few rounds. And now the CT side really need to start making their stand, because they are in a bit of an awkward spot now.
Yeah, as I said, you know, you could tell by the time we ended the first half, once the pistol went to Vici, it was a bad sign, but then you hope that maybe on the CT side, Invictus reach more comfort on these buy rounds. And we've seen Viva definitely step it up at times. He's got the AWP in hand this time, and he's going to look to do a little bit more. I'm looking to Flying to really carry them across the line, though. Destroyers had a very good start to things over in that first half. The whole team's kind of cooled down since. Looking at a plan for Vici again. Smoke execute into A very early on. Quite a lot on the utility belts of Invictus as they look to push back in. Zoking, he wanted to get aggressive through that smoke, but I'm guessing he just didn't have a flash because no one has it one anymore. And on the back of that, he decided, it's not really worth pushing up. Instead, he's leaving himself exposed to connector, but as Advent falls, he now has to make a move, and it's straight into an op that he goes, getting shut down by Viva. And this retake, I mean, it's time limited, 15 seconds on the clock. 2 kills left to find. Jam Young's going to look to swing and take them down. They're on the defuse. They've come off it, and they're running right into Jam Young. He's taken them all, and it's done. He's won the round. There's no time. He has actually just won it with a massive spray down. Vici, 12 on the board, and Invictus have got to be gutted.
Yeah, Jam Young's hard carrying at this point. 26 and 13. The man is unstoppable, and this is what we want to see from him. That is utterly ridiculous. Like, every other player on his team just gets picked apart, ripped to shreds. It all looks just too easy here. Even the peek out from Kaze towards the end, I didn't even notice he was there, I'll be honest. I didn't even realize he was still alive because of how much Jam Young just did. And now they're going to try and just brute force this round. They've gone running straight in. Zoking's like, nah, I don't want you out-fragging me by this much. I'm going to try and get some eco-frags. Instead, it's still Jam Young alongside him. Kaze as well with the rifle instead of the AWP. And while Bottle tries something cheeky, but he's met by the same man once again. Up to 28 kills. Looking like another potential 30 bomb. We've had a fair few in this tournament. A lot of players getting to that 30 marker. A couple even getting to 38. One of them even getting to 38 and losing, which... yeah, that it really is a rarity. There you go. He's even going to get himself a drone, which I think is definitely deserved. The man is playing unreal.
Yeah, now don't worry. Don't worry. This is not a zoner drone. The drone disappears. No one can access it. Coaches are stuck on their POV. As far as we know. I don't think anyone's quite got the balls to do that anymore. They've been hunted. But the Invictus side are being hunted down, and this has been a disaster, really, of the last couple of rounds. That one especially. I mean, that is a real downer, to be honest. You know, you come in, you're getting right back in there, 5v2, picked off every single player. I mean, the entirety of the setup for the T side and those post plans was for Advent to shut them down as they came running through jungle, and he failed. As soon as he did, Zoking was dead, and it felt like, okay, this round is theirs 100%. And then one by one, they swing on in, and one by one, they fall as Jam Young becomes the one to kill them all. Well, not all of them. I mean, two survived, but one died at the bomb after, so it was basically all of them. He won the round either way, and as Vici look to shift gears in towards the A side. They've lost control of ramp, obviously, after that early duel, but they've decided now to go in for the retake of control. Flying falls straight away. A man we normally look to deal a lot of damage. Viva, the timing, it's terrible. He pulled off ramp just as Jam Young walked out, and now he's posted up on as he comes up above that smoke. He's flashed. He's out in the open. No one's dealing with him. No one was looking. Bottle? Hello? This guy's just ran through the smoke. He didn't care. That's like, you know, in a... Oh, okay. 1v2. This is doable. 30 seconds left. He's going to just jump through to the site, get a little bit of control over here. Molly for top of Tetris as he looks to isolate the player over towards jungle. Smoke goes down. He's not found anyone just yet, though. He's inside the smoke, tapping the bomb. He's going to be sticking it 4 seconds, but they hit that shot. They had a nice crossfire on it anyways, and enough bullets to spray on through. A bottle in that situation looked to me like, you know, when you're in a single-player game, let's say it's like Battlefield or something, right? And you're holding down, you're doing the single-player missions. You're holding down a fort, and you're like peeking over, sniping people, and then a wave of your troops run in and they all just die, and it's for dramatic effect, so you can just see them all fall in front of you. That's what Bottle was. This guy just ran through the smoke. Viva's still there, like, I'm just gonna take a second, line up another shot, see what, and he's like, just running in, charging. But unfortunately, it didn't quite work.
Well, unfortunate truth is, it's just pistols. However, it is Mitch's favorite set of pistols, the 4Ds.
Cuatros de Glelos. That's officially how you say it in Spanish. We don't need any of you people to come in and correct it.
I would like to call
The
it
1Ds.
Cuatros Dincos. I think it fits quite nice.
Les Cuatros de Glelos. I don't know how you actually say deagle in Spanish. I guess it's deagle. To be honest, feels like it's one of those
Probably.
words. Like, oh, there's a player running out through the molly. All right, well, Destroyer, he's being destroyed.
Oh,
Unfortunate
what?
by Bottle, he's missed all the shots and
Oh,
flying.
right, okay. Jam Young headshot. I thought Advent had got that kill. Jumping. It was someone else. Thank God. Seen enough jumping headshots today. Don't need any more. Jam Young's hit his 30 bomb, by the way, just in case you were wondering. He 30 and 13. Yeah, he's been the difference maker. More than just like padding those stats, it's been incredible rounds from him, and there has been no one to match up. Destroyer's been pretty good, but nowhere near the level of Jam Young. And then these are the sort of games you want to see from him. Like if you get this and maybe a couple of other players, you might actually have a shot at beating Tyloo. But 15 to 10. Bear in mind, this is also the pick of Invictus, and Nuke is next, which is one that there is an 88% win rate. And even I think that they played them recently over the last month or so, I think 4 or 5 times, and only lost it once. Destroyer, though, is going to kick things off, but he's burnt down to 2 HP. His teammate's gone, and he will fall as well. Zoking on these entries has started to catch up to Jam Young, which is why the pace of which they've started to end this game has been increased. Jam Young lurking actually doesn't hit the shot. I haven't had to say that too much throughout this game, and in fact, now the CTs are in with a chance once again.
Yeah, they've got one shot, one opportunity to seize this round. Now, let's see if they can capture it. It looks like Vici might be letting it slip, but Zoking comes in to try and get something done. Smoke off. It's only one player left. It's Viva with an op, and he's gone. Oh my. Even in a round where it looks certain that Vici are going to fall apart with the low HP on both players, they still just can't lose. That is 16 to 10, 1-0 to start off the series, and a great comeback. A team that was 7-1 down. They lose 16-10 in the end. Not too shabby.
Yeah, they only lost one round on this in the second half. That's ridiculous. There was one defusal that came in, and everything else was all Vici. A fantastic T side. Blair, you impressed? You disappointed? Like, how are we coming into this one?
Both. I guess both. I like how Invictus pull off a Tyloo there. You know, they were 7-1 at one point, like you pointed out, Tom. 7-1, and then sure, even the ending the half with the what was it, like a 9-6 scoreline? T-side Mirage. It's your map pick. It's pretty much a done deal, and then a certain someone called Jam Young shows up. And this guy, he never failed to deliver. Again, ably helped out by Zoking as well. Someone who's kind of hit or miss. You know, he's the sort of guy who's going to open up sides, get multi-kills, or just basically be an entry frag himself, not getting anything done. Fortunately for VG, he was quite phenomenal. But Jam Young, man, that clutch had me like literally just jump from my couch. And I do believe Zoking ended 8-0 in opening duels. That's Zoking. Lives and dies with the entries.
Yeah, I think Jam Young is making a quick case for himself to maybe be the best player on Vici at the moment. You know, you talk about Kaze being the best player in Asia, never mind just on Vici, but the performances we've seen from Jam Young over the recent course of Vici's success, it's been incredible. Jam Young is definitely a player to keep an eye on. He's unbelievable. This was just
This is
so
nuts.
Well,
sick.
the ridiculous thing here is he did so much that I genuinely didn't even realize that Kaze was alive and died. Like, I was just so focused on what Jam Young was doing. I was like, I didn't even notice there was a teammate.
Yeah, there was a second fight going on from stairs, right? But we couldn't even register it. And, you know, it's worth noting that on the CT side, obviously, Jam Young has got, I think, the easier position to play off of with that secondary op than what Kaze does. Kaze is playing in the window. He's constantly smoked off.
Definitely,
Forced to reposition in towards the A side or connector. He's the one going aggressive on top mid if they're pushing. Whereas Jam Young is the one playing off the info that Kaze finds for him a lot of the time. And that said, he was left unchecked. I mean, Invictus, despite knowing where he was a lot of the time, playing on that short angle, they were slow in pushing in, giving him the position to go for the retake kills, or not even the retake, just stopping them from connector or stairs and shutting them down in the middle as well. I felt like he was given a lot of space, but it's really how he capitalized on it. And then that one, 3K spray down to win the round? That was insane. He played so damn well.
He did indeed. And if you go back to, like, I mean, the MVP right there, jamming for you folk watching from home, that's just an insane performance from him. And I feel like for Invictus heading to this matchup, I know, apart from Mitch, the madman that he is, all of us expected VG to take this series. But let's be real, Mirage, we really did feel Invictus had a chance. And looking at the first half, we're like, yeah, maybe it's going to go all the way to map number 3 because Nuke is going to be nigh unwinnable for Invictus. And now, coming up next, it is indeed going to be Nuke, gentlemen. It's not looking good, but aside from Invictus, I feel like Bottle hasn't quite melded well yet perfectly with this team, but that's coming after the break. Can Invictus take it back on Nuke and take us map number 3? It is looking unlikely, but we're going to be finding out, is it going to be quick 2-0, or are we going to be seeing the final decider map in this best of 3 series? We'll be back after a break.
Now we're here for map number 2 between Vici and their comrades in arms, Invictus, who've been coming in and looking quite decent. Yeah, coming into map number 1. Unfortunately, their map went by the
First half,
wayside.
maybe.
Yeah, first half, yeah. 7-1 lead, lost 16-10. Not ideal. One round in the second half as well. But coming into Nuke, Tom, this is where we've actually seen Invictus beat Vici before. It was actually a win for Invictus last time that they played here. But considering the form that we've just seen Jam Young on, I don't know how we're feeling about this one, because it's not like he just came in on the secondary op and that was it. He was also dominating on the rifles, like that massive clutch he had. So I don't know if we can count him out when it comes to Nuke, where, okay, we're maybe not going to look at a secondary op coming through most of the time, but he can do it on the rifles.
Yeah, you mentioned that they beat them on Nuke, but I'm just going to go through. I'm going to need my fingers. But Vici beat them the time before that, 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 and that's all of the games that they played. So, yeah, it's not a consistent thing. Like the last time, I almost want to say that was a blip on the radar more than anything for Vici. Like Nuke has been their best map. Like they have an 88% win rate on it. They've played 16 maps. The losses they have are that one loss to Invictus, and that's in what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that's 1 out of 9 matches that they've lost. Before that, they lost 16-14 to Beyond, and that's the only other loss they have. Of course, the break that you have there is that obviously up until now, Tyloo have not played this map at all. So to say that they never lose this map is because they never had to play Tyloo on it, and that's the only team they really lose to. So it does sort of bait their stats out a little bit more than usual, and it's definitely a good sign that Invictus did manage to take it the last time that they played. But since then, oh, that's rough. I didn't even know that. So since then, obviously they've changed a player. The player who they changed was the one who went plus 14, 27, and 13 on that map.
Right.
So basically, the person who carried them through the last Nuke game was removed from the roster, and it has now been replaced by Bottle. No pressure, Bottle, but you need to go 27 and 13 if your team are going to have a chance.
Yeah, that's a shame. I mean, Oi was a great player, and I'm surprised that he's been replaced on this lineup, because I'm presuming there's something behind the scenes that comes into play. Because realistically, when I look at Oi, I don't think he made mistakes that warranted him being removed. We're going into the pistol round here, though. We've already seen Destroyer open this one up for Invictus. A very important pistol. If they want to be getting ahead early on, they want to be winning this round. And a Destroyer, well, he's continuing to destroy, coming up. And although he falls eventually, Flying's there for the trade to put it into a 4 versus 2. They're swinging out, they're diving, water falling all over Zoking, and he certainly gets caught up in the waves.
Damyeon, a little bit far away from the action, and this time he won't be able to do anything. So similarly to the last map, we are going to see Invictus start things off strong. Much more important on this map, I would say, just getting off to a good start. You don't want to allow the T side to build up those early rounds and damage your economy. Although it is also worth noting that a lot of teams will prefer running a double AWP setup on the previous map rather than this one, so you might be able to skimp on a few things here. But yeah, good pistol round coming out from Invictus. A strong hold. Obviously, this map allows for relatively fast rotations, so a lot of the time you are going to see heavier pressure onto the top side of the map and the odd player rotating down a little bit earlier if needed. Interestingly, though, we're actually going to see a force buy from Vici. Now, this is definitely a map where you can get it done with the pistols, the SMGs, so I don't necessarily go against it. I don't see it as that much of a problem, but it's not something you see too often, especially if you don't get a bomb plant. So I want to see something spicy here if they are going to make this one work. Zoking, he's run past someone. That was just a lazy check.
Yeah, leaving Shaosage up on the catwalk, able to take it, double bottles in with another. And that is what could have been a very strong start to the pistol round if they overwhelmed him, turning into a bit of a more difficult position. Jam Young on 1 HP, stuck up behind the silo. He's got support coming through, but unfortunately, there's not much that Alman could do. He was being watched as well over on the catwalk, and 2-0 we go as Invictus pick up that second round. It does come with a little bit of a cost to it, but considering they're up against the Nico now, this is where they can make that money back.
Oh. 2-0. Not really going to be expecting too much in this round from the likes of Vici. As you mentioned, this is the chance for Invictus to make up some cash. We've just got a few P250s here, but coming into the next round, might be seeing an AWP. Okay, Jamyoung, he might actually get a bomb plant here. I quite like that. It's a little bit unorthodox to run through the Molotov, but it got him onto the site, and he did it at the last second, which almost sort of masked the sound of him going down there. Kaze's got a rifle as well, but I like that. Jalsage is more than aware, and now this round is pretty much an inevitable. But 2 kills, a bomb plant, not bad whatsoever. Advent just going to be trying to gain a little bit of extra cash off the back of this UMP. Chance of winning the round, slim to none. If he pulls this off, then I really will be worried for Invictus.
Yeah, they're just going to stick that as well with the doors smoked off and it being covered, so it was literally no chance. He gets at least 1 kill, a little bit of extra money as well on the SMG frag. You'll take it. Better than nothing, that's for damn sure. And although the round goes to Invictus, this round is going to see a very strong buy for Vici. Now, I'm curious to see if Advent keeps that UMP. That could be a really big injection of cash into their economy if he does. And having 1 SMG isn't the worst thing. I mean, you can allow him to go for some openings or bait out those shots knowing that you're potentially up against an op, for example, in this round. And I think they've made the right choice in maintaining it. It means that they'll be able to get themselves an op out early into their next buy round, or indeed just drop over a weapon if they need it. Nice nade, look at that.
There's everything for the CT side, and well, it's not going too badly. They lost the first man. Orman as well just seems to be causing havoc wherever he goes. Yasagi, that's a risky fight. He does actually come out with a kill, and Destroyer is finally caught off Orman. It's left all onto Advent. And he will be getting another bomb plant. More money actually going to be made again for the T's, but without winning any of these rounds, it's sort of a pointless exercise. They need to finally break the economy of Invictus, and if this clutch comes through, it would be able to do it. Advent, timing is everything here. Just hiding within his own smoke. Bottle lurking around the back lines of the corner, and Destroyer isn't going to spot anything for a while. As the smoke fades, it leaves him in an awkward position, and Bottle patient enough to just wait it out.
This is the kind of start that I want to see. Yeah, okay, yeah, you're getting bomb plants, you're getting progress down towards the site. But for Invictus, they're not being rolled. They're not coming in with the, I suppose, second half vibes of that previous map. Mirage definitely did not look good. And I was worried that was the kind of performance we're going to continue to see them on, coming into this. It can be hard to bounce back from being slapped like that, but it looks like they're giving it a good old country try. It was surprising that the first op to come out is actually over on the Vici side. And considering as well the impact that we've seen, I suppose, from Vici's op on Kaze, pulling it out this early is a surprise. Oh, that nade again! They're cursed. They can't get out of a doorway without getting hit for at least 50.
They do seem to be quite good at getting down the vent, though. That's something that normally gets denied quite a lot, is just the vent push. Like, you're normally going to at least lose 1 player. I think it's finally going to happen, Mitch. There's only 3 players. I think they're just going to have to save. And that will be the first round on the board for Vici. The question is, how costly can they make this? So King, he's going to go walking in. Zalsage has found 1. They're definitely not going for this. He was just making his way back towards the spawn. They've got to make sure, well, on both sides, really, that they don't lose too many more players. There is some bonus cash saved up with the amount of bomb plants that have come in for the T side. I don't think they're wanting to take too many risks here.
What I would highlight here for Invictus is that what I see is the major issue for them in that round. Obviously, oh, flying. He's in trouble. Oh, that weapon lost. That's the difference between them investing into this. They could have taken an auto shotgun for the roof hold, but now they'll have 2 players that can't buy if Bottle drops over and up, so I think they just take an eco and oh, whoa. All right, let's pump the brakes on that one, because we got an auto shotgun and a scout coming out. I don't think this is the worst buy. I think they've actually gotten the best investment. I wanted to see the op, And they could have done that, but with Flying losing his life, having to drop over a rifle meant that no op. Instead, Viva goes to the scout, makes that sacrifice. The problem in the previous round that I wanted to talk about was their outside control. They conceded a lot, but I think, no, it was Destroyer and Viva that died, right? So Bottle just couldn't really do anything about it after getting smoked out. They got up close and pushed in, took down the hut player. In this round, Destroyer and Bottle have fallen. That's the round done. I mean, you've got a scout that's playing support for outside. You've got no control out there. They can split in through main. They can take Shousaga down with a quick headshot. And that's A, completely open for the taking. This is a disaster of a CT side straight away for Invictus, because 2 rounds in a row now, we've just seen Vici walk to outside with either their full team or 1 player and get the control for free. And that shouldn't be happening.
Yeah, and I think, I don't know if you were the same, but with the early rounds that we sort of witnessed, you could tell it was coming. Like, you could just tell that Vici were eventually going to take one of these rounds. Like, if you're getting a bomb plant and a couple of kills with just two or three P250s, or if you're able to get down the vent very, very easily, or the matter of control, like, even if it was just like an aggressive push onto ramp, there were a few uncomfortable risks being taken from Xiao Sage, who he's normally the person I look to be almost the calm, like the sort of like the experienced one, the player who's going to make the smart decision. Instead, he was taking some pretty hefty risks just to get them into rounds. So I sensed it. I like this crossfire. It's a gamble. It should get them a kill. Should very easily get them a kill. The wide swing comes out from a lot of the players, and well, this is very costly indeed. Xiao Sage comes up with another one. He almost kills off Orman as well. Oh dear, oh dear. What has just happened to Vici? This was the chance to really put the hurt to earn some cash, and instead, they're going to lose it all. A big round coming out from Invictus. A surprise, to say the least. Obviously, there's still a hell of a lot of money for Vici, but you've just given them away back in.
Not a repeatable round, really. Not one that you expect to see going Invictus's way every single time. And for Vici, unfortunate that they decided just swing and run right into that stack up of the pistols. Great work by Xiao Sage, getting a lot of damage done. And with the saved over AKs, there. Yo, Kaze, you're in the molly, bro! You just stood there, tanked it. Oh man, I don't even know what to say about that. He like. I thought he was holding for the peak, and then he kept holding. He wouldn't stop. Can't stop, won't stop.
Well, these last couple of rounds have been really poor. Like, Vici were looking fantastic. Something just changed. Like, one player stood in a Molotov, the other just solo peeked outside. Like, moments ago, we were watching them play as a unit, take control together, and then just some silly mistakes that I'm not. Yeah, what is this? Surely, like, sometimes I wonder when players are scoped in, like, if they don't know something. His teammate's right there. Surely he goes, bro, you're in a molly.
Yeah, dude, you're kind of on fire, bro.
He's like, yeah, no, I'm playing great. It's like, no, you're literally.
Yeah, dude, I'm hitting my shots. I know. It's like, no. Look down.
To be honest, if anybody ever responded that to me, I'd just be like, yeah. And then just watch them slowly burn to death.
I'm not against the peak outside. I know he ran into an AWP and just got wrecked, but they've been given that control for free for, what, 3 rounds consecutively. So the fact that he peeks out, it was only a matter of time until an AWP came into play. So it was a little bit reckless. If that happens again, then I'm going to lose it. Like, but that round right there, it doesn't infuriate me too much. I think they just had so little respect for the Invictus hold, they thought it would just be free.
Now, this is much more structured. A quick take of outside, smoke's falling as Zoking walks by. It was almost beautiful, sort of like a movie, where the timing just works out wonderfully with all the nades landing and him running all the way through. Already, they've completely moved the CT setup. Viva has rotated, Zalsage's gone to B, flashbang through. Oh, they're lucky to get away with that one. Not going to hit his shot, but they have gained control of the ramp. This is something I do quite like, that comparatively to Tyloo, they do have these sort of like fallback rounds where they just go to something far more structured and methodical. I think how much control they've just taken within a minute. Even still, though, they are in a man disadvantage. They might be doing the right thing with their utility, but they're not quite hitting their shots. All 4 players coming from ramp. A little bit unorthodox, and it could end up biting them. Of course, it's going to sit in the heads of the T side to keep an eye on the other direction. They'll have heard a lot of footsteps over to the ramp. The smoke's coming through. Jam Young is going to actually try and pop a flash through it to deny them a little bit longer, and the Molotov hasn't spread. It's going to allow Advent to survive in the corner. They might not expect him to be here anymore. You'd think that they'd still check it, but not necessarily. Advent, they've not got the diffuser, though. They killed everyone else. Invictus, they've scraped a fair few rounds in this half, and that's another one. Advent did everything right. Unfortunately, the Ninja Diffuse still comes in. Invictus, they're up to 7, and this is a map that we expected Vici to win. It's been a close margin in a lot of these rounds. You could even say that if a few different swings went their way, they could be winning this by quite a dominant margin. Instead, they're losing by quite a lot. Now, we saw this in the last map. If they were to bring this one back to a similar scoreline, like a 9-6, 8-7, it wouldn't be too bad. Seeing Molotovs actually thrown in to try and displace their smokes hasn't worked. Zoking's still just gone running all the way in towards this B site. And actually, this time, the team are going to join him.
We'll see if Xiao Sanga is able to hold off with the pressure that's being made. Avicii do seem to be incredibly good at getting down the vents, but Zoking comes right back up. They haven't spotted out the back corner, and it looks like they could be in trouble by flying as he tries to trade out his teammate, but he's only good for 1. And this is a clean take of the A site. They've cleared out vents, or they did a little while ago, and Xiaosage wanted to go up, but he makes the right call in not doing so because he was being held. There were players waiting for him to come on up the top of those vents so they could send him right back down. Are they going to go for this? I thought Destroyer was going to save Xiaosage. He's swinging wide through outside. They've only 20 seconds left to get in there and start the defuse. And with 4 players left to kill, they can't really go for it. And they just, yeah, they've decided against it.
Making things a little bit more costly. It doesn't matter that much because the T's actually still have a bit of a reserve of cash. This is a really, really weird one because from what I'm watching, right, obviously Invictus are winning, but I still think Vici are the better Nuke team. Like, it's odd. Like, I think there's a few solo plays that they have going on elsewhere, in the likes of Orman, for example, who seems to get caught out when they're making these takes. But it's unusual that you see it so easy for people to gain outside control. It's unusual that you see it so easy for them to take ramp or just get down the vents, for example. So that's making me think that, okay, they're definitely the better team, but Invictus are somehow still able to win out a lot of these rounds, even though it's not they don't deserve them, but it just seems like Vici should be in the lead, if anything.
Yeah, I think it also has knock-on effects. So the fact that their outside control is so weak. I mean, just take a look at this. I wish I could draw on the map right now. Look at Viva. Look at where he is. He is so passive. This is a team that are 7-3 in the lead, and they haven't once really had anything to say about... Where are the smokes? Where are the smokes?
Where's
Why
this
are you just
come from?
crossing? What's this? So they've gone 4 men down through vents. The problem is, right, because they're giving up outside control, basically it makes ramp weaker because you've got to send players down to keep an eye on B. It makes the A site weaker in terms of vent control. But this is so odd. Vici have given away the fact that they're going B because they've been spotted going across. Where were the smokes? I don't get it, Tom. I really don't understand. And it's not like it would have given it away. They've smoked almost every round, so like it could have just been a fake. It would have been smokes just going out to cause paranoia. But they just wide swung on an op. And sure, he didn't get a kill, but he calmed to his team. Hey, guys, I'm pretty sure they're going B. That was weird.
What's she doing in that round? I felt like they threw a lot of their utility elsewhere initially. It's like, we go from talking about how methodical and clinical they are with all their nades to then just not using any of them.
They had 2 smokes still when they went outside. That's the thing that confuses me. Is like I took a look. I was like, okay, maybe they didn't. Maybe they've already used their util. I look down. I see 2 smokes. I'm like, what are you doing? Oh, that's wild. That makes no sense. That's the kind of thing that if I propose it in a matchmaking game, people are gonna laugh at me and be like, "Nah, dude, what do you mean? You want to go outside without smokes?"
Well, it's looking good for Invictus, that's for sure.
They'll take
Gonna
those
see this
free wins.
execution again. Zoking, another entry for him. Now, there's 3 players in heaven. Single Molotov here would put them all out of business, at least for now. And there is one available. Now, they've used the smoke that gives them a shrouding vision over the top. There goes the Molotov, but one player's already out. Zoking hasn't spotted him. Luckily, Jam Young will. Well, after his teammate dies, that is. And they're going to re-smoke into Mini. Some spam bullets coming through to try and deny the plant, and the spam back almost kills off another member. Bottle has caught one more from the corner of the site. I don't know how he got here without anybody noticing, but he did. And now the remaining 2 players are so desperately low. It should be a free kill for Orman. Didn't need to drop down. And Viva, now the only one remaining. 1v3 turn 2, but chances are this is not a winnable round.
I think Viva realizes that as well. As Vici pop back up on the board. You know, it's odd looking at these guys round to round. Just as we say, oh, you know what, Vici, they're back up. They're performing again. You know, they're they're taking it tactically. They swing outside with smokes. Without smokes, sorry. With smokes would be fine. And then they come in with a blitz round like that and overwhelm their opponents. And I do feel like that's something that we've seen from a lot of these teams where I don't know if they just lose focus very quickly. I don't know what's going on sometimes, but it seems like round to round, we see a very different team. It's almost like they have different IGLs, you know, that they'll just like call on one of them. Like, what should we do this round? Okay, cool. And then they have someone who has a completely different version of Counter-Strike in their head. Like, they're playing Call of Duty, and they're like, yeah, why don't you do this? This sounds like a great idea.
The real worry for me is if Vici win this round, we could still get an 8-7 half. And I'm not saying that they don't deserve it, as said. Like, I think there's a lot of rounds that it came down to individual clutches, the like Sneaky Ninja Defuse, Xiao Sage having a few high-impact rounds, like the Deagle triple that he got. Jam Young, though, he's had enough. They're throwing the same Molotov onto the hut. It makes things awkward for Destroyer. His ASAT execution has been flawless. And again, we talk about how easy it seems to be for Vici to just take whatever position on the map that they want. Sure, Invictus may be in the lead, but I really don't think they look comfortable on this map. For a team that have beaten Vici on Nuke before, they don't seem to know how to control any portion. I think the only thing they've successfully held, even once or twice, was ramp. And it's just come down to silly individual duels elsewhere that have actually given up rounds, or, for example, all facing outside for no reason. But other than that, it just doesn't look good. And yeah, I think this round, if they manage to wipe down the remaining players, could all be over. The only thing is they're losing a hell of a lot of men. They're going to lose everyone, aren't they? They actually could... Yeah, every single member of the T-side dies. It doesn't really matter. And I suppose the cost... Well, if they'd taken both and they somehow all died, I wouldn't have minded so much. But the fact they only get rid of one gun in exchange for 4 players doesn't really seem worth it. That's a gremlin angle.
It is nasty, isn't it? Especially with the smokes, like they almost just help him out and up on top. Ooh, there was no escaping. But I think objective was still reached for Vici. You know, they take a weapon out of the hands of Invictus, and it's the kind of loss that they can take coming into this round. They've still got quite a bit of cash on a lot of these players. It could impact them, obviously, if they lose this, but with the damage they've done to Invictus, losing this round is just pretty tough, in all honesty. You know, they're stacked up nicely when it comes to the weaponry advantage. Well, yeah, I'm talking theoretical Counter-Strike. I'm not talking whatever the hell we're watching.
How confident are you in this, Mitch?
Well, not very, considering we're looking at a team that has 2
Risky that
smokes.
statement is. Sure you are?
2 smokes and they rush out long, not using them.
I'll be sure are you. Damn it, I messed up my Yoda impression.
You've ruined it. You're a fool. You're an absolute
I
fool.
suppose it could be you are sure, but doesn't quite sound as good.
No. Sure.
Sure are you?
Look, Invictus ain't got
we're
a.
such losers.
We really are. We really are. Like I've just seen like some normal person I know from life that has no idea what esports is watching this and going, "Shit, what a nerd." It's like, yeah, I think so.
I'm proud.
I disagree.
I'm proud.
Are you, Tom? I've never seen you be proud of anything.
Honestly, like, people use the word nerd as an insult. I'm like, oh, I don't care. I'm also bored. Well done. Great observation. Don't care. Your life's boring. You sit there doing an office job. I get to shout out video games.
And you watch soap operas, I guess, and stuff. That said, some banging soaps out there.
They're gonna
The
win.
EastEnders. Of course they are, mate. Weak weapons and they win the round. Welcome to Asian Counter-Strike. that's what first one of the season.
This destroyed the economy of Vici as well.
Yeah. As I said, Vici didn't have a lot of money coming into that one. If they lost, because they hunted down so aggressively, it was only if they lost the round they got punished. But there was basically nothing to play with for Invictus. They had some USPs, for God's sake, and they were able to walk out of that one smelling the roses. That is
also
ludicrous.
Like, I think I've realized what it is.
Here we go.
Dalsage has 23 kills in the first half. That's the only reason they're in this match. And anything else, they wouldn't be in this match. You remove him. He just did that with an MP9. That doesn't even make sense. Like, the dude's having maybe the best performance we've ever seen from him. And that's why this map is, I want to say, close. And now they're going to go and put the pressure onto Destroyer. He's not been bad. They've thrown the smokes outside as a bit of an elaborate ruse, but realistically, hasn't done too much. Don't really know how Ormond survived that, I'll be honest. Chest of steel, a slight wallbang, I guess. And now, so they throw their smokes outside, they take ramp, and now they're going back to A. And as of right now, it doesn't seem like they baited too many players away, and Xiao Sagi is all they need. 23 and 6, by the way. 30 bomb in the first half, not possible, but, well, definitely not possible now. And they've actually managed to kill him off. There's only one more player here. Mitch, this is not okay. It's a double up setup and a retake. Like, how's this one working out? They literally just threw everything elsewhere and then just went, and now we go A. And then they get the entries anyway.
You sound like a Dalek on that one. Is not okay. This does not compute. This is, yeah, no, it is definitely a disaster. Oh, he's getting the tags. He's hearing the crowd go wild when he aims through the smoke. Here we go. The 5-7 not good enough. The Destroyer's there for the trade. Time is low. Coming up to 10 seconds left. Deagle in hand, and the swing from Alman cements the round. That is it secured. 9-6 at the half. And Vici, they're lucky to get that many rounds, let's be honest. Like, considering how they played towards those last
both
couple
teams.
Yeah, in a way, like, I suppose it's sort of been justice and injustice. And the fact is, in those last couple of rounds, Vici got wrecked by weak weapons. Then they come into that one with a very loose strategy, but somehow it just works out. And yet Invictus, there was a good, I would say 5 out of those first 10 rounds they shouldn't have won.
You know when you do, like, those one-word stories?
Yes.
Like, where it's like, the man. That's what that last round was. Where it was like, one guy would be like, outside, and the other guy would be smoke. And then it's like, ramp. It's like, ramp? Why do you say ramp? Push. A. And it's like, what? How do we? So then it just went all the way around the map, and then win. That was the last word. And it made absolutely no sense. Either that or it was the greatest meta mind game. Like, you'd need like Sherlock Holmes to try and trace back the steps of what they just did. It's like, Watson, I'm confused. Ridiculous.
It's like the
Dun, 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 dun.
what's happening here?
Speaking of Sherlock Holmes.
Oh.
Dun, dun, dun.
Look where we've made it to. We're in a beautiful fielded area. Little red house. There's a little stream over there. This is the peaceful version of Nuke. Maybe this is it, like 100 years after.
Why is the sky exploding?
That's what thunder is. It's actually nuclear plants in the sky being blown up.
That's what it is, yeah.
Yeah.
Who knew? Who knew?
What people don't know is that the sky isn't real. You know, there is actually a theory.
Oh, for
Oh,
God's
what was
sake.
it? That the sky, I'm not even joking. This is a genuine theory that the sky is a, I'm trying to remember exactly so I don't say something too ludicrous, but it's going to be ludicrous anyways. The sky is a carpet, and people, they went up and I think it's, they think they put lights on it that are stars. So they hang something off it that are stars.
Okay, well, anybody who believes that should be put in a catapult and then fired into the magical carpet. Idiots.
It's something like that. I remember reading it before and just being like, well, I thought flat Earth was the worst, but then I learned of this, and it turns out I hate these people more. Like, didn't think it was possible. There you go. Oh, some interest. It takes all kinds to make the world. Well, it doesn't, you don't need them, but unfortunately we have to put up with them. Something to do
Here
with
we go.
ethics.
Zoe King about to come under pressure, and well, the Pistol Kings, it is once again going to be Invictus pretty much dominating this one. I don't see a way back into this unless there's some serious slip-ups. Kaze from above, he has had a rough one. 5 and 13. Meant to be the best player on this team and well, potentially one of the best in Asia at least. He hasn't been. He just hasn't been. And by the looks of it, they might even just be looking to try and save their Kevlar. It's a depressing end to what is the second pistol round. And that was the thing. Like in the last map, they get themselves the pistol to start things off. And what was the point? I don't really get that. Like, if you're going to be saving, save. If you're going to push, push. Like, just go in at the end. I guess he wanted a cheeky kill to maybe make some extra money for his AWP, but instead losing the Kevlar. Vici, yeah, it's been weird. Like, this is one where I expected them to be dominant, and although their T side had aspects that looked very, very good, it was sort of littered with just poor decision making and silly rounds that they never should be losing. They're going to go for the force buy here. Jam Young has an XM, a man after my own heart. Could definitely work on this map. It's been something that became popular, I think, based off Hiko. That's who I'd put it down to, at least. It's going to be a very fast play, maybe into his clutches even. This is where you'd expect that XM to be. In fact, though, it's on ramp. And what a nice shot to start. Oh, they line up. He does a lot of damage. There's actually a scout on the other side as well. Another tag coming in, but Kaze is going to get overwhelmed. A real chance in this round. He actually got the wallbang onto Viva as well, which is slightly ridiculous. And now Orman, will they expect him to already be here? It's a bit of an off angle. It's one that you should check, but that doesn't mean they will. Where is he going? Where is he going?
Well,
Why?
He's not going anywhere now, is he? He's just walked out in the open and got wrecked. I thought maybe he would push through the smoke and try to get some timing or come up behind ramp, but yeah, that was the least likely play that I imagined. Now Advent, he's got a Mac 10. Not the best of weapons, really. It's a 2v3, no kit though, so I really don't see them going for this. It's just getting those 2 Mac 10s and getting out of there. Oh, XM. Scout as well, nice little upgrade. At least it's something to play with in the next round. And look, already you've got control over potentially outside and inner, and then you can use the pistols to try and hold down ramp, or swap out the auto shotgun as the ramp hold and play 3 pistols inner. You have a decent chance of at least doing some damage, potentially pulling off like a crazy like Tyloo fluke round. But a small chance. That is all it is.
Oh. A chance, again, to try and do something extra. Advent, this time, going to be the one keeping the XM, and obviously Jam Young looks like he's saving to potentially buy either a second AWP or drop one. They're going to go for this fast push in once more, and oh, this time the XM does absolutely nothing. In fact, it's an absolute slaughter from Invictus. Oh, a comeback's definitely going to be needed for Vici once again, but you have to bear in mind they did only lose 1 round in their second half of the last map. They definitely can do it. However, with both pistols under their belt, a decent economy starting to build up, especially after this round. and not a single kill coming in, Invictus are definitely in that driver's seat.
Locked and loaded. I said obviously last time they played, Invictus managed to walk away with the victory, but as you said, that was a one in a sea of losses up against Vici. On Vici's best map as well, but maybe Invictus have just recently cracked the code. They figured out the Vici machine. Although at the same time, doesn't look like it. As we said, there's been a lot of rounds that have just swung their way. And it always seems to be the important ones as well. That's sort of the real problem for Vici. Looking at outside control here for Invictus, they've been pulled back by a flash. They're scared of an aggressive push coming through, but Vici are playing it slow. And that's left us now in a position where this Invictus side are in a position where their smokes have dissipated. They've still got 2 for the cross. But they've decided to go aggressive. No idea that Alman was here! Destroyer wins that fight with a Mach 10. That is phenomenal. Did his opponent not have a helmet?
Must have been. I think a few of them have dropped it here, and Kaze's going to fall as well. That's a free ult for Destroyer. He's looking at style on them in this round. A third for him. And this is over. Like, this is all falling apart for Vici. All the promise of Nuke and none of the delivery. Leaving just 2 to try and save, pretty much. And while the next round doesn't even really bless them with a purchase either, Advent will go down to bottle. And while I can't really doubt the side of Invictus anymore, the CT side definitely had its moments of being a bit shaky, but it seems like on an individual level, we've seen an incredible performance from Xiao Sage to sort of bring them through. And now with Destroyer stepping up alongside him, I'm worried for Vici. I think this might be over.
I can't really disagree with you there, Tom. It is definitely looking like Invictus are going to be taking this across the line. I said, you know, a lot of the rounds had been back and forth, but the reality is, you know, you can only buy yourself so much faith with how close previous rounds have been. You eventually, unfortunately, need to win some. And at the moment, that's the problem for Vici. They cannot get on the board. And their buy again going to be in this weak position, allowing 14 for Invictus, and then it will have to be 10 rounds consecutively if they want to win this one straight away. And just look at the buy that was in play for Vici in that round. You see what I mean by it hasn't been the strongest. Kaze was glass cannon. Jam Young had the op with armor and a helmet, while Advent had no head armor. And then I presume it was the same for Zoking on outside. This was a disaster, really, because every single player that had nothing to work with got punished. Now, Kaze, he's managed to open it up with a Deagle to outside. That is one opening duel. But with the weapons that they've got, you do still have to favor over towards the attacking side of Invictus as they come for outside control. And Elman's holding up close. They've got Kaze holding for the push into main. So they will have info either way, but really every shot needs to be hit in a round like this.
Orman hoping for a couple of headshots. Doesn't get away with anything. Decent take of outside. Utility being used. And Kaze should be dead here, really. And he will be eventually. Destroyer. He's been so good at these wraparounds. He's actually catching up with Xiao Sage, which is something I honestly thought was an impossibility with how far ahead he was. But now 21-8 himself. Going to be given the AWP. Still low on HP, and there is some potential here, especially with Zoking still having a rifle. 35 seconds up and coming on the clock, and it seems like he's in a prime position. The remaining 2 just trying to hold him back, and they are going to start wrapping around. Now, there's nobody currently in heaven, so Zoking's going to be left in a really awkward position. He's going to hear the footsteps. Flashbang's good. The spray's wild, but he gets away with it. And out of nowhere, this could be a round stolen away from Invictus. They've had Vici on the ropes. But this round, they ducked, they weaved. And there's no way he wins this round. And, well, unless he kills both, there was a small window of opportunity, but he's not quite going to meet it.
This is the lifeline that they've been looking for over on the Vici side to be brought back into the game before 14's even hit. I mean, now they don't need those 10 rounds in a row. They've got a small chance if things don't go their way immediately. And I think that is something that can potentially come back to bite Invictus. Yeah, their economy isn't massively strong at the moment. There's potential to push some players down to a weaker buy after just 2 round wins. That will still obviously be difficult, but we also have to consider this is the strongest buy that we've seen from Vici so far. First time that they've actually looked somewhat comfortable and confident in terms of what they're able to invest into on every single player.
Well, the money for Invictus is still off the charts. T-side are just going to try and go for a fast push. I like the plan. They're going to try and get down the vents, but there's a man waiting. But Jam Young? Hello? What just happened? He didn't get anybody. They jumped down onto his head, and somehow he doesn't find a single kill. Kaze's still waiting for the push outside. Doesn't manage to even connect onto Viva. Now they're still focused on trying to kill this man off. He's just wasting their time. There's this round again. It's looking like it's already done. There's 30 seconds, just having to save. And, well, they had the perfect setup there, Vici. They had the read. They had the players in the right place at the right time. They had one on heart, one down the vent, and they get 1 kill. I don't know how that didn't go their way. As said, I want to see what happened to Jam Young to know how he didn't manage to get a single kill in the vent. And now Kaze will... worthless frags, really. The T-side have an unlimited amount of money, and he's desperately just trying to hold on to that AWP. They're going to look to try and peek him together, and he doesn't even manage to survive. 14-7, closing rounds of this map, as Invictus have definitely surprised us here. But I still have to sit here and feel like Vici are just playing way below the level they should.
It is a position where I'm sort of scratching my head in some of these rounds. Vici looks so clean at times, and then they come in and completely take away any faith I had in them. This has to be convincing. 9 rounds in a row. They start out with 1-for-1 trades, A control. Oh my god, the kills so quickly go to Invictus. At Vici, they're locked out. That Molly and Upper guarantees a bomb plant pretty much to play up through vents. Isn't going to come in from Jam Young. He's not crazy enough. Or is he? Oh, the Molly for Kaze, and definitely not. Bomb plant. Time ticking away. Jam Young's going to need to make a move, but he needs Kaze to get into position first before he can do so. Kaze's coming in with the flashbang. And here we go. Jam Young on the peak. Turns away. Hops up. Shoots a dead body. Molly for the back corner. Going to push the player out, but he's being held. Oh, no! They swung! Jam Young gets 1, a second with the Molly, and Kaze was there to clean it
Careful.
up. That was dangerous with his 2 HP. You could see he was thinking about it. But that was so awkward, because the Molly goes in, right? And when I thought that it would have been easy, but Bottle wide swung. And then I think, I'm not sure if we can get a replay of that from Bottle's perspective. That might be too much to ask, but I think he just went looking on top of the hood. From what I saw, it didn't look like he was shooting at Jam Young. And because the kill was caught onto Bottle, the player that was stuck at the vents was then obviously stuck inside the Molotov, took extra damage from the bullets, and got taken out, leaving it into that 1v1. That is so awkward.
Well, once again, Vici have been given a lifeline. King. How? How's he managed to get 2? I guess that was just an aggressive play in towards the heart. Gonna go pushing into the AWP of Kaze, who started to come alive a little bit here. And these are shots he should be hitting all day, but as said, he's had a quiet start to, well, I guess the whole day, really. He was decent on the last map, but definitely not the level we expect from Kaze, and it came down to King and Jam Young to drag them through. Here we go. Oh, yeah, it was. It was just them attempting to run through. And yeah, I can kind of see why they do that. They've tried that a few times. It's been very successful. I quite like to see them go back to their outer takes, though. I think their wraparounds outside have been super successful. We've seen Destroyer just obliterate them whenever he's had the chance. Instead, he's going to be given an AWP, and that didn't look far away. Jam Young on the other side, lucky to be alive, but he has managed to hold down the ramp for now. Still 5 rounds behind, but not completely counting Vici out. They showed it in the last map, the streaks that they can have, but we haven't seen anywhere near the same sort of consistency from Vici on this map.
Yeah, consistency has been the key downfall for Vici when it comes to. It's not even round or game to game, it's round to round. It really is. It feels like at times we're seeing a different team every couple of minutes. That is most certainly not what you want. Now for Vici, as we said, they need to win a series of consecutive rounds now at 7, and that is a bad way to start it. Jam Young, the top performer of the previous map, taken down immediately, and you can see Invictus are barreling towards this B site. Alman just about in position, and this is going to be a good Alman for them if they can find this control. Good damage. A 3v3 with bottle quite low. That door was closed way too quickly. They know that he's still here. They know he's waiting for them to come around the corner, and you can see that Invictus are backing off. 25 seconds, though. It is time to make a move, and I think it's up through vents that they're looking to go. Regrouping with their teammate up above. This flying swings on in through main. They come up the ladder. No one was here. And although one comes in for Advent... Oh, that's the bomb drop. This should be the round. Absolutely gorgeous stuff.
I like that Advent actually hangs around. Like, rather than fully rotating when they see everybody on B, he just sits on the site the whole time. Doesn't move an inch. Just waits for them to try and rotate in and wide. I think they were as surprised as anyone else when he was just still sat on the bomb site. Like, you can even see him doing it now while this is all going on. He's slowly just making his way back to A. And then this was just clinical, doing exactly what he needed to do. Destroyer actually stops planting the bomb to try and clear him out and ends up going down as well. So they've finally broken that big bank. It's taken a long time. Jam Young, this is the last man I'd want to be pushing if I'm being brutally honest. He dropped over 30 kills in map number 1. Well, I think if they win this, he might be edging in that direction once again. Currently only on 19, but then again, I don't think there's anybody on his team that's above him at this point. Very nice. Quick cleanup. 14 to 11.
Are you liking
Starting
what
to
you're
get a
seeing?
bit worried for Invictus.
Yeah, you liking what you're seeing from Vici?
Yes, puppy.
Excuse me. Excuse me, sir. I'll have you know I'm not a player in this tournament.
But you are a player. Dun, dun, dun.
Thankfully not for Bren, after what we saw earlier. It broke my heart. Pushing one by one through a smoke in a 3v3 retake. I'll never forget it. Not till the day I die.
I like this change. Kaze playing more of a rotational AWPer. How's he done so little damage? This is a risky re-peek. I think he's realized it. Trying to get back around the corner. Flash is being thrown out, and he just about is down there. His opponent just spraying into the smoke, and he had Jam Young just waiting patiently. They were about to push. Now, ramp control has been gathered at least, which always makes things a little bit more awkward for the defense. Soaking. Still just waiting by the door. They'll need a streak of rounds if they are going to be bringing this one back. Whereas just 2 will close it for Invictus. Money is good enough that the CTs, if they lose 1, will be able to buy again. They are actually going to see a rotation from Jam Young. Start to take a peek outside. Soaking. Ooh, that is risky. Doesn't actually take as much damage as you might have expected. And in fact, it's going to make his way back on top of the hut. 45 seconds, though, for them to make a move.
Oh, there you go. Destroyers opened it up onto Zoking. Good start by Invictus. They need to deal with Advent still, though. He's up the back of the bomb site, ready to delay them, but he can't get it done. Right through the smoke, Jam Young! Oh my god, he's got 3! He's opened this up for Kaze to get back in with an op up the ladder. It's not ideal, but he's already out of the vents. He's in position to look for this 1v2, but nobody peeking out. No one giving him that info. Hold on, actually. Maybe an opportunity. A flash came around. He knows there's a player on site, but no info on the second. And that's the problem. As he comes through, he needs to worry about the hook, but he's going to completely ignore it, looking for the one player that he knew where he was. Out to the AK, he suspects this player to be up in heaven. Xiao Sage coming forward. He swings out, and Kaze gets it. He's got the defuse as well. And 12 rounds for Vici. This is unbelievable. Jam Young made the play of the game, swinging through that smoke and finding 3. They decide to save the AK as well, easily able to buy another op. Look at this spray down. That was gorgeous.
How's he done that to get 2 maps in a row, by the way? Like, has he done that? That's the second time we've witnessed this. Last time he was on the T side and the bomb went off because of his heroics. And it's those two again. Like, granted, last time Kaze acted nothing more than a decoy with an AWP, but this time, well, the clutch on 5 HP, that genuinely could be the deciding factor of the entire match. As we're now going to sat 14 to 12. The streak of rounds continues for Vici, and I kept mentioning, I kept bringing it up that, you know, this has happened before. They managed to streak a lot of rounds in the second half last time. Oh, you know, watch out, guys, and they start to stop believing, and then they go, all right, now's the time. How's he got away with
put
that?
on a show. That's the thing I will say about Vici. They're they're not making this look incredibly easy for themselves, but hey, they're just trying to get everyone excited. You can't blame them. In a wild ride, flying, coming in with one onto Alman. This is it. Okay, pulling it back a little bit. Good shot by Kaze. He's going out. He's looking. Why? Whoa! Hold on a second, Kaze. There was no need for that. AK retrieve 2v3. If they lose this round, I'm gonna lose my mind. Oh, don't peek that Jamyong. Don't do it again. You're a scumbag. He just went out through that smoke. Luckily, it was fully extended. It was out wide. Had it have been landed close in the vents, they might have been able to see his feet. I don't... Maybe he was certain of where it was, but I don't know. This guy just doesn't respect smokes, and I love it. Oh, great. Like, that's what I mean. In a smoke, no problem. It's Jamyong. Now he's in a smoke. He's defusing the bomb. He's defusing the bomb! Why are you not spraying him? I thought he was going to transfer over. And he just kind of went, yeah, don't worry about it. I'm not worried. That's ridiculous.
He would do that in front of me. Yes, he would. Yes, he would.
Oh, man.
Yeah, this man has no respect for his opposition. Honestly, so far this tournament, Jamyong is my favorite player. There's been, like, I enjoyed watching Ronan. There's been a few other Techno as well. The youngster, especially for his age, is unbelievable. But this guy, like, he just has the biggest balls you've ever seen. Like, I just diffuses in front of his opponent, probably staring into his eyes through the smoke. He's had triple spray downs, crazy multi-frags. This is the best performance we've seen from anybody, and they're currently still losing, by the way.
I don't know. I'm lost. I'm lost at the moment. I mean, when you've got someone like Jamyong playing the way he is literally the only reason that Vici are alive in this game. And it's disgusting. It really is. Watching this guy just tear this opposition apart again and again, round on round. He's really answering up. Zoking's got a little bit of pressure on him here. This door's going to come open. He can get one kill straight away, but oh, he was baited out by the player close. Chef Saga able to take that frag. Now there's the man advantage to work with. An opening duel for Invictus. It's been a while. Last time this happened, Jamyong had to come through that smoke and take a quick triple. But they're waiting for it this time. They're ready. Down the vents goes one player, and that might just bait Jamyong out into the open. He's going down after. He's chasing, but it's not a B hit. Everyone else is still sat outside of A. Jamyong still good for one, but it's Advent that needs to answer up.
Oh, they've worked it out, but it might be too late. They should know that Advent's still here. He's only going to get one, though. Not quite enough in reality. And there is still a player up above in the form of Orman, but realistically, the bomb's now down. They've got that after plant position. Clearing out the back lines. Jamyong waiting patiently. Now, he's very low on HP. Hoping that maybe they switch the AWP into his hands, but it looks like they're going to stick it with the rifles. Flashbang over. Well, it's not gone great, has it? They've left the opponents blind, but they themselves are also blind. They're starting to run out of time. There's the second flash. Push comes through. Jumping down. They get 2 quick kills. It's left on to Zalsage again. He needs to get to 31. It isn't going to happen. They're winning every clutch. Every situation is going their way. And although it's a little bit close because the man defusing didn't have the kit, it's not going to matter. They are streaking it together still, Mitch. This is 7 rounds in a row for the side of Vici. They looked out of this game. They literally had half the rounds of their opponents. And now they are just 2 away from closing this out.
This is ridiculous. Absolutely insane. I don't know what's happening anymore, Tom. I feel like I've slipped into some sort of alternate reality in the last week. This is Honestly, Asian Counter-Strike is the reason I have trust issues. That's... Oh, my. I don't trust Kaze anymore after that either. He's missed that shot. It looked so clean. Looked like it was on him. And he gets shut down afterwards. I mean, if I was hit Reg, I'd say it hit, but Counter-Strike disagrees. And that's unfortunate for Kaze and for Vici as they lose a valuable weapon. He really hasn't been having the best of games, has he? I mean, last season, he was definitely a player that we highlighted a lot as being a dominant opper. Advent shut down on the site, and this is looking like it could be the round. Zoking's gone. They each found one, but Jam Young and Alman, and let's be real, Jam Young, he's a scary player to have still alive in this scenario. Coming in through heaven, some of these players lit low. This has to be the clutch yet again. Oh Jesus.
No. That couldn't have gone much worse. Nice spray from Jam Young, but not gonna be able to do anything here. Oh, he actually spots the player coming in from behind. Both of them are actually fairly low. But I don't think he has time for this. I think he just was going to try and save the AWP for Kaze in the next round. It's a shame, because I think if he knew, he probably would have gone for this. But instead, as the bomb's ticking down, it will be a 15th Invictus. They leave it to the last moment to get themselves onto map point. Nobody going to die to the bomb, which is good at least. And yeah, it will be a flawless round, or flawless buy even, for Vici going into the next one. The thing is, so Kaze has had a fantastic comeback. I want to point that out. Like, he has gone from having, I think, 5 kills in the first half to 18. So this second half has not been bad. I just question the timing of that. Like, you're in a crunch round, a chance for you to get onto map point. Things have been working. Sure, there's had to be a few clutches here and there. And yes, he's the rotational AWP. But is that the round that you fight outside on your own? Like, it just doesn't sit right with me. I think that you, if anything, want to play a little bit more careful in rounds like this. Double AWP setup thrown in. It means Zoking's left on just an MP9. But to be honest, that's, if anything, been his best gun.
It's heartbreaking. You know, you get so close. It's been dangled in front of your face, and now Invictus decide that they're back in the saddle again. It's Jam Young. Oh, he comes through, and he shuts them down. Wrecking the first.
Oh, he hit that.
That was a leg, yeah. Oh, the nade? No, he's already gone back. That's unfortunate. That could have been a great finisher. Look at this. Close range by Zoking. This is overtime, Tom. 100%.
Yeah, they've killed the mighty Zhao Sage. His 32nd kill was not enough to close this game. Not quite 38, though, you know. Average.
Yeah, Jinko will be coming in going, that's average, man. Average performance.
Destroyer is quieting down a little bit. The early rounds of this T side, he was able to dominate outside. They're going to need him to do something here, as Bottle is the one looking to lead the charge. Zoking, as said, I think the MP9 is actually his best gun. All right, this has been a flawless, or nigh on flawless round. 15-15, OT on the cards, and more the momentum firmly in the favor of Vici. The question is, are we going to get the sort of style of Vici that we expect, or is it going to go back to, well, the calamity that was before?
I'm not even going to hazard a guess on that one, Tom. I'll be honest. This is, it's a game that's left me guessing. Put it that way. I feel like as these rounds have gone on, I've been left with more questions than answers. But maybe, just maybe, this is where we get the answer to who's going to win this game. We're going to start it out on the T side for Invictus. Smoke execute to outside, but a molly to keep them back. Alman in position. Oh, he jumps over to the left side. He's good to do some damage. Gets two before falling. I don't know how he's managed so much. There were 2 guys spraying at him as well. That's ridiculous.
Okay, Destroyer. I guess he's trying to hold off the rotation of other players, but, well, I think Jam Young's already made his way down to the B site. Door would give things away. Viva's hoping that someone will maybe rotate a little bit early, but they should know that this control has been lost. So if anybody does just go jumping down the vent, they've lost the plot. Flying is going to catch out Jam Young, though, with this push onto ramp, and Kaze left relatively blind. This is one of the better situations we've actually seen from Invictus. 45 seconds left on the clock as they do make their way into this B site. Maybe expecting more players to be here than actually are. Here comes the 3-man retake. It's all from ramp. We saw one of these work, but it involved a ninja defuse and pretty much everybody on that side dying. Flying, just holding the angle, looking to be peaked. Well, they do manage to at least get out. The remaining 2 players actually haven't moved too far. Kaze will pick off one. Zoking's found another. It's left all onto flying, and it is awkward. He is not going to be able to win the duels. They've got to try and find the bomb, which they will. And it is going to be a lead taken now for Vici. Not something I expected to be saying with them being 14-7 down. But, you know what? It do seem like they've earned it at this point.
They definitely found their rhythm, found their groove when it comes to this side. But I do wonder, you know, as we switch over to the opposite side, what number do we need for Vici? And really, if they're not winning one more round, I don't feel too confident in them. I mean, their T side has been a little bit shaky at times. We saw some very, very questionable buy rounds from them. It's been a tough series to really decipher as well. When you look at how Invictus have had Xiao Sage dominating, he had, what, it was 23 kills in the first half, right? And he finishes 32. Still, obviously solid performance, but definitely a slower T side than what we'd seen in the first half.
Wait, as said, I think they lose that first half if it isn't for him. Like, he played
100%.
unreal. So I think he was propping them up, and him slowing down, it's not really an insult to him. It's an insult to the fact that he had to do that much to keep them in that first half. And now that he's unable to do that, so basically, because he's unable to drop 50 kills, they probably aren't, well, by the looks of it at the moment, they won't be able to win this map. And other players on the other side have started to step up. Like Jam Young, if he overtakes him by the end, I wouldn't be surprised. Like, he has been ridiculous and won them so many crucial clutch rounds. Nice start for Advent, but Orman falls in return. Kaze is caught bottle as he tries to wrap in. It leaves this onto a bit of an awkward position. Jam Young, he's back with the AWP. 29, now he is catching up. You wouldn't have thought it. But this man is not far away. They got 17 seconds. They got to run. They've got to just run onto this B site. Now the rotation is already here. Right by the door. And just opening it might be enough. It's not going to stop them, at least for now. But the beat comes out. Flying just about holds on. But he's only got 5 HP. Surely there's nothing he could do. I even like the patience there. Not going to peek that. Didn't want to even give him a single chance. Jam Young. Right, Kit.
It's 10KO teammate. Got to save every penny, isn't it?
He's got 8 grand. He better buy one now. Oh, he picked one up. Never mind. Doesn't need to.
Got to save every penny. It's all about penny pinching. That was fantastic stuff. You know, Vici now in a position where I feel like they can be comfortable moving forward. They're going to fight for this final round. Bomb plants have come in for Invictus. So, I mean, realistically, it's not like their money is going to be massively struggling. And you can see it's only like a small bit of utility on the likes of Viva that really hits them. That's the thing. I feel like it's more the CT side that struggles in 10KOT, because if you do lose 2 rounds, you haven't got that fallback of, oh, well, we planted the bomb, so we've got money. Like, no, you're actually completely screwed. You're on pistols more than likely. That's why we see saves primarily as well coming through from the CT side in OT. In 10k OT. But this is the final round of this first overtime, and if Vici win this, they're looking nigh on unstoppable in this map. And to close out the series, Kaze misses the opening shot, a flash over, and he's just going to be falling back. He hears a lot of utility coming through, and they're conscious at this point that he could be pushed down any moment. So the CT hold just to cover the flank into heaven and hell, I think is the right call. But Jam Young is here to support him. I feel like they're kind of overcommitting to that in a way, and yeah, the fact that he goes back up to heaven, it's the right call so we can still support the A site, while Kaze just maintains that super passive hold. And they're running down the clock massively because I think Invictus are expecting some sort of an overpeak to come through. They might even have spotted the barrel of Jam Young as he was poking there earlier.
Oh, it's going from bad to worse. Flying, he's only going to be good for one, and they are just getting slaughtered as they enter this site. Vici have gone from 14-7 down to now having 3 map and series point. The resilience of this side seems to be unmatched. And as said, Jam Young, I'm pretty sure when we were looking at Xiao Sagi at like 28, 29 kills, he was on like 18, 19. He's now on 31. He is one behind him. The battle for the MVP continues. The battle of the match. Wow. Unless it's going to be a flawless CT side from Invictus, this may be over.
It's looking like it almost certainly is, to be honest, for Invictus to come back into this one. It's a little bit too much of a stretch. 3 consecutive rounds for this team. They've looked decent on the CT side, but look at how close the rounds were. And some of those that they won were Vici playing crazy Counter-Strike. Oh, this could be dangerous. Destroyer up on top. That's a good jump peek across, though. Baits out the shot. He misses the second. That could be it. That could be what cost them. He has to run down the bottom of the ramp. And although he's able to hold a semi-aggressive position, he's forced back by the flash. No, he's not. He's staying aggressive. He's staying up in their grills. I mean, this will almost definitely not be expected if they do push through. They'll probably presume that they've got a solid amount of info to play off of at this point. He's not going to push this, Tom. He's not going to push that, is he?
Well, Bottle is, and they found the men behind. This is something that we've credited Vici for. They didn't have the best T side, but they were able to take a lot of map control without much problem at all. They lose no men taking ramp. They lose no men going back, and they have made this comeback. It was 14-7. It was looking like Invictus had this in the bag, and Destroyer is now all that stands in their way. He's managed to get 3. There's still plenty of time on this clock. He needs to still pull off a miracle. They know where he's coming from. They know exactly his position. He's even being pre-fired through, and Orman will close it. It is scary at the end. But Vici Gaming do what was expected of them. They take Nuke, maybe not in the fashion that was expected at all. And was that Blair huffing and puffing? I feel like it was. I feel like he wasn't too happy about it. Head in hands again, Blair. Head in hands.
Really? Not really. I don't know what to say. I actually don't know what to say. 14-7 up against Vici and Nuke. You have them against the ropes, and then Jam Young, he just... That I don't know what to say. That man is a god. The man is absolutely incredible.
He's my favorite player.
60,
I love him.
61 kills, Dinko, in a series. Yeah. Well, it looks like Dinko has pulled off a Mitch here, and that he seems to be muted on the stream. Hopefully he fixes that real quickly. But it's his VMix Crest, unfortunately. But just to like reiterate what Dinko mentioned there, it's just the fact that Jam Young No, trying to catch you off guard there, Tom. But no, everyone loved Jam Young. Jam Young's a beast. But what happened? What happened to Invictus? I mean, this has to be one of the biggest jokes we've seen so far in PAL 2020. It is just ridiculous, right? Like, you can't go 14-7 up and then just throw it all away. Yes, they were a few moments, Tom. Sorry, go on.
On the T side, even though they look like the scoreline looked dominant, I don't think they look like a good CT Nuke team. I think that it was more so their individuals brought them through. I think Xiao Sage like just padded them, and I think that at all points of that game, Vici looked better. They just made some really weird decisions when it mattered most in their economy, and so they lost some silly rounds. I think if they stick to their like utility usage, they're taking map control like they did in some of the more clinical rounds, they probably win this easily. I just don't know what they were doing for half of that map.
Yeah, it was even when like Invictus were a fair bit ahead. I'm going to throw numbers out there, but it was something like an 8-3 or something like that. That Tom was saying that, yeah, okay, you've obviously got Invictus winning at the moment, but it feels like Vici should be. And It was down to things like the outside control just not being there at all. Invictus on the CT side, they didn't contest outside ever, really. They had nothing in terms of holding ramp. It was so easy to just push down there. And I believe a lot of it came down to their outside control. Like, you had players on the A site that had to constantly go down vents to reinforce that site. The ramp player being shifted over one position to move down and support B, because there was like one fast B hit. And from then, Invictus were constantly worried about another fast B coming through. And it offset the whole defense across the board.
Well, it is kind of like it is kind of like one of those games where you just want to hold your hands. It seems like we've also lost Dinko temporarily. He'll hopefully be back. The MVP, Tom.
or
I think it's their team speak. I don't think it's there on the stream, though, unfortunately. Jam Young, the MVP. He gets 62 kills in 2 maps. The guy is a star. He has to be, and I have to give him the crown. Right, he has to be the best player in Asia right now. Like we all said, Kaze was that for a while with Bentet, leaving for better shores. But right now, this guy is not just
Techno's
consistent.
a close second.
It's a little too early, Tom. Like, shut up. Don't do that.
Sorry,
But-
Ronan.
I did see I did see a very interesting stat earlier where it was like, I think 14-8 or something the scoreline was for Invictus. But here's the thing. There were 13 rounds. There were 13 opening kills going the way of Vici. They were getting these opening picks, but not able to quite capitalize. And Invictus were doing such a great job at it. But you know what? We're just going to be taking a look very quickly at the results of the day. I do believe we should probably have that to just recap what has been a pretty interesting day so far. Just the one game going all the way to 3 maps, Tom. We had Checkmate versus Bren, which was Bren, well, a very one-sided affair, and then a very close affair. And then,
Didn't
of course,
happen.
didn't happen. Again, the opening games have always been the one that's kind of broken all of us. Second
wanna
game was
forget.
Tyloo. Sorry?
I just want to forget that the first game every day.
I want to keep reminding you again and again, Tom. I enjoy watching you lose it. Tyloo, they had a weird map of train. They lost to Beyond and Mirage, which everyone's like, all right, here we go, Beyond. They're finally going to be the top Chinese team. And then Tyloo say no. And then, of course, the final map we saw witness right there. Vici was Invictus. They came so close, and yet they got so far. Vici Gaming and Jam Young just putting on a masterclass performance, bringing back the kind of like the comeback over there. Hopefully, we have Dinko back with us. Yeah, hopefully he's there. Maybe not. I don't know. I don't know if Dinko's back here. I can hear him in TeamSpeak, but I don't think we can see him yet. But let's take a look at the standings. I hope the updated results, updated tables are there. And Mitch, maybe you can just break this one down for me.
Yeah, Checkmate second now next to Tiger. Don't deserve it. Oh no, actually they'll still be first, right? Because they beat Tiger on head-to-head. So actually Checkmate technically first. Haha, that's not gonna happen. Yeah, they sucked today. That was terrible. Bren as well. What the hell was that? Then we look at obviously Tyloo. They're looking pretty good. Like, we saw them switch on today. I think that in my eyes, they're definitely number one. Tiger have been shaky. Vici just there. We saw them get off to a slow start, bounce back, and still win the series 2-0. I think we need to see a lot more from them before I can be comfortable.
All right, we do have Dinko back as well, and there you have it. We're looking bottom of the table. There we go. A sigh of relief. We have the lad back. Beyond and Huadzai, they've only played a couple of games here. That it's kind of looking rough. Again, got to remind all of the viewers: 10 teams play, of which 4 of them will get eliminated after 3 weeks of play, 3 weeks of the league play. And then we have 6 teams moving on to the playoffs. And of course, from there, we're going to decide who the top 4 are going to be, who's going to be getting RMR points. So things are going to get hot and heavy indeed. And that's the way we all like it. Let's take a look very quickly now at tomorrow's schedule, where we have one special game. I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking to see Tyloo win their 11th series in a row against Vici. Or will Vici pull out the comeback, Dinko? I don't know. Dinka's muted again. What have you done, Dinka? Oh no! Oh no! we have to cancel Dinka. Dinka, you're canceled for tonight. You can get out of here, lad. You're canceled. But Tom, take me through these 3 games real quickly, and which one stands out to you? Which isn't Tyloo and Vici?
Be clean,
2-0.
easy victories.
Oh, Beyond versus Huadzai? You think Beyond have what it takes? They
Yeah.
should, but
Yeah, they took a map off Tyloo, and you're asking me
I
if they
don't-
could
it was
beat
16-2. Did
do
you
you
see
think they
that
could beat the
Inferno?
team that have Hot Say even won a game?
They won a map.
It's like, what are you asking me? Don't you think? Do you think they'll be able to beat that team who can't beat anyone? Yes. Yes, I do think they'll be able to do that. Next, you're going to be like, what about with Sigma? Do you think Invictus will be able to beat
I'm
Sigma?
trying to inject
Yes, I
some
think they're going to
optimism here,
smash them
Tom.
into the ground.
Jesus, he's broken.
Sigma lost to After Gaming. So if you question me on that one, you can get out of here. Like, I reckon me and a few mates could beat After Gaming. That team is dreadful. So
After giving it 7, so you shut your face, Tom. They're not the worst. All right. Time out, lads. We have to close the show. It's spiraling out of control. If we have
you ask
one
a
more
stupid
day.
question, you get a stupid answer.
Tom. We have just one more day of the week remaining. 24 hours remaining before we can take a break for a couple of days, and we're going to be diving in again into week 2. But coming up is going to be day 5 tomorrow. That is bright and early. I don't know which part of the world you're going to be watching from, but it's still going to be early, whichever part of the world you are going to be in. But that's it from all of us here. It was a great day. It was a great day of some pretty cool Counter-Strike action. My name is Blair. Again, shout out to Tom. Of course, Dinko, who is unfortunately being cancelled. His mic just seems to have crapped itself. And of course, we have Mitch. Once again, thank you for joining me, guys. And thank you for tuning in. That's it from us here. We'll see you tomorrow.